One day, someone from a distant western continent said that if people endowed with great power silently watch the evil happening before their eyes, then there is no difference between them and those who commit this evil. He was tired and sat down leaning on a rock in his hand, holding a blade. This guy thought that the fight he had was very unpleasant, but he managed and won. He heard the sound of hooves approaching him. This sound was getting closer and closer, which meant someone was already very close. The sound came from somewhere very close, so he raised his head and looked up at the top of the mountain. He saw a girl sitting on a mountain bran. She was very beautiful and very expensively and beautifully dressed. Everything that was on her glittered and sparkled. It seemed that some kind of extraordinary light was emanating from her. He caught himself thinking that she was very beautiful and also thought that she was an enemy and that he would have to fight with her. He really didn't want that. Therefore, he said that he would not fight with her, he would have to. He heard someone's voice saying that if he didn't fight her then let her fight him. He thought that he didn't want to kill anymore. But near what he thought was a beautiful girl sitting on a mountain ram, her army appeared and was ready to attack the young man. One beautiful sunny morning on the highest rock among the rocks that were nearby, and when the sun had already come out and practically covered this entire rock with its rays, a boy lay on its top. He loved to sleep on this rock. He loved the sun to wake him up every morning with its rays. Every day he slept until the moment when the rays of the sun hit his face and woke him up. That day it was still the same. A huge bear approached him and watched him sleep sweetly, covering him from the rays of the sun. The bear came here to wake up the boy. He growled several times, but the boy did not react and continued to sleep. The bear once again tried to wake him up and roared his name, Bira. The bear released his sharp claws on his paws in order to wake up this boy who did not want to wake up. He could have slept like that for another half a day. The bear got angry and screamed at Bear with all his might and was ready to shake him properly so that he would wake up. From such a scream, not only this boy could wake up, but also everything around him. And that's exactly what happened. The boy opened his eyes. The bear lay next to him and licked the boy. He was glad to see him in the morning, so the bear told Bira to get up. So it was every morning he slept on his rock and they woke him up, just like this time. The bear licked the boy and said that he needed breakfast. It was Mother Bear who came to wake up the boy because her little bear cubs were asking for fish and he needed to go and catch. The bear cubs were climbing on their mother and asking for fish for breakfast. The boy was indignant. Why should he bring them food? The bear asked the boy if he really didn't love her. Of course he loved her, and that's why he was ready to go and bring her and these little brat cubs some fish for breakfast. The boy looked to the side and saw that somewhere in the distance, from behind a mountain, black smoke was rising into the sky. He thought that his grandfather had told him that black smoke was a signal of trouble. It meant something had happened. He even became a little curious. Then he decided that he was not at all interested in what this black smoke was about and he didn't even want to know what happened there. Taking his knapsack, he ran to bring breakfast to these cubs. The boy thought that it was better to avoid what could portend trouble and decided that he would not even look in that direction. The she-bear with her cubs shouted after him to come back as soon as possible. The boy looked in their direction and said that today there would be fried fish back and added that he was now going to the valley and back immediately. If today there is fried fish for breakfast, then he still needs to find wood for the fire to fry it, and ran on. He had to go down from the very top where only birds fly down in order to catch fish. Every day, once, he descended from this peak up there. Apart from him and the bear and her cubs, there was no one. Only birds flew past, all life was below. A guy sitting on his mountain ram ran through the forest. He urged his ram because they were being chased and he needed to hide from this chase. He didn't want to fight anymore today, so he tried to run away from those who were chasing him. But it wasn't that easy to do. A young man rode on his ram in front and behind him huge clay pots were rolling. They were rolling at such a speed that they were practically catching up with him. Wherever the young man turned in this forest, these pots chased him and rolled after him. There were a lot of them, and at some point they even pulled forward in order to attack the young man and prevent him from passing further. One of the pots opened his lid and said that the harder the young man tries to run away from him, the more fun they all get. A voice from this pot told the young man that he dared to point the blade at the master. Now let him show what he was capable of, and a trident came out of the pot, and it was with this that this pot was going to attack. The trident was practically next to the young man and he needed to repel this attack, so he pulled out his blade from behind his back, and he crossed it with a trident. The attack was repulsed and this pot could no longer attack him with a trident. Now the young man had to act further. In order to repel an attack with a trident, the young man spent quite a lot of strength, so he now held his blade with both hands. Without thinking twice, he decided that he needed to cut this pot. Maybe then he would stop and would not pursue him. The young man did just that, swung his hand and cut the pot in half. What was inside this pot was vile and unpleasant, but he was ready for it, that he would have to destroy the insides of this pot. Inside this pot sat a ball of poisonous snakes that were intertwined with each other, and each of these snakes was ready to release its poison. These snakes attacked the young man from all sides. Each of them was ready to sting him as quickly as possible, releasing their poison. The lid of the next pot opened and a voice from there said that the young man was good at chopping pots. A ball of snakes was still on his face and head. He began to chop these poisonous snakes so that they would detach themselves from him. Even when he chopped them in half, they were still ready to bite in order to release their poison. The young man did not stop and moved on. What was in these pots was a surprise to him. He managed to free himself from all those snakes that attacked him in one single ball. When there was no longer a single snake on his face, he felt that the poison was beginning to affect him in those places where there were bites. Another pot got ahead of him. From this pot a voice was heard saying what was inside this pot and that he should try to fight it. The boy had already gone down to the very bottom and started fishing. It was difficult for him to please the bear's appetite. After all, they were so insatiable and wanted to eat all the time. The boy thought that he had caught a very large number of large fish. Now he needed to catch small ones in order to cook the broth. There was a large pile of fish lying on the shore. Now they had to somehow bring it to the rock from which the boy had descended. He exhaled, looked at this pile of fish and said that this would probably be enough for breakfast with a bear this time. The only question that now stood before him was how he could drag everything he caught home at one time. The boy turned to the side because he heard the sound of hooves not far from him. A young man on a mountain ram was approaching him, and behind this young man, large pots were rolling. One of these pots again tried to attack the guy who was going to the village for lamb, and the attack was successful because the trident was able to knock the young man off the saddle and he fell straight into the water of the mountain river that passed through this valley. When he tried to get up, he saw that all these pots had fallen into the water with him and now they were floating on the water around him. It seemed that the pots were surrounding him on all sides so that he could not get out onto land and escape. There was something alive inside these pots. It was constantly making some strange sounds. The young man was sitting on his knees in the water with his head bowed. He was completely exhausted because the poison from the snake bites had begun to take effect. At some point, these pots that surrounded him on all sides began to move in a circle. A voice from one of these pots again began to tell the young man to find out which pots he was in, and if he did not guess, his death would be even more painful. The young man forced himself with all his might not to close his eyes. He understood that as soon as he closed his eyes, his death would come. He would no longer be able to open them. The pots were spinning around this young man with great force. The voice he constantly heard said that he had one last chance. The young man didn't know what to do now. Really choose one of these pots or do nothing and wait. Bira, who was very close, saw huge pots that were spinning around the young man, exactly the kind of dishes he needed in order to collect all the fish in it and bring the bears to the top of the cliff. Grabbing hold of one such pot, Bira did not think long and decided to immediately open the lid of this pot. What he saw there surprised him a little and he decided to turn to this guy who was sitting inside. Bira held tightly to the pot and asked the guy sitting inside if he would lend him the pot for a while. What was inside? Asked the boy who he was. Bira was very persistent and said that he just needed to put fish in this pot in order to take it to the rock, and even offered to give part of the catch in return. The young man looked at this little madman and had to somehow warn him. After all, this boy did not know what kind of force he could now face. The young man gathered all his strength to start attacking this pot, and he told this boy that it was very dangerous and let him get off this pot. Bira didn't understand why this young man was behaving this way. He didn't see any danger in the fact that he was going to borrow this pot from the guy who was sitting inside. The young man did not wait long and decided that he needed to break this pot so that the creature that was inside this pot would also. Therefore, the guy struck several blows with his blade at this pot. So the fragments scattered in different directions. Bira also flew to the side and fell straight into the water. The pot was broken, but now it was unclear whether the creature that was inside this pot was destroyed or it was just beginning. After Bira landed in the water, he looked towards where that same pot had just been. He was offended that now he would not be able to carry the fish, but what he saw shocked him. The young man was ready for the fact that now he would have to fight with this creature that was inside this pot and he wouldn't be able to get rid of it right away. This monster that crawled out of the broken pot showed its tongue, teasing the young man. He said that everything he does is useless, so he will not be able to destroy him. This monster with burning eyes and snakes instead of hair, who was holding a trident in her hands, told the young man that he did not find it himself and therefore does not count. This monster was aggressive and it said that, as he promised, the young man would die in terrible pain, and it would happen now. This monster was so disgusting that when the young man looked at it, the first thing he thought was disgust and an unpleasant feeling. It was disgusting to even look at him. This monster who stood opposite the young man and the boy began to groan and then twirl his trident around. So something incomprehensible began to appear behind him. The eyes of this monster became bigger and bigger and glowed orange. This monster was enjoying everything that was happening now. The young man could no longer help but make any movement. He looked at this monster and was completely in his power. Although Bira was not an opponent of this monster, he also fell under its influence. He stood like a young man and could not take his eyes off this monster. The two of them were under the power of this monster and stood absolutely motionless and looked at it. They were completely sure that it had won. Therefore, this monster told them to enjoy their last guidance in their lives and continued to fascinate them further. Bira stood and could not take his eyes off. He had completely forgotten that he needed to take the fish for breakfast to the bears. He stood completely spellbound, ready to carry out any order. The young man took the bottle in his hands and turned it over a few sips. It was not water at all. It was alcohol, and he was trying it for the first time. On one of the Verksky sat two young men who were happy that they had a bottle of alcohol. One of them, who had just taken a sip, said that it was very good and he now understands why adults love alcohol so much. The second took the bottle after him and realized that it empty, so he was a little indignant. This second guy said that his friend was ungrateful and didn't leave a drop, although he said that he stole this bottle to drink it together. The first guy made excuses. They said that he only took a sip and said that his friend could take a bottle in return. The young man stood spellbound and said that he should at least take one sip. This dream that he saw about himself and his friend was one of the memories of his life. This monster stood looking at her deed and said that the young man and the boy should enjoy their last dream to the fullest. The monster licked its lips because it understood that when the hallucination dissipated, they would see their dismembered bodies exactly like this. This monster always acted with its opponents. This monster was pleased to realize that they would die feeling their despair and humiliation, and they could not do anything about it. What happened next this monster could not even imagine. Bira stopped him and told the monster to wait because he needed to say something. The monster was indignant about who this guy was. He knew for sure that they both fell into hypnosis and were completely under his power. Bira was persistent, and he began to say that in his opinion the whole conflict was about breaking this pot. Where was this monster located? And if Bira continued this way for both of them for many years, and between adults, such conflicts should be resolved completely differently, and Bira began to wake up the young man so that he would come out of hypnosis. The monster tried to stop the boy and asked him not to do this because if he wakes up then everything will become much more complicated. But Bira didn't want to stop, and he told the young man to quickly wake up and apologize to this monster so that the conflict would be settled. These boys' screams really began to wake up the young man, and he began to come out of hypnosis, even uttering some incomprehensible sounds. A little more and he would wake up completely. The young man really woke up and looked at the monster that stood opposite him. It was their conflict. The boy did not understand everything from the current situation, so he was only interested in the pot, and he asked the monster again to borrow one of the pots. The young man understood the whole situation and pushed the boy a little back and told him to immediately run away as far from here as possible. The monster was very upset by all these situations. He shouted to the young man that he would regret waking up and not dying in his sleep as the monster suggested to him. The young man had no choice but to engage in battle with this monster. And now the most important thing was not to succumb to the fact that he was poisoned with poison, and so that this monster could not hypnotize him again. It was not a completely equal battle, and the young man understood perfectly well that his opponent was much more cunning and stronger than him, but he needed to save the boy. Therefore, the young man did not delay too much and went on the attack from the very first blow. Swinging, he cut off the leg of this monster with a dagger. The boy saw that this monster was missing one of his legs. He didn't know how to react to this and still didn't fully understand how dangerous it was for him to be here. The monster stood on one leg and supported its body with his hand. It was very uncomfortable, and in addition it was painful. So this monster began to get even more angry. It was time for the monster to scream that this young man is an annoying fly and that the end will come to him now, no matter how hard he tries. The young man told the monster that without legs he was no longer so formidable and was ready to attack again. Well, something went wrong. The young man's strength began to leave him and he simply collapsed with his whole body into the water and told the boy to get out of here as quickly as possible. There was silence for a while. The monster sat and lamented pitifully that he was in great pain. The young man sat exhausted in the water and said that it was so bad because of the poison that he received from snake bites. Bira thought that he needed to do exactly what this young man said, and it was better to quickly leave here on good terms. This whole situation will not end. And he began to walk away, saying that he was saying goodbye to them. The monster continued to say that it senses the approaching smell of death and the young man can no longer flutter. This monster took a pipe out of his nostril and began his conspiracy to repeat the same words ki hok kok kek and then all over again. Then he took this pipe into his mouth and began to blow into it, producing a certain melody. This melody was very calm and mesmerizing. The lids of all the pots after this melody was heard, they rose, and it seemed that something should come out of these pots. Well, Bira didn't even guess. Bira and the young man looked carefully at everything that was happening. They did not know what the next moment awaited them and what they would see. The monster sat and blew his melody. Throughout the area it seemed as if he was calling someone for help. At the next moment, many snakes crawled out of these pots and rose into the sky in a column. It seemed that there were such a large number of them that it was even unbearable to count. Bira stood and looked at everything that was happening. He didn't know how to react to it. He had never seen anything like this in his life, but all this brought him to despair. At some point, he even thought that he would most likely die and nothing could be done about it. The young man grabbed the boy and tried to jump to the side so that these snakes would not attack them again and bite them with their poison. He tried to escape as quickly as possible from these pots with the snakes that had crawled out of them to a safe place where they could not reach them. The young man told Bira not to worry, he would never let him die. The boy did not understand anything and said that he could just leave him where he was. Despite all the events in the world, he was only worried about the fact that his breakfast seemed to be postponed, and most likely that's why the bears would dissolve, because they would remain hungry. When the monster stopped blowing his tune, she looked at the severed leg, which had already healed early, and therefore it was possible to restore the leg again to the way it was. Therefore, the monster looked at its limb, and before its eyes its leg grew. First it lengthened a little and became the same size as it was. And then the foot itself was formed. Now the monster was full-fledged again and it could move unhindered. The monster thought that the matter with the leg was already finished, and therefore, taking the pipe back into his mouth, he began to blow into it again, emitting a melody. This is how he controlled his pots and everything that was in them. Now with this music he had to direct these snakes that came out of the pots to the young man so that they would destroy him. These were snakes intertwined with each other, each of which was ready to bite and release its poison. This was their task. The young man held the boy in his arms and tried to run away and hide as quickly as possible. They were pursued by tubers of snakes which the monster directed to kill the young man and Beer. The young man noticed that the boy was losing consciousness. Then it became clear to him that I had passed on, and the boy Bira felt that he was fainting. Bira thought that as soon as he got a chance he would have to sneak away immediately. The young man was ready to protect the boy to the end and said despite the fact that he is dying, he was ready to make sure that the boy would be saved. 1,000 snakes with their mouths open surrounded them and were already very close. The young man could not leave it like that, and so he began to chop these snakes so that they could not approach them. A pile of bloody snakes fell. The young man waved his dagger and shouted for this abomination to disappear. The young man did not let the boy sleep and asked him to hold on a little longer, but he was thinking only about one thing, that these snakes would still whine that they were tasteless. The young man said that he would take the boy to the doctor and thought that he should not have severe poisoning from the bites of these snakes, so he could survive. Well, what went wrong and the strength left the young man, so he, together with Bira in his arms, fell straight into the water. He no longer had the strength to fight the snakes. The young man and the boy were in the water and could not do anything about it. They did not resist the fact that this monster was trying to make them drown and did not allow them to get air. The young man thought that a little more and he would drown because he would not be able to emerge and breathe normally again. His opponent did not allow him to do this, but at some point they managed to emerge and they were already on the surface and were able to start breathing again. But that was not all. Their enemy could not calm down. The monster was so furious, therefore, as soon as they surfaced, she began to scream that the young man had come to an end and swung a trident at him. Then something incomprehensible happened. The trident of this monster shattered into small pieces and he had nothing to attack with and nothing to threaten. Only because this monster's weapon was broken, he was unable to attack the young man and they were able to go to a safer place, and a whirlpool of water appeared around them. A strong wind and waves of water were all directed now at the young man who was holding the boy in his arms, saving him because he was not to blame for anything. This monster was dissatisfied with everything that just happened. It was also thrown several meters back and it could not act in any way. The young man wanted to make sure that nothing happened to these boys, and therefore he kept him awake all the time and asked if Bira was okay. The young man sat him down and asked if the boy could hear him. Now the most important thing is that he comes to his senses and nothing happens to him. Therefore, he decided that he needed to get out of here first. A safe place, and there he could bring his consciousness back. He was afraid that the boy had received a lot of poison from these snakes. He hurried to really leave here to another place. Well, he didn't understand what kind of nonsense. After all, no one had bitten the baby, and he only felt bad after he picked him up. The monster was angry with his helplessness. His plan had failed and now he had to watch the young man leave him, but he was not going to give up. The monster understood perfectly well that this was all the work of the master. Only thanks to him, this guy was lucky and he could now survive. The monster thought that the master could easily kill this prisoner and he would not go anywhere, so he did not understand why he spared. And in addition, for some reason he freed this prisoner and gave him his mountain ram so that he could return to himself. And this happened. A young man sat on this ram and rushed off in an unknown direction. They remained standing and looking after him. The master was this beautiful girl. She watched without taking her eyes off as the young man moved further and further away. This expression on her face was precisely because of him that the monster inside her clicked and fell ill. The monster knew for sure that she didn't want to see this master's face again. Now he lost only because of her, because she decided that she was ready to sit this young man. The monster thought that this young man would continue to test his patience until he died. Although he had to admit that sometimes it was quite dangerous. If he survives, he will become a problem for the monster and he will have to meet with it more than once in order to completely destroy it. This monster was a Koulan from the Northern River Magic School and he was ready to punish this young man instead of the master, as if he would definitely punish him. The monster could not just leave the young man without punishment, so she decided to act and catch up with him and punish him as quickly as possible. As always, he took out his pipe and began to make certain sounds on it to summon all his snakes that were ready to serve him. They crawled from everywhere possible and were in one big ball to be stronger than their opponent. Some of them crawled along the ground towards their goal. They needed to look for a trace where their enemy had moved. Others curled up into a single ball and moved very quickly, although everything in their path. Together they were a huge force. A few minutes after the Koulan called all the snakes to come to his aid, he was already surrounded by his assistants and they were ready to attack. Koulan was so angry and that he could not forgive the young man for leaving him, and he knew for sure that he would not go far from him. He would still catch up with him. The young man and the boy were ready to run away as quickly as possible from everything that was happening to them now. They needed to hide somewhere. The young man resisted, but the poison made itself felt more and more and his eyes were closed. He tried to fight it. Sometimes his strength left him and then they fell into the water together. This happened more than once, but then he pulled himself together and got up and moved on again. This time he fell. He managed to get up very quickly. He did not let go of the boy he was carrying and who needed to be saved. Immediately after he got up, he fell back. His strength became less and less. Then he got up again and fell back. It seemed that they would never be able to escape from here. The young man moved forward. He understood that no matter how, he must escape and pull with him this boy who was hanging on his arm. He thought that even if he couldn't save himself, he should at least save the child. Beer was very upset that they were running away and the fish he caught was left lying there on the shore. A young man with a boy in his arms tried to run to the shore. Behind them was moving a huge cloud consisting of only poisonous snakes that were ready to sting anyone in their path. Koulan was somewhere at the end of this whole snake cloud. He was happy that he was able to call so many snakes to finally destroy this young man. Koulan ran after them and shouted, "Where are they going?" After all, it's impolite to do so, and shouted after the young man that he had completely gone crazy because of the poison. Koulan was ready to end it all and ordered his subordinate snakes to dance the last poisonous dance. The young man and Bira successfully reached the shore. On the other side, huge tentacles consisting of snakes were approaching them. It resembled the tentacles of an octopus, which were ready to reach anywhere in order to drag in their victim and destroy. The young man looked at all this and thought that now everything that is happening in front of him is again an illusion and he is under hypnosis. Bira told him that this is not an illusion at all. These words made the young man very happy because he realized that the boy had woken up, which means he would live. Bira thought that he had not noticed how he had woken up. The tentacles of this monster consisting of snakes were getting closer and closer, and the young man decided that they needed to run away to get away from them. The young man realized that if this was all really happening, then he had very little time left to live. The only thing he could do now was take the boy to a safe place. When they found themselves in a safe place, he decided to put Beer on the ground. It seemed to him that this would be right and it was time to let the boy go. The young man needed to take this fight, and it was only his fight with this monster. The boy was here at all. The young man thought that this was already the end and his name would be immortalized at this place because he was ready to stop this monster. The man said that he would stop these snakes and not one of them would get to the boy, and told Bira to leave as quickly as possible and not look back. Bira looked at him and listened to his every word. The young man said that the boy would forgive him for everything that happened to him and for the fact that he dragged him into this fight. The young man told him to run away. Bira did not resist and decided that he really needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. The young man accepted the fight and he was ready to stand until the very end. He chopped these snakes in half, so they scattered in different directions. Bira tried to get away from this place as quickly as possible and decided to obey and not look back. Although it was very difficult for him to do this, he heard sounds behind him and he wanted to see what was happening there, but he only moved forward. The young man fought off these snakes with all his might, which were approaching him from all sides. There were so many of them that sometimes he did not have time to chop them down, and then they came closer. Bira walked further and further. He was offended that today he would not be able to bring for breakfast the same fish that he caught. The young man continued to fight off the attack from several sides of the snake tentacles that attacked him. No matter how much he destroyed them, they did not become smaller. Koulan looked at how desperately the young man was fighting and thought that he still needed to wait quite a bit, and then who knows, maybe he would destroy him then. The young man's strength was becoming less and less, so he sat down completely exhausted to rest. It seemed to him that a little time would be enough and he would be able to re-enter the battle. But his body did not move at all. Was this the end? Thought the young man, and even then he needed to prepare for death. He took off the pendant that he had been wearing all the time and took it in his hands to look at it for the last time and remember everything that was connected with it. He looked at him and realized that he was already ready for death, whatever it may be, in order to accept it now and precisely in this place. The young man was not afraid to die. He only regretted one thing, and that was that he never found out whether his friend actually died or not. He thought that now his time of death had come, and his only sorrow was the thought of his friend. He wanted to know whether he was alive or not. He began to accept his death with dignity. The cloud that had just looked like an octopus had now turned into a tornado and was ready to spin the young man inside itself as it got closer. Koulan rejoiced at his upcoming victory. He was already thinking about what he would do with his victim and how cruelly he would kill her. The fact that he directed thousands of snakes at the young man. It was one of his plans to die as painfully as possible and suffer as much as possible. The young man said that the outcome of this fight was predetermined and asked that the Koulan no longer delay immediately. Kill him even though he is not a man, it's not worth wasting time. Koulan was happy only because his enemy was very scared and he was already completely desperate, but he told him that he would die as he wanted. At the same time, he just dared to take a swing at the great master. He had to pay with his head immediately. Well, since this did not happen, his death will be painful, and he would not see an easy death. Koulan still could not understand how he then managed to get out of this whole situation and escape on a mountain ram. He didn't understand why his master freed him. He saw it with his own eyes when the master let him go and even gave him his ram. In addition to the fact that the master freed him to such an impudent insect like him, the master gave away her thing, which he now held in his hands. Most likely, this arrogant young man did something to her and fooled her into letting him go after everything and also giving him her thing in the form of a talisman. The fact that he had besotted her was clear from the master's face. She looked at the young man with some unusually enchanted gaze and was ready to look at him forever. This is the sadness that was in her eyes. It was all the fault of the young man. She never smiled again and was always in this mood. Koulan decided that he would chop the young man into very small pieces, which would be his punishment for what he did to the master. The young man could no longer hear practically anything. His strength was completely leaving him. The effects of the poison were becoming stronger and stronger and he was already lying on the earth. And he couldn't move. He was no longer defending himself. In his hand was the same medallion that he had now taken off and which the master had given him before when she said goodbye to him. The young man was lying on the ground and snakes were approaching him from all sides. They were ready to surround him from all sides and destroy him. The young man lay and there were more and more snakes around him. They crawled along his back, along his neck. I bit him and continued to crawl further. There was no longer a single place in his business where there was no snake. They released their poison in order to be stung as painfully as possible by so many snakes and so many bites were unbearable to withstand. His body was completely covered by that ball of snakes that crawled towards him. The only thing they could not cover was his hand that held the medallion. Koulan thought that in this young man's hand was the very master's decoration and he wanted the young man to give him this medallion. He did not expect such a turn of events. The Koulan came closer to take away the mind of the young man. Medallion, but his gaze fell in the other direction. In front of him stood the same boy who opened the pot in which he was sitting. The Koulan asked him what he was doing here and why he didn't run away. This monster started screaming that the boy was completely crazy and that he probably wanted to die because he could get angry and then they would treat him like a young man and maybe even worse. Bira stood and looked at this Koulan. He was absolutely not afraid of him and to all his threats. He said that this was his destiny, that's why he was here. The monster asked again, is he not afraid of him and wants to die like this young man? Is he really not afraid at all? Bira stood and looked him straight in the eyes. He had no fear after listening to this monster. He told the uncle to retreat, and then the boy took a step forward and added, if now the uncle doesn't retreat and he doesn't listen to him, then he doesn't answer for himself. The boy's eyes became a completely different color. He possessed some kind of amazing power. Koulan immediately realized that this was the same force that then helped them throw him aside. Now it became clear that it was a boy. He took another step forward and most likely he was not going to joke. In fact, he was stronger than this Koulan and was going to throw him aside. The power that this boy possessed concentrated and began to circle around him. All those snakes that were nearby were cut in half and thrown as far as possible. He had very great power. It was unbearable to approach the boy for more than one shot. Everything that was around him he destroyed or threw aside. The force was so great that the Koulan could not cope with it. Koulan thought of only one thing, that he had to dodge now. For him it was very dangerous. He could not withstand such great force. This power absorbed him and the Koulan realized that this could not happen. But it happened and now he is in very great danger. He decided that he needed to run with all his might, otherwise he would not have a single chance to survive. So he gathered his strength and ran so as not to die. He ran so fast that he didn't even notice what was happening around him. The most important thing was to escape from this force. All that was left of his snakes were pieces of their bodies flying in the air. Not a single one of them remained. The clan ran so fast that he did not notice how the leaves rustled under his feet. He did not notice anything around him at all. He ran with only one thought. He needed to run away from this force as far as possible so that it could not touch him. He stopped to take a breath and realized that it was incredible, but he still survived and came out of this scrape alive, although he had no chance. When the Koulan took his breath, he decided to see what happened to the young man and return to the place from which he fled. But he was very surprised because he didn't find anyone there. He was wondering, where are all these idiots and why is there no one here now? In general, there was no one in the area and there was complete silence. as if nothing had happened here some time ago. Everything was in its original form. The only thing was that a slight wind rose and it blew along the tops of the rocks that surrounded this place on all sides. Nonsense, somewhere far away there is a high mountain that could be seen from here or maybe somewhere further. This wind also reached the tower that was in this town. It was the tallest and therefore you could clearly see all around from it. All the houses were down there and the only tower was the only one in the city. Its windows faced all four sides and you could see absolutely everything from all sides. The only visitor to this tower couldn't just get into this tower. It was the wind that could fly in whenever it wanted. He sat and carefully wrote out each hieroglyph. This time he liked to write even more than the previous one and he did it with great pleasure. A young man went into the hall with a brush in his hands and thought what hieroglyph he would write now and what it would mean for him. It was a very important task. He thought that for some reason it was very noisy today, despite the fact that there was no one nearby and he was absolutely alone in this room. He thought that it was dark and also cold and also filled with rusty water. It was some very familiar wind that was walking through his room. He smiled and thought, where did it come from? He decided to look for himself, so he spun around to transform into a bird and see for himself everything and, most importantly, find out what kind of wind it was. This is precisely why he needed such a high tower, so that he could take off at any moment and observe everything that was happening in the area. When he was flying, he thought that of course he would not want to leave the source and possible guests, but the smell that he smelled did not give him peace. He decided to fly and do everything himself. You can only trust yourself and your eyes to explore. During the flight, he was haunted by the smell of a black blade. It was a very specific smell. He wondered why this smell appeared now, because 9 years had already passed. It was 9 years ago that he last heard this smell. It was the smell of blood and iron. It was at that moment when raindrops splashed in all directions. It was not just rain, but the drops were red. They were the bloody drops of one dwarf, but it seemed to him that it ended then. Now this will not happen again. Then these drops splashed and burned like winter rain and no one could stop it. The only thing that was clear was that it was Hichol Helma, and this meant only one thing, that a great evil was hanging over the world. And rainy tears alone will not be enough as an apology. Something must happen that can change events. Then it was a fight for my life and death between the two forces of good and evil and between black and white. They concentrated all their forces and began to attack each other. Only the strongest could survive. Evil, as always, was ready to do anything to win and take over the world. He needed complete power over everyone. He was annoyed that they called him great. Hacking was much younger than his brother and he thought it was very rude. His brother was ready for him to close his mouth already. He's not too small to cry. And he completely believed that this evil was not his brother at all and he should not call him that. This was the moment of truth. They each stood on their own hill and were ready to fight in a single battle in order to finally decide which of them was stronger. They looked into each other's eyes for several minutes to understand how strong their opponent was and to understand that they really were not brothers to each other. They were completely different. Therefore, he said that it was up to him to decide whether he was a brother or not, but it didn't matter anymore because he decided to go to the end. Despite the fact that he will go to the very end, he heard the answer that if he pisses him off, he will receive a worthy answer. And this answer was the sword of the stream that destroyed everything that was in its path. It was impossible to escape from its retribution. This evil continued to say that, thanks to his brother he opened his eyes and it's okay if he continues to call him that because he was much more accustomed to that. And he also had a weapon. It was the wrath of blood that he mastered in perfection, not in the blood of moss to stop everyone. That's why he showed off his strength and told his brother to pay attention to him and his strength too. The battle was inevitable and each of them was ready to attack in order to find out whose strength would be much stronger and who could win. Sword of the Flow you blood wrath came together in battle. Their swords were crossed and the two forces had to find out which of them was stronger. It was a very strong blow that shook all the surrounding rocks. From each of these rock stones fell from the force that were crossed with swords. This rockfall was like a rain of stones. It seemed that it would never pass and everything around would crumble and fall. Each of them, after delivering the first attack, returned to their positions and took a position convenient for him because it was not the end yet. Both dark and white forces had to think about only one thing, that their position would be as strong and convenient as possible and that they would be invulnerable. They each stood on their own rock and waited for the right moment to strike the next blow and attack their enemy. Black was waiting for the right moment and he could only defend himself, but also attack himself. He understood that his position was a little worse. White knew that he was stronger and his strength was also stronger, but any cunning could be expected from Black and he could not play fairly. Black was happy only because his opponent was now angry and he might not be so pure. How he behaves. So he asked his so-called brother why even when he gets angry he still tries to be much more merciful than him. Therefore, the Black one said goodbye and said to his brother happy and then jumped from the cliff on which he was standing. He wanted to prove by this that he was much better than his brother Umabek. White couldn't say anything. He said one word brother and released the slime from his eyes. He felt very sorry for him and the way he acted. Black flew down into the abyss and he did not have a single chance to escape and stay alive. It was then that this smell appeared, which returned after 9 years, because then they thought that it fell and broke and would never be there again. This can't be true. Did he really manage to survive then? He thought, flying around all the surroundings and checking where that smell of wind came from. It was impossible, but he thought it might be there. He should check. We must hurry before the trace of this energy has not completely disappeared. The Nagornoy River where all the events had just taken place was completely silent and did not foretell anything like that something else could happen. Koulan stood in the middle of the reservoir and around him there were those very pots of his. They were absolutely calm and covered with lids. No one could have thought that they could bring evil. Koulan was upset. He couldn't understand who this guy was who appeared on his way. No matter how long he lived in this world, he had never seen anything like this. Then he paid attention to his pots. It seemed to him that there were few of them, and he decided to count them to make sure that everything was in order. He began to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was impossible, but where was there another pot? So it was stolen. He remembered about this boy who opened the lid and asked him to lend him a pot. Did this kid really manage to steal one pot from him? He began to get even more angry because he had never had anything like this and he felt completely defenseless because different boys could steal his potty. He decided that the boy was now his enemy and he had to answer for everything. So he became very angry with him. Koulan climbed into one of these pots and thought that he was very careless and therefore lost 2 whole pots dear to him. He thought that this boy ruined everything for him and if the master found out about this, then he could not avoid problems. He needed to put everything back in its place. Therefore, the pots rolled in the footsteps of where the boy went. It was necessary to find him as quickly as possible and return what belonged to the Koulan. It was getting dark outside and it was almost night. The sunset on that day was more like never before than a bloody sunset. It was the same color. What is the color of blood? A bird was flying in the air. It was him. He was looking for traces of that same power while it could still be found. The wind brought him to the place where there had recently been a fight between a young man and a Koulan and where the boy was able to defeat the Koulan. He turned around several times in order to land and see everything in place with his own eyes. Another second and he was already in human form and could see everything that was around him and even smell that same smell. He lit his pipe and realized only one thing, that he was a little late and the events had all ended long ago. But he needed to feel where this force moved next. The picture was not very attractive. Around parts of the snake were chopped up. There were so many of them that it seemed like a whole snake mountain had grown. Chopped snakes were everywhere, not only on land but also in water, and among them there was not a single living one. He thought that there was most likely a Koulan from the magicians of the northern river. On the one hand, it was clear who was fighting here. Now it was necessary to understand against whom. The young man thought, did these mercenaries make such a noise that it reached him? Or maybe there was something else here that might interest him. He took another drag from his pipe and thought, what does it mean that Chol Helma and the mages of the northern river were here and started the battle? Interesting, very interesting. She stood and looked at the sky. Almost nothing was visible, but he was flying in the sky and again she could not take her eyes off him. She thought only about one thing, that he had made himself known again. Her gaze was the same as the last time. Yes, it was the head of the central region of Mulguan. She remembered that his name was Banjo. She sat on her mountain ram and waited for him to disappear so that she could see him with her own eyes. She looked and thought that it was the first time she had seen a Koulan so seriously beaten and destroyed. His world was no longer the same as before. She thought that most likely someone else had intervened, and she didn't know whom she didn't know. She had no other explanation. Her ram asked her why she let such a handsome young man go and now she is sad about him. There must be some reason for all this. She replied that he would find out when the time comes. But for now they need to start with the Koulan and find him as soon as possible. The ram said that this young man would have an impact in adulthood. She did not listen to him to the end, interrupted him and said that she would probably have to go herself. The ram asked for forgiveness from his mistress. He thought, however, why this is an absurd situation and why does she need this disguise? Is it because of this that the young lady told him to try to keep his conclusions to himself and they moved on? The smell of this smell around was unbearable to sleep, even to lie down. My eyes instantly opened and I wanted to eat like crazy. The young man opened his eyes and at some point he did not understand where he was. The last thing that came to his mind was that he was saying goodbye to life and I remember that he could not move his body. This time he was able to open his eyes only because the smell that came to him was somewhere very close and stimulated his strong appetite. Therefore, after he opened his eyes, he thought that most likely he was in heaven. But the only thing that confused him was that there really are smells in heaven too. And he also doubted because he saw something that definitely could not happen in heaven. He thought, is it possible that they fry fish in the area and after they fry it they immediately eat something like this? Surely there must be something like this in the area? He wanted to join these bears and he was ready to sit down with them and eat fried fish that smelled so delicious and looked at him. And she decided that this guy also needed some food, so she threw him a fish so he could eat it. The young man was a little surprised why only one. After all, they had a whole bunch and he swallowed this fish in a matter of seconds. He ate this fish and thought about one thing. What should he call the bear now? Or maybe he could call him Bear-san. But he was not confused and wished bon appetit to Bear-san. He thought that this was definitely paradise and that's where he ended up. He thanked the bear and told them a big thank you because the bears became sick and her little cubs climbed onto her, who had already filled their bellies and were ready to go for a walk. The young man heard the voice of the same boy who asked him if he slept well. Now it was unclear where he was if he saw this baby. Bira looked at the young man and asked if he had slept a lot because he came to his senses very quickly and looked good. The young man was very upset because he saw the very boy he was saving. Is the kid really here in heaven too and he is also dead? Tears appeared in his eyes. He didn't know how this could be and why he was here too. Was he really unable to escape and they killed him too? The young man sat and cried. He felt that it was his fault that the boy could not survive. It turns out that he did not protect himself and could not count him. I thought that this boy was still very small and he could have had a completely different life, but because of him he ended up here. The young man began to talk about how he failed to survive himself and in the end the boy did not survive either. He had to gain as much time as possible so that he could escape. He blamed himself for everything and said that he was very pathetic. Even after death there was no forgiveness for him for not being able to save what was my guilty child. Bira listened to him to the end and asked him if he really hit his head that hard and then added that he didn't die and it's unlikely that heaven could look something like this. These words reassured the young man and he was glad that he was alive and the boy same. Then it turned out that he, too, did not die and was alive, and all the poison that filled his case had disappeared somewhere. Bira thought that there was not so much and I got it from his body. The young man decided that obviously the same Bear-san had found them. Most likely it was the spirit of the forest that took her form and saved them. Bira did not want to argue, but he knew that no spirit existed and that the glutton would definitely not have saved them. The young man said that the bear found them and saved their lives, and the boy sat so calmly and behaved as if nothing had happened. You need to show at least a little respect for the bear. Bira thought that everything was fine with his head, he was just a fool in life. The young man remembered the very bottle that he had kept for many years. After all, it contained alcohol, and it was from this bottle that he tried it for the first time. He looked in the direction where he had just seen the bear. She disappeared into the darkness at night, so he decided that she was definitely a spirit. When Bira saw this bottle, he said that it was very beautiful. He became interested in what was inside it. The young man began to tell that once he had difficulty getting this alcohol, he had someone with whom he wanted to drink. The boy sniffed this bottle several times and liked the smell, so he asked if he could and also said that he was very close friend of that spirit. The young man answered him that he was too young to drink alcohol from a bottle. When he grew up then he could try. Bira thought that it was so difficult for this young man to share when he grows up. He will definitely try and it won't let him. The boy turned to the side and, like a small child, pouted his lips because he was not allowed to do what he wanted. He decided that he would not talk to the young man. He was offended by him. The young man looked at the boy and called him to make peace with him. He didn't want the kid to be offended by him. He remembered the very day when he found this alcohol and showed it to his friend. He was so happy that he had that real alcohol. His friend said that it was very expensive and asked where he got it. When they first tried it, they liked it and his friend too. Then he said that the young man was great and he was also wondering where he got it from. He replied that there is a way. He suggested that on such a very important day like this, they should drink real alcohol like real adults and then they would have a real drinking session. They sat opposite each other, took a sip from this bottle and passed it to each other so that they could drink the same. Suddenly at some point he said that it seemed to him that he was already drunk and said that now he understands a little why adults love alcohol so much. Then he told his friend that he was making very funny sounds. It was hiccups, so he nicknamed him Mr. Hiccups. His friend was upset. He felt uneasy because he had to leave tomorrow and he didn't want to say goodbye to him. He understood perfectly well that they would never see each other again. It was the last day. They sat opposite each other for some time because they were afraid to part. Their paths diverged. I could never meet again. His friend was the one with beautiful eyes who looked at him without taking her eyes off and he also looked at her. It was then that she gave him her medallion and told him to take it. The young man said that he would cherish this medallion as his life. And she also said that he should wear it with honor. When she returns she will find him, but this has not happened yet. Then the young man said that he would first become very cool and offered to drink together again as a farewell. He agreed and they stayed together for some time. They had a lot of fun then and didn't want to leave. The young man remembered this meeting every time, so he carried with him the same bottle of alcohol that they once drank together. He remembered her Sohyul every time the opportunity presented itself. These memories gave him the meaning of life and filled him with strength. While the young man was reminiscing and talking about what connected him with this bottle, he noticed that the bottle in his hands was gone. Turning his head, he saw that Bira was holding this bottle in her hands and was already trying to take a few sips from it. The young man immediately took the bottle from the boy's hands, as expected. After he took something from the child, he began to cry. Bira was no exception. He began to sob loudly because they took his toy. The boy said that he should have better hidden such a good thing from prying eyes if he didn't want someone to use it. The young man realized that the baby drank everything from the bottle because there was not a single drop in it. Bira ran around the clearing, sang songs about how he was drunk. Now it became clear to him why adults love alcohol so much. The young man looked at the boy who was happy and dancing, who came up with the idea that he now needs to go and catch a fish and then he will return home. He tumbled around a young man in this clearing and sang a song about how he was going to catch fish. He had a lot of fun. Then he came up behind the young man, sat down and leaned his elbows on his back. He could no longer tumble because the young man was in the way. Bira said that he did not understand what this obstacle was in his way and he ordered the young man to move away because he was bothering him. He turned and told the young man that he knew people like him well and if he wanted he was ready to give him some advice. At first the young man said nothing and Bira decided that he did not need his advice. Then he replied that let the boy give him advice if he wants. Then the boy said that in any situation, first of all, think about saving your own skin and you need to run or hide just to save yourself. Then he added that he did not ask for help from him. But he was still fussing and trying to save others and not at all about himself thought. The young man asked the boy for forgiveness for making him worry and acting incorrectly in his opinion. Bira answered him that now he doesn't care what happened or passed. Besides, on the other hand, it's not bad at all. Even though it's from God, but from the outside it looks decent. The fact that he decided to take the fight and told Bira to leave this place as quickly as possible and not look back, of course, he did so until a certain moment, until he became curious, and he decided to turn around and see what was happening there. Now it concerned him too. Then when Bira turned and looked, it seemed to him that this young man reminded him of someone and it had happened to him once before. When he was even younger, someone said this to him once and told him to leave as quickly as possible and not look back. It was his grandfather who told him to leave his frivolous idea and leave as soon as possible, and his grandfather would soon catch up with him. He was very small then and did not understand what was happening. He cried and said that he was not ready to leave on his own and that they should go with their grandfather. But his grandfather remained standing there on this rock, after which he never saw him and of course he did not catch up with him. Beru was taken by the bear, who took him as far as possible from this place. He cried all the time and called his grandfather, asking him not to leave him. He rode on the back of the bear and looked where his grandfather was sitting. He didn't care about everything else then, as long as he was next to him. He didn't understand why his grandfather left him. When Bira realized that his grandfather would never catch up with him again and they would not be together, he was very offended by him for this lie and even began to hate him. Time passed and the grievances also passed along with this time. The only thing that remained for Bira was that he missed his grandfather very much. The young man listened to the baby's whole story and realized that he was not such a capricious and spoiled child as he had just thought. Most likely, he had no one to tell everything that he felt and therefore now alcohol had such an effect on him that he was very upset. He sat and cried, wondering if his grandfather was alive. The young man thought that he was not a completely lost child and that he also had feelings and desires. They sat like that for a while, leaning their backs against each other, so it was easier to tell the other everything you were worried about and thinking about. The young man asked the boy that until now he had called him just kid and now he was very interested in whether he had a name. The boy replied that his name was Bira, that's what his grandfather called him. Then he began to be very indignant because he believed that the young man should not have known his name and he should not have said it. He should forget it now. The guy laughed and said that they were asking for forgiveness from Bira, but he would call him by his name. The boy was indignant. The guy continued to ask him about what he was fishing on that day when everything happened and did not see what was left with that guy. Bira understood exactly what he needed now. It was fishing and he said that they should go fishing now. Now is the right time and there will be a good catch. The boy got up and walked forward. He began to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then he said that he would go catch a fish and then return home. The young man did not really like this behavior of Bira and he told him to calm down first and then they would go fishing. But before he could finish speaking, he saw that this little guy fell to the ground and fell asleep very soundly, so he even began to snore a little. But in the dream he still walked forward in order to catch a fish and then return home. In fact, he could no longer go anywhere, he was fast asleep. The guy looked at him and his soul felt calm. Now he won't run away anywhere and will be able to sleep a little, he thought. The young man took off his cape to cover the baby and he was able to sleep a little longer. He needed this in order to remove the alcohol from his body, so he went up to him and covered him with Bira's cloak. He slept very soundly and no longer heard everything that was happening around him. The young man thought that even this little child who is now sleeping so soundly lives in this world and does not trust anyone. And he also thought that he didn't understand at all, but somehow he managed to escape, so he must live on and die after all. It's not just that. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the forest surrounding him. He asked the spirit for forgiveness. If it was he who saved him, but he must return. He thought all the time about those words that the one he was looking for had died. He had to see for himself. He remembers how Mock took this decoration off her head and handed it to him, then he still didn't know why she did that. Then she explained to him that she received this jewelry from a man named So Hyul, he should take it. That's how he got this thing. He thought that if he encountered the magician of the Northern River again, he would definitely be finished and would not be able to survive. He looked at the sleeping boy and told him that if he survived and returned, he and Bira would definitely go fishing together. There was nothing keeping him here anymore and he had already said goodbye to everyone. Therefore, he needed to return to find out the whole truth. Bira was sleeping, covered with a young man's cape. He had a dream and in the dream he was going to go fishing, so he kept repeating let's go fishing. 1 2 3 4 The boy said that he would go catch a fish and then return home. Ahead of him was his grandfather who asked where he would go then. They walked together and sang this song which said that you will catch a fish and then what will you do with it? I will catch a fish and I will take it and fry it. Of course, there was nothing better than fried fish, and there was nothing tastier than it. Nothing. They sang this song together when they went fishing together. It was this dream with his grandfather that he had now and he remembered how they fried fish on a spit. But the young man no longer heard anything. He decided that he needed to return. His flight today was not entirely successful. He was completely unable to find out where this smell was coming from and it was time for him to return home. He thought that it took a lot of time. It was longer than he expected and now he needed to return home immediately. The closer he flew, the more he heard lamentations that he had been gone for quite a long time, so he tried to fly as quickly as possible. In the city everything was as always. The merchant stood and the barker said that he had rare antiques. They walked and looked at the most famous dish of Mulguan, jade dumplings. This is the place where magi from the West Wind School usually go to eat meat. At the entrance there is a person who offers to come in and shows where you can sit. Then he flew over the city. He heard someone say welcome. This is Mulguan and when the war is over, you need to take a walk here. There is nothing better than swimming in the hot springs, and a special performance of the spider families will begin now. He flew over all this and looked from the height of his flight at what was going on down there and it was already time to return home. He spun around several times and again became in human form. This flight unsettled him a little and he was a little tired. He needed to rest. Well, immediately he heard a knock on his door. Most likely they had already tried to find him several times and it was unsuccessful. The door opened, a girl entered the room. She turned to him as a master and asked him where he had been for so long and why he didn't say anything. It was Churin. The master turned, looked at the girl and asked her for an apology. He had one urgent matter that he had to solve immediately. The girl said that the three sisters of the magician from the School of Eastern Fire had come and the master needed to hurry up to meet them. They were waiting for him. The master said that he didn't even know that these three sisters were supposed to come. Well, nothing can be done about it, so he's ready to accept them. While the owner of the house was away, the three sisters decided to take the opportunity to dine and have a drink at a party. They did this every time they came to visit and today's visit was no exception. The most important thing was to eat and drink well. All three of them received great pleasure from this and each of them thought that it was very good. Their meal was interrupted by someone's voice who said what kind of lovely winter flowers bloomed in front of him, emitting a barely noticeable sweet fragrance. They were flattered by such attention and were ready to admit that they were old and which of them were already flowers. Their older brother Banjo came out to them and told them that welcome to the masters of the Eastern Fire School. The master said that he was glad to see them. The three sisters began to talk about how life had become very difficult lately. They wanted to chat a little with him, so they came here. Three sisters began to talk among themselves about how it seemed to them that Banjo had become even more prettier. One of the three answered that they, too, once had faces no worse than most likely they drank too much. The master handed them a bottle and said that it was in him and also asked if they came here so unexpectedly. It means something is bothering them and he wants to find out what. When he began to pour one of them, she began to say that he was right and now there was only one headache from these impossible flies from the North River School. The master, of course, heard about him and knew that their new leader was an unusually young man. Is there really any connection with this? Recently the opposition tried to overthrow the new leader, but in the end they only got a lot of trouble and nothing worked out for them. Apart from the children, all members of this opposition are in prison or have been killed, but the problem was that it didn't end there. These same children managed to escape while they used strange magic that no one knew. Of course, they by and large don't care about all this that happened there and hunting children is not a completely worthy thing. But the magic of the Northern River put pressure on them and, not entirely honestly, forced them to search for these children. So the master was not happy with all of this. I tried to be very hospitable and listened carefully to everything that these three sisters were saying. He listened to them and looked towards Churin. The girl understood him perfectly and now she quietly nodded to do what he asked, so she left. The master poured alcohol for the three sisters and they interrupted each other, saying that this is exactly why they came here, to get away from everything and they always have to suffer because of whoever is on top. The girl went down the long stairs from the very tower where the master's room was located. She went to fulfill his request. She went down to the very bottom and approached a huge man who was chopping wood. He did it so easily that she said that the wood was chopped themselves. The girl turned to him and asked him to stop for a minute and talk to her. This thug thought that she had finally made up her mind and agreed to dinner with him. She told him to stop talking nonsense and there is someone who needs to be found, which is why she came here. The bully replied that this was a difficult case and said that he already had a job. Doesn't she see that he is chopping wood? The girl was persistent and said that this was the master's request. The thug asked her if this request was connected with those old women from the Eastern School of Fire. If so, I would like to refuse in a rude manner. The girl interrupted him and said maybe he would listen first. What was the essence of the request? The thug said that he was ready to listen to her in return. She would have to go to dinner with him. The girl replied that this was out of the question. She turned around and left, adding that she doesn't dine with moths. These words made the thug very angry. After all, he wasn't a moth, but the butterfly girl added that he already understood and heard everything. So he needs to leave immediately. The thug decided that he shouldn't be upset and that someday he would get her and added that she should wait for him. Since this was the master's request, he had to fulfill it immediately, so he jumped high enough to find himself on one of the roofs of the houses. The girl looked at this thug from the side as he would now carry out tasks. She had seen this more than once, but still she wanted to see. He jumped onto one of the highest roofs of this city. Now he could look down on this entire city. He didn't hesitate and took a deep breath, which was necessary in order to let this air out of himself. When he exhaled and released this air from himself in a very large flow, he released butterflies that he could control. It was the breath of a blue butterfly. A lot of blue butterflies were released. They all glowed in the sky like little lights. The girl stood below and watched every move of this thug. Even though she called him a moth, she still liked the breath of the blue butterfly. It was very beautiful. Other girls watched this. They thought that the moth's breath was so beautiful. They were very sorry that they couldn't get close to it. One of these girls said that he was a so-so thug and he had no manners at all. Moreover, he smelled, and if you look at how awkwardly he talks to girls, it was completely hilarious. Chorin heard the conversation of these two girls. She turned to them and said that it was not Molly but butterflies, and why do they talk so much that they have no work at all? These girls could not argue with the mistress, so they said that they had a job to do, bowed and went to do it. The girl stood for a long time and looked at the sky as these butterflies flew further and further. It was such a beautiful sight that she could not take her eyes off. One of the three sisters looked to the side and saw the glow of blue butterflies, so she asked Banjo where he was going. The second one asked if he had any interesting things to do that they didn't know about. The master didn't know how to answer these three sisters, and he started from afar and said that this is not exactly what they were thinking about, and it's somehow completely uncomfortable for him to talk about it, so he tried to turn the conversation in the other direction, but he didn't succeed. These three sisters were very curious. Each of them tried to ask him something. One of them said what was there, the second said not to worry and told everything without hesitation, and the third made the assumption that he had a lover. The master began to say that perhaps there was nothing special, but at some point he had to tell them the truth. What happened? And he said that he felt now in a few seconds. He added that he felt Koulan, and it also seemed a little suspicious to him. Immediately after these words, the three sisters fell silent. They did not want to make their assumption anymore, and they were definitely not ready for it because they had just heard. Mira slept quietly. He felt so warm and comfortable sleeping under this young man's cape. He could sleep like that for a long time. He continued to have very sweet dreams, and in these dreams he was with his loved one and his grandfather. He loved him very much. He didn't even want to wake up because he felt good in his dream. There was such a time that he couldn't forget. Bira felt that something was wrong and someone tore him from where the young man had hidden him. It was the bear. Miro got angry with her and said that she was most likely crazy. He didn't understand why she would be his in the middle of the night. The bear waved her paws and pointed towards the beginning. The boy didn't guess what she wanted to tell him, but she was persistent. Then Bira realized that the young man had left. Is this really true? And why did he do this? He had many questions and there was not a single answer. Bira was offended by him again. This was the second time. This time he left and didn't say a word to the boy. He left while he was sleeping. Mira sat and lamented that this young man was a liar. He would only waste his words, and he also offered him to go fishing. And he left while he was sleeping. The bear was showing something else in that direction. Bira realized that she saw someone else there besides the young man. And this one she saw looked very dangerous, so it was impossible to allow them to meet, and once again the young man was in danger. Bira asked the bear if he went in the same direction where there was danger. The bear shook her head. Mira calmed himself down a little and began to say that they were unlikely to meet because the forest was very large and nothing bad should happen. In addition, Bira told the bear that his grandfather strictly forbade him to leave the forest under any circumstances, and he obeys his grandfather. Bira walked in front and the bear was behind, but their thoughts were about the same thing. They were thinking about this young man whose name was Tanya. The boy remembered that very evening when they were sitting with each other's backs and when he advised Tanya that in any situation, first of all, you need to think about saving your own skin and you need to run or hide to save yourself. And I'm saying that he never asked him for help but that the young man is always fussing and trying to save others but doesn't think about himself at all. Bira thought that he had said so much to the young man that he could be offended by him because he had done nothing wrong. He tried to save him. Therefore, the boy felt that he felt completely uneasy and he thought that Tanya might get into trouble somewhere and he would need help. He didn't even think about it some time ago, but now he's doing it. I don't even understand why he would come to help this young man again. Recently, for the first time, he is going to leave the bear and her children with whom he spent all his time for a long time. Bira told the bear if she and the children get hungry, then let her eat the fish that is in the pot that he brought. Bira said that he would return soon. He only needed to see if Tanya was safe and immediately after that he would return. The she-bear watched Bira move further and further away, and at some point he was no longer visible at all. The two of them remained alive in the midst of a completely burned building. He swore at these mages in the fire who burned everything here. She told him to sit still and not twitch. He was in pain and he made sounds like kai and wa. She said if he made such sounds he wouldn't be able to recover for a long time. Their conversation was interrupted by some noise in the courtyard. They went up to see who else was there and saw a young man who appeared there. This obviously made them happy. They had not seen any people here for a long time, and the appearance of the young man was only a joy to them. They immediately realized that they were very lucky when they saw Tanya moving through the ruins with a ball in his hands. They appreciated him and realized that he looked quite strong, which means they were very lucky that such a person appeared here. They decided that he was good for them as a victim and now they have something to do because they have a victim. Bira quickly moved away further and further. The bear tried to give him the last instruction that it was impossible to interfere in someone else's life or even in someone else's conversation. She talked about how you can't sacrifice yourself, you need to accumulate vicious melancholy inside yourself, no matter how hard and no matter how easy it was for him. Bira caught up with the young man and thought that he was much faster than he thought. He knew that he needed to keep his body and soul in check, otherwise he would not survive in this world. The evening city was very beautiful. 1,000 lanterns were burning around from above. It reminded me that small fireflies are glowing and illuminating this whole city. 3 sisters were sitting on the master's balcony. They were admiring the night view of the city. It seemed beautiful to them. And the drink was good too. One of the sisters asked because she was wondering where Banjo found this drink. One of the sisters told her that it seemed to her that it was not the taste of alcohol itself that was important, but the place where it was sung. Her sister supported her and said that she was saying everything correctly in such a good place and the taste of the drink was even better. The third added that it was a pity that they couldn't come here so often. One of the sisters said that she likes to be here because she enjoys the ringing laughter here that she hears from all sides. And she also added that in the end, lately it was very rare to hear laughter. These were sounds of joy and fun that came from the street. In this city, the enemies and allies of magic, ordinary people, were all equal here. All this was thanks to him, the man who made everyone equal in one city. Yumebaku was such a person. It was he who managed to turn the burning ruins into such a beautiful place as this city. One of the sisters said that this was exactly so. However, what about those young men? And turned to her sister. Did she let them go or not? They still didn't know the answer because she told me too. My sister answered that she was no longer young, and one of them used magic that she had never seen in her life and she was naturally confused for a moment. The sister asked, could she really be confused? She didn't believe it, but she continued and told her that she was too demanding of her. And if she had missed even one detail, they would all have suffered. One of the sisters said that it's enough to discuss this topic, they are unharmed, and the second sister supported her very well. The second sister said that health is most important. And she added that she would be excused for this stupid question. They all laughed. So much for scary sisters. Tanya moved along this burnt city. There was not a single person around, and there was not even a presence that someone was here. The young man thought that the person he had been looking for so long was most likely already dead, and once again he wondered if Sohyul was no longer alive. He ran through this entire city and caught himself thinking that there was no one here, complete ruins and not a single living person. But he was deeply mistaken. They had been watching him for a long time and even made him their victim. So the next moment the same one who was almost burned by the 3 sisters appeared in front of him. The young man turned and looked to the side. He didn't expect to see anyone here, so that he came here with him for a completely different purpose. But he had no choice because he was made for Tanya and he needed to fight them in order to survive. The young man managed to react and jump to the side while this one began to swing his axe and tried to attack Tanya. It was not clear to him how he dodged and how he felt that he was about to strike him. Usually he succeeded the first time. Tanya asked him if he is a hired killer. He should know who he will be dealing with now and how dangerous his opponent is. This one replied that the young man would shut up and not dare to compare him with some mercenary. For him it was an insult. For him, death was not a trifle and not an empty phrase, so he believed that death is glory and so he brings glory to other people by killing them. The mercenary was ready for this battle and tried to attack the young man, do it unexpectedly so that Tanya did not have time to escape the attack. He jumped high to deliver his blow from above. The young man looked down at him and was ready to defend himself at any moment, but he felt some kind of force that protected him. And this power was already familiar to him. He felt it several times already. He became stronger and the enemy could not defeat him. Therefore, in the next moment, it was not the enemy who attacked him, but attacked him, inflicting blows on the enemy, and here he was no longer sure, as at the very beginning, that this was his victim. The enemy's blow was not successful and therefore the young man extended his blade directly under his neck. Another movement could leave his opponent without a head. The mercenary looked at him with frightened eyes. He definitely didn't expect this turn of events and that his opponent would be so strong. He didn't know for sure. Therefore, I had nothing left to do but beg for mercy from the enemy. He closed his eyes and prepared to be carried off with his head, but this did not happen. He fell to the ground and lay with his eyes closed. He clearly didn't succeed in attacking today. He wasn't ready for this. The young man looked at him and told him to stop with it. This time he forgives him but asked him to do something else. Tanya did not waste any more time on this mercenary. He said that he was finished with him and he was very busy, so he needed to move on. When the young man moved a little forward, this mercenary said that he had a very good level. These words seemed strange to Tanya. The mercenary continued to say that he dealt with him like garbage and asked her if the young man wanted to by chance, after which he fell silent. And a second later he said that if the young man wanted to become part of his sacrifice, he was not quite such a simple mercenary as it might seem at first glance. And this mercenary stood up in his hands. There was the same axe, but there was some kind of magic around him. He possessed it. Tanya looked at this mercenary with a fascinated gaze. He didn't know what he wanted from him and most likely it was in vain that he let him go. Only now did it become clear to the young man that their battle was not over yet and he would have to fight this mercenary again. Around this mercenary his power in the form of a blue cloud was more and more concentrated. He could control this force, which on the one hand protected him and on the other hand he could direct it to attack his opponents. This power had such an ability that it could attack with 1,000 swords in its hands. This is power and it was unbearable to resist which were held in. And this whole force with the enemy whom he had just spared was advancing towards the young man and was already very close to him. He understood that he would not be able to cope with it. All this moving towards the young man left him in a state of horror. He did not know how he could cope with this. He thought that he would not have enough strength. He had never entered into battle with such an enemy. His opponent was getting more and more excited. He liked what was happening now and he really liked the fact that the young man was scared. The young man's fear gave nausea away to his opponent even more and increased his strength. It grew right before his eyes. With every moment it became more and more. And there were also more hands holding swords, which means the young man also had more opponents every moment. When this force came very close to the young man, it began to attack him with swords from all sides. He barely had time to repel these attacks. It seemed to him that there were so many of them that he could not fight them all off, but he tried and fought off those that were very close to him so as not to miss a single blow of the sword. The blows came very close to the young man and it seemed a little more and the enemy would reach his goal, but he managed to parry this blow at the last moment. Tanya realized that he can, despite the fact that his opponent is much stronger and more cunning than him and has such strength, try to cope with him. His opponent rejoiced at every blow and laughed at the young man when he failed and almost missed the blow. He thought that he could cope with Tanya. This monster shouted to the young man that he was no longer as cool as he seemed and now he looks very pathetic, but he will not regret him. The force got to the young man and constantly attacked. I didn't stop from all sides. It seemed like it would be an endless attack. This force surrounded him from all sides in order to attack not only from the front but also from behind. It seemed that for the young man everything was already over, but he did not give up. And at what point did she really surround him from all sides and swords were pointed at him from all sides? Another movement and the young man could have become a victim, but he decided that he had not yet completed his task. Therefore, it was too early for him to die. He decided to fight back until the very end. Despite the fact that the swords hit somewhere on his body, he no longer felt it and acted automatically. He decided that he needed to turn around and repel this attack. His strength was leaving him a little and it was already difficult for him to repel attack after attack, but he held on and was not going to give up. He was not going to despair and therefore he held the line, repelling all the attacks of his enemy. He needed to survive. He thought only about this. His opponent stopped attacking so aggressively and retreated back along with his strength. Tanya must to rest a little and gain strength in order to continue the fight. The young man wanted to know who was in front of him, a man or a monster, and if he was a man, where did he get so much strength from? Of course he laughed, so it was clear that this was a monster with energy that he could control and which could sacrifice anyone. The power that this monster possessed, it was the blade of mischief. He did not wait long and again decided to attack the young man, but this time he was ready to finish with him. Tanya decided that he could not cope with this force and needed to get out of there as quickly as possible or to a safer place. He tried to run away as quickly as possible, but he didn't succeed because the force was catching up with him and trying to attack him right away. Therefore, he had to once again fight back against this force and fight with every sword that was in the hand of this force. His sword and the blade of leprosy crossed in a blow. The young man withstood this blow and now he had to withstand this entire battle. Tanya swung several times and began to chop all these swords that were around him left and right. He needed to stay alive. This monster who had such power shouted to the young man where he was going. Let him come closer to lure him and destroy him. The battle continued and the young man smashed all the swords that tried to attack him in different directions. Behind them was the very monster who led them all. It seemed that this force had so many balls that they would never run out and would attack the young man endlessly and he would have to fight back endlessly too. They were everywhere, from the right to the left, from the top, from the bottom, from all sides to everyone, and they were ready to strike in 1 minute and he needed to be extremely careful and attentive in order to properly fend off them. She said that the young man's strength does not go away, but becomes greater and greater, and he becomes stronger and stronger with each attack repelled. He becomes more confident and stronger. He was even surprised that this couldn't happen and he never knew that he was capable of such things as he is now. When the force of this monster came from all sides and surrounded the young man, he was able to jump so high that this force could not reach him. He was able to jump so high and stay in the air that it was impossible for all that strength to reach him in the sky. He saw that the force was approaching from all sides and the swords crossed each other. It was on this platform that he decided to land because it was safe there. When he landed on these swords, he realized that he could control this force and make it move in the right direction as it would be convenient for him. Now the monster was not so confident in himself and he didn't like what he saw at all because the young man told him that he came up as he asked. And he jumped in order to attack the monster himself forward, straight at him. All these swords that were in the monster's strength were also moving behind him. Tanya felt strength in himself and he now understood what he was doing. He had to destroy this monster with his own power. Tanya jumped so as to land near this monster and after him the force moved along with the swords and it came closer and closer to the monster itself. The monster looked at her and realized that he could no longer do anything and he tried to stop her, but nothing worked for him. The force was moving straight towards him, but it was already impossible to change anything. Tanya, he was determined that if he was going to die, then he had to kill the one who brings this death. Now the monster was no longer so confident in himself and he could only shout help, but no one heard him here. He could not cope with his own strength. He covered his head and shouted that he didn't want to die. He sat on the ground and waited for his death. He couldn't do anything. Someone's steps were heard and a girl was running towards him through all these ruins, who had been with him all this time. She did not want to leave him alone at the last moment. She ran up to him and covered him with her body. She thought that she could save him from death. She also didn't want to die, but she couldn't leave him alone at such a moment. She never wanted to leave him at all. All this seemed very tragic and could have been interrupted at any moment. 2 lives were worth it all to kill these 2. That night there was a full moon and therefore it was clearly visible. There were a lot of stars in the sky all around and you could watch them forever. She sat on one of the peaks, looked at the sky and saw something. She thought how fast the speed was, but she didn't understand what was moving. She tried to take a closer look at the sky and now it definitely seemed to her that something was moving, but she had to be sure what it was. She was interrupted by the voice of the elder. He called her. Most likely he had some information, so it was necessary to listen to him. The elder said that he found this mountain goat that she once gave to the young man. The master replied that he did a good job, the elder said that according to him, the Koulan is still continuing the chase. The girl, after listening to this, said that then they must hurry and they have no time at all. She sat in the saddle on the elder and was already ready to move in the direction in which the Koulan went chasing the young man. But she wanted to find out what was moving there so fast. She couldn't see who it was or what it was. She turned her head towards the moon and saw that it was a boy, but he was moving so fast that it was almost unbearable to notice him. She thought it was completely impossible. The child has such strength that it moves at such speed. The elder said that apparently this boy is following Tanya. The master decided that they should follow him just quietly so as not to be noticed. And she followed this boy in his footsteps. She was only interested in one question: how would she return back later? The boy was so fast that she could barely keep up with him. But he had no choice, she had to find Tanya. She looked at the boy and thought that this was the first time she had seen the kind of clothes he was wearing. She became very interested in who this kid was, who was moving so fast that she could barely keep up with him. She sat on a branch and watched the movement of this boy. She didn't have to take one step. Don't step away from him. Most likely he knew where Tanya was. She took a breath and thought that this boy was using some kind of magic for speed and it was so easy to keep up with him. She needed a few minutes to rest because it was very difficult to keep up with him and she couldn't let him out of sight. Well, when she started pursuing him further, she realized that she most likely missed him and now they don't know in which direction to move next. The city, which was completely ruins, plunged into silence again. Only clouds of dust rose from the earth after the battle that had just been here. This mercenary realized that he had survived and it was not his merit, but he would continue to live. Fear gradually receded from him. And he was filled with anger. He was ready to be angry with the young man for not killing him and with everyone who surrounded him. He looked around and realized that Tanya was lying exhausted on the ground and could no longer be in danger, so he was even more angry because he didn't do it. With his eyes closed, it seemed to Tanya on earth that he wasn't even breathing. He didn't have the strength to get up. This mercenary started screaming and the first friend he came across was Yehua. He shouted at her that it was all her fault. She couldn't say a word to him because she ran here to protect death. If he were gone she wouldn't have survived this. He stood up and hit her on the cheek with all his force with his palm and also said that he ordered her to sit quietly. Why did she interfere in his battle? He hit her so hard that he knocked her down and Yehua fell to the ground and it was very painful and she was also offended. But she got up and ran, but the very place where she was supposed to sit was tears dripping from her eyes. She was not ready to be treated like this. Yehua hid among these ruins so that no one else would find her. She didn't want to go out now and didn't want to talk to him. He walked up to the young man and kicked him and said, "Why did he lie down? And where did his courage go?" He shouted that Tanya was trash and his place was in a cesspool. Yehua sat with her ears closed so as not to hear anything and cried. She was very upset because she wanted to save him and he did this to her. She heard him beating a young man who was lying on the ground and could not fight back because he was completely exhausted. She remembered Tanya when he tried to kill him and at the last moment changed his mind only because she covered. She saw the eyes of a young man who were not ready to kill her and she read in this look that it was because of her that he was ready to spare them. Therefore, at the last moment he took his sword away from them and did not deliver this blow, which should have been fatal. It was because of this blow that he fell to the ground and many swords hovered above him and were ready to pierce him. She saw his eyes when these swords were about to be near his body. He sat but no one was going to spare him and he also remained a victim. Blood splashed in all directions. The black deed had done its job and Tanya lay motionless on the earth. He could no longer resist. Yehua saw all this and therefore she was very upset that they did this to her and she was worried about the young man. This monster with his strength continued to attack the young man. He said that his insolence had already diminished and could he really just expose his body to him? This monster thought that he would become his victim and that he only had to take the last step to glory. Yehua sat and cried in the corner. She asked the young man for forgiveness because she did not want him to be killed. She heard some strange sound and this sound became stronger and stronger. She wanted to see what kind of sound it was and where it was coming from. She raised her head and saw that something was approaching very quickly and it was because of this that she listened to this sound. Indeed, Bira was very close and he could already observe everything that was happening. So this monster said that Tanya was lucky that he was unconscious and laughed very loudly at his body. The boy had to take a few steps to be in place, and within a few seconds he landed. He was there because he had to help Tanya. He couldn't leave him in trouble. The mercenary turned his head and looked towards the boy. He didn't even take him seriously. What this kid could do and where did he come from here? Yehua also stuck her head out to see what was happening there and who was the one who was moving so fast. Bira didn't think long and immediately began to say that it was he who the bear Bora told him. It was he who was the dangerous person. The mercenary turned and looked at the boy. He didn't understand what he was talking about and which bear, and thought that not everything was right with his head. He was probably some kind of crazy. The mercenary said that he was a little busy right now so the boy should wait a little and added that he needed to finish with someone and he couldn't wait. And then he added that then the boy's turn would come. Tanya tried to raise his head, but it didn't work out well for him and immediately put it back on the ground. Bira was alarmed by what he saw. He needed to know what happened, so he asked this mercenary what he did with the young man. Hera concentrated all the power he had around him. He wanted this mercenary to move as far as possible with his power. Bira directed his power so that she could protect him and Tanya and not allow the enemy to come closer, but rather throw him away. Yehua, when she saw that this boy had such power, she immediately got scared and despite the fact that she had just been offended by her brother, the first person she thought about him was that he was now in danger. If her brother is now in danger, then she must come again to save him. She has already forgotten all the grievances that she had against him. This mercenary was so confident in his strength that he told Biri not to be arrogant and get out of his way because he was in the way. Bira was very angry and shouted at the mercenary to let Tanya go. No one could have thought that this little boy could have such power. He was so angry that when he stomped his foot, his force spread in all directions. So it could destroy everything in its path. And this mercenary was no longer so confident in you and his strength. The boy could control everything around him and he was much stronger than this mercenary. The mercenary no longer boasted of your strength and felt that he was being pushed back. A little more and he would be thrown far to the side. He could not do anything about it. And so it happened that he was thrown far back so that he could not even get close to Tanya and could not harm him anymore. Yehua also tried to hide from this force because it destroyed everything in its path and could destroy her too. Bira was so angry that he no longer controlled how much power he released on these mercenaries and what he was demolishing everything around. Only by this bright flash was the master able to see where this boy she had just been chasing and Tanya could be. Therefore, she hurried there. She still could not know what forces were colliding there now, and she became very interested in what kind of light it was there. Bira looked at what was happening around him and was a little scared. He didn't expect that he had such power. He was too small. This power scared him a little and he didn't understand how it happened. Was he capable of this? He stood looking at what was in front of him with spellbound eyes. In this cloud there were many incomprehensible creatures that were holding nothing in their hands. They were around and everywhere. They could now be seen not only by their hands. It was unclear to everyone why it was so powerful, and could this boy really do this because he was very small? Who is he that has such power? Monsters were everywhere. They appeared and disappeared among this blue cloud. There were a lot of them and they were constantly moving. The only thing that was clear was that this boy had such great strength that this mercenary did not have, but this could not be because he was very small. The mercenary screamed and called his sister. He wanted to scold her again for daring to take his axe. She was always to blame for everything. Bira stood and looked at everything that was happening around him. He had never found himself in such a situation and, accordingly, had not seen such a thing. This force was reminiscent of a huge tornado that twisted into itself everything it touched and destroyed and could move in different directions. Bira noticed that this strange fog began to move around him and he had a bad feeling about this force. This fog became denser and denser and swirled closer and closer to the boy and was already very close to him. He tried to spin him into a cocoon and not let him out of there. It was unclear who was leading this force. Bira got very angry and told this annoying bastard that was spinning around him to dispel it. He gathered all his strength to push her away. He succeeded, and the very next moment this fog began to move away from the boy and was at a safe distance from him. Well, these little men who were inside this fog and who were holding swords in their hands were ready to attack Bira. They needed the boy to calm down. I told you strange creatures began to attack Bira from all sides and tried to strike him with their sword. The boy tried his best to stop them, but he had already spent a lot of energy and now he could not fully defend himself, so he fought off some blows using his last strength. Bira didn't know how long this fog could last and how many other people there were who would be ready to attack it. He was still small and didn't know how much his strength was enough. Now the moment had come when he could no longer fight this fog. The three sisters who were visiting the master continued their conversation. One of them became very curious about the magic that the young man who ran away from the magician in the northern river uses. Is it dangerous? The second sister answered, they say, but these are just rumors, that his power is capable of tearing a living person apart like a doll. Another one of them added that they even raised this topic, only they ruin the taste of the tea. She said that that young man is everyone's child and she is no longer worried about him, and because of the girl who left with him and whom he calls his sister. She is really very dangerous and she has much more strength than the young man. Her name is Yehua and she is a real monster. She is capable of a lot. If she owns this power, then she can really tear a person apart. That is why she took the axe from her brother in order to lead all the force. She was ready to use her strength to protect her brother, but Bira could not calculate and did not know that he had such an opponent. When Bira got into some kind of situation, he always remembered his grandfather and now he also called him for help. He dreamed that his grandfather was talking to him. The world wanted to know why you can't get close to anyone. His grandfather was always ready to answer him, and now he was talking about the fact that his grandfather had just been to a lot of places during his life and often participated in not the best things, and in the end he became like a dung beetle. No, most likely he just became dung. Bira listened to his grandfather very carefully. I didn't understand what he was talking about, but his grandfather continued to say that Bira was not at all like him. The boy interrupted his grandfather and said that he was talking all sorts of nonsense. He definitely didn't look like a dung beetle, but his grandfather continued to talk. He wanted the boy to listen to him to the end. His grandfather even began to cry in Bira. His grandfather noticed this and said that no matter whose life it was and whose conversation he heard, he must not interfere with them. This is the most important rule that he must remember. Grandfather wanted to warn him about the problems that might arise when he considers other people's problems to be his own. He loved him very much and considered him the most precious child. Bira lay on the ground and did not move. The last battle he tried to fight was unsuccessful for him. This is exactly what his grandfather warned him about, that he should not interfere in other people's affairs. Yehua looked at Biru for us. She even felt a little sorry for him, but she always knew that her main task was to protect her brother. Therefore, she did not give in to emotions and went towards her brother. She had to always be near him and always protect him. Tanya was lying next to Bir. He didn't open his eyes and couldn't move. It was unclear whether he was alive or not, because he sacrificed himself and felt sorry for his enemy when he saw the eyes of this girl Eva. The words of her mother were constantly spinning in her head, telling her to remember once and for all her older brother Pihuen. He and his mother's son Pihuen is an outstanding heir who will raise the honor of their family to new heights. Their mother spoke about this when she said goodbye to them. Pihuen sat to the side. He was thinking about what happened just now and why his sister was able to cope and he wasn't. Yehua was thinking about what her mother told her, that she should take care of her older brother and protect him. Even if she had to do this in her own life, she would still have to protect him. Yehua approached her brother to help him and see what condition he was in. She always tried to take care of him. Pihuan was even more angry with his sister than last time. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than everyone here and could decide for himself what to do with his victims. Pihuan started yelling at his sister not to touch him. He was very angry with her and didn't want to see her now. Therefore, he hit his sister for the second time today and she fell again. He told her to get out as quickly as possible. He shouted at her because she obeyed him and protected him and not, as he said, hid and did not come out. And he also yelled at her because he warned her that she should not touch his weapon without permission. She was just doing what she should do to protect him and not interfere with anything. He took the axe in his hands and told his sister not to dare touch his weapon anymore. He is the heir and not she. Pihuan reminded his sister what their mother said, that he will rise above the magicians of the northern river and it will be he who will rule them. He began to shout at her even louder, saying that she had desecrated his holy weapon with her touches. Pihuan blamed his sister for his loss. Pihuan believed that he could handle this boy himself and her presence was useless here. And what she did he could do himself. He shouted that he didn't need her help. He thought she was just stupid. He generally thought she was no match for himself. Pihuan got so angry with his sister that he started shouting so that she wouldn't think that he was not able to cope with this boy, and again began to release blue fog to show how he wields power. He shouted for his sister to watch him deal with this boy and directed all his strength in his direction. This fog was very close and was ready to swallow Bira. The boy lay motionless. He did not see or hear everything that was happening. At the last moment something happened and someone picked him up and carried him away from this place and further away from this blue fog. It was the master who followed Bira's trail to find Tanya. She grabbed the boy and took him to a safe place. As soon as they were able to jump to the side in this place where the boy was lying, this blue fog hit him with great force. He could have killed him. Pihuan and Yehua were very surprised. They wanted to know who else came here and why she dared to take the boy. The master and Bir were in a safe place. They were not hit by the blow. She managed to carry the boy out of harm's way. The master felt the pulse but she didn't find it, so she decided that the boy was already dead and she was late. She needed to hurry. She didn't know what to do now with this boy and decided that he should lie in a safe place until she fully understands what's happening here. She was interested in this strange blue smoke that was around here and which tried to kill the boy before her eyes. Pihuan didn't know who he was dealing with now. I again got very angry. He shouted but the master that she was a bug and ruined his whole mood. If she likes it that way, then let her die together. These boys used force and the blade was mischievous. The master thought it was because of his mood. The master put Bira on the ground and told him to wait a little. She decided that the boy should at least be buried humanely. Then she went out and she needed to calm down this Pihuan who was offended by the whole world and was ready to fight him, so she used the power of the sea dance blade against him. The master knew that her sea dance blade power was much stronger than the power of this Pihuan and she could deal with him very quickly. She took out her blade in order to start attacking with it. She needed to concentrate and use her strength. This was a fight where each fighter could use the power that he possessed and whose power was stronger here and could win this fight. The master knew that in addition to the sea dance blade, she also needed to use a spirit blade and then she would be able to stop the enemy's power. When these two forces united, that the transcendental truth occurred. The blades of the spirit did not allow the force that stepped on it to move further, divided and destroyed, collided with the force of the blade of the sea dance. The master took possession of a power that was much higher and greater than the power that Pihuan possessed. But he didn't know about it yet. She first stopped his power and then began to penetrate her, absorbing the enemy's power. She divided the enemy's power into parts and due to this, his power became weaker. Pihuan was no longer so confident in his strength and again he could suffer from another force that could destroy him. Pihuan was a little scared and he couldn't increase his strength to resist or hold his opponent. Yehua didn't know what to do to help her brother again or to do what he always told her, to wait in a safe place because he could handle it on his own. The master's power was much more powerful and therefore she was able to completely break all this fog that Pihuan brought. Her power moved very quickly and was already nearby. Pihuan was scared and didn't know what to do. The master broke all his power and destroyed the blue fog. Pihuan thought how when she managed to do this and it was all very fast, he didn't even have time to confront her. The master approached Pihuan. She needed to find out how much power this young man had and whether he would still try to attack. Pihuan couldn't think about anything. Only one thing was that it was too much even for him and it was very fast like he had never seen before. The master approached the young man and asked him about the leprosy blade. This is only the level that is available to him, she clarified to make sure that he can't do anything else. Pihuan, as always, began to scream and now, even after he lost, he began to shout at his opponent that his blade technique was mischievous. He was perfect. The master said if the young man thinks so, then there is another option and she is ready to try it again to check if the blade is perfect. Namely, she wanted to check the young man's level of melee combat skill. whether he could fight in close combat and whether he could use his strength of his level. The master attacked with her sword and struck Pihuen. He managed to parry her blow and defended himself with the axe he had in his hands. The master did not stop and continued to attack him, delivering blow after blow. The young man could not withstand her blows. He was too weak compared to her. One of these blows wounded him. So blood sprayed out in all directions, and now he definitely couldn't resist at all. His sister Yehua was very scared. She should have always protected her brother, but now she couldn't do it. The master thought that everything that was happening here was very terrible, and this Pihuen who was behaving like this was trying to destroy others using his strength. It was also terrible. Pihuen could not show his strength in close combat, so after several blows he was thrown aside. The master was ready to destroy him completely. She said that if he killed him, the child would not be lonely, and she was ready to deliver the final blow. He had to die with this child because he did not deserve to live. Yehua knew that she could not allow her brother to be killed like this now. She had to save his life even if she herself died in his place. Her brother was sitting near the second one, leaning against him. He no longer moved and was severely wounded. Another blow and he could have died. Yehua started screaming and crying. She asked them to stop and not touch her brother. She rushed to his aid. The master said that this young man had been running and hiding for so long. Has he really not learned anything more during all this time? And after all this, he is ready to die in this way, unknown to anyone and having not lived up to his hopes in front of his family. The master turned and looked at the girl. She clearly saw her not for the first time, just like this young man. Yehua stood and looked at her and tried to remember. There was something very familiar about her, but she couldn't figure out where she could see her. The master decided to help Yehua and lowered her mask so that it became visible. Now her whole face, she thought that maybe this way the girl would remember her. When she opened her face, she turned to the girl and asked her, "Have they forgotten her and don't remember her at all?" Yehua saw her face and immediately remembered everything, which made her feel even more scared and tears flowed from her eyes. She remembered how their house said, it was in this house that she spent her time together with her family, and at one moment he was gone, just like her family was gone. She remembered how her mother was killed and the killer was the same one who was now trying to kill her brother. And this made her feel even worse. She clearly remembered how she first burned down the place where they lived and then took their mother and with one movement of her hand broke her. Now her face was exactly the same as then, and Yehua was even more afraid of her even than then. The master looked at her and asked what she was looking at. Now it was her turn. She said that soon the girl and her brother would meet their family. These words were spinning in her head, which her mother said when she said goodbye to her, that Yehua will forever remember Yehua's elder brother and her precious son Pihuen. Yehua must protect your brother at all costs. Don't think about your life. She saw her mother die after that. She was not afraid of death. But now she was scared and looked at the master and was afraid of her. She was the one who brought grief to her family. She was her enemy. Yehua decided that she couldn't stay and had to help her brother, so she got up and ran towards him. The master looked at the girl and said that some people say that after death there is nothing, there is only darkness. If this is so, then on the one hand it is very sad. But on the other hand, on the contrary, it's good that you don't have to suffer anymore and feel the pain that kills. Yehua tried her best to escape as quickly as possible. The master added that Yehua should soon find out for sure whether darkness comes after death or not. She also added that the girl was probably in anticipation and they had been living for a long time like moss in the cracks of a stone, and this was bound to happen to them sooner or later. For a few more minutes she watched Yehua run away from her, then turning her head in her direction, she said that it was time for them to meet their family, and having made several jumps, she caught up with the fleeing Awa and asked her if she was going far, because her family, who died 3 years ago, was waiting for her. The master took out her sword and swung it to strike and stop Yehua so that she wouldn't run anywhere else. She needed to finish with them. Yehua was very frightened and the feeling of fear gave her certain strength. She was able to concentrate and jumped so high that she jumped over the sword that was carrying her and was moving her. I didn't expect such agility from a girl, and she didn't think that this girl would resist her. She thought that Yehua was even weaker than her brother and would be easy to deal with. But the master couldn't leave her unpunished and she swung her leg and took out the girl's leg. So she tripped her and the girl had to fall. It hit her leg so hard that Yehua couldn't resist and fell straight to the ground. The next moment Yehua was already lying on the ground and she seemed so helpless and not at all protected. But all this did not bother the master at all. Yehua did not despair and tried to move forward. She needed to run away to help her brother. He sat there completely motionless and she did not know what was wrong with him. The master took out her blade and pointed it at Yehua and said that the only reason why she is still alive is a lesson that she must remember, and not to repeat in the next life, is that she and her brother should never get involved with evil. Yehua ran with all her might to take her brother's axe in her hands. Along with this axe she received the power that could now save her and her brother. Yehua did not hear and did not want to hear everything that was said to her. She thought only about one thing: how to save her brother and fulfill what he promised to his mother. She picked up her brother's weapon. She felt that she could become stronger and she could cope with it and protect herself and her brother. Yehua looked at Pihuen again. She did it only because he constantly scolded her for taking his weapon, but he couldn't tell her anything now, and then she decided that everything was in her power. Yehua held her brother's axe tightly in her hands. Now she could fight back and fully fight with the master. She was ready for this battle. The master struck a blow at Awa. The girl was not taken aback and repelled this blow with her brother's axe. She withstood this blow. Unlike her brother, he could not withstand the same blow. They started the fight in a ring of fire so easily. Yehua was not going to give up, and she was very aggressive towards her opponent because he took her home and family away from her. Yehua transferred the axe from hand to hand so that it was convenient for her to use the power she possessed, and now she had to show what she was capable of. The master looked at her and saw that Yehua was much stronger than her brother, and this blue fog that she launched was moving faster. When she held her brother, the light of her hands began to change and they were no longer human in color, which means she still possessed some kind of power. Her hands changed and became completely different from human hands. There were some circles that were already on the axe and turned into fog near her. Yehua launched this fog around them, and it resembled a tornado that moves around and at any moment can spin inside itself. From this fog, those same incomprehensible little men began to appear who were holding swords in their hands. There were many of them, and each of them was ready to attack. The master was surprised that the girl mastered the highest level of the blade about refusals, unlike her brother. The master thought that this technique was very dangerous, and this level of mastery of this technique was even more dangerous than she imagined. But Yehua became even more aggressive. She was ready to do anything to destroy her opponent. She looked like a big evil who is trying to survive. A fog with strange little men holding swords in their hands surrounded the master from all sides. Each such sword tried to get as close as possible and deliver a blow to its target. The master fought off attacks from all sides. But it was not very easy because there were a lot of swords that wanted to pierce her. The power of Awa became more and more, and these swords that were ready to attack the master also became more and more. The master understood that she had just dodged at the last moment, and it was very dangerous. Therefore, it was necessary to stop this force. Yehua became even more angry, and at that moment she began to have more and more power. She was ready to unleash it all on her opponent. These monsters that were present in her strength and attacked with swords also became larger because her strength increased, and she surrounded the master from all sides, trying to destroy her. But the master held on and avoided attacks, repelling the attack. The master understood that she could not evade these attacks and blows that they tried to inflict on her for a long time. She needed to do something. The elder and the mountain ram followed in the footsteps of the master. They could not move as quickly as she, so they were late as always, but they were already very close. They tried to move as fast as possible, and so the elder made one wrong move, stepped on a stone and sprained his ankle. He wanted to push off as hard as possible to move faster. The elder pushed off and jumped forward, but he couldn't do it because he injured his ankle. The next moment the elder fell and felt that he had twisted and injured his ankle. He asked himself the question, why did he do this? Of course he shouldn't have done such things at his age. He was so old that he was talking about it all the way there. From the top of the cliff they began to catch up with him and pots fell down. It was a Koulan who asked the elder what he was doing here and what he was doing with the mountain goat. He needed to find out, is the master really here? The elder was glad that the Koulan had finally shown up, so he asked him if the Koulan was going to return. The master also asked about him. Loud sounds were heard from one of the sides. The Koulan asked the elder if he had heard these sounds. 2 sounds were heard from the ruins of crying. The Koulan thought if the master is not with the elder, then she might be there. The elder said that this could be true and he has a bad feeling they need to hurry. And the elder also told the Koulan to hurry up and find out what was wrong with the master. The clan replied that he understood him and he could rely on him and went down with his pots. He moved much faster than the elder. The master fought back from all sides, but the fog got closer and closer and surrounded her. She avoided the blows that they tried to inflict on her. The master did not expect that this little girl could have such power, and it would not be so easy to stop her. She was much stronger than her brother. Therefore, the master decided to concentrate and finally restore the power that this Awa possessed. She knew that the power of Awa was the force of evil. She needed a few moments to renew her power. The only way the master could stop her was that she decided that evil needed to be stopped. The master concentrated, pulled out her sword from behind her back, and the next moment she was ready to strike back in order to stop this force and stop the enemy. The master used the power of the spirit blade. She knew from the previous fight with Pihuen that the spirit blades could stop their power. And the very next minute the transcendental absolute truth began, which she possessed perfectly and could stop any force of evil. Since it was not close combat and the master directed her power in different directions in order to throw back those who attacked her, the transcendental absolute truth and the blade of the spirit began to give their result. This force spread around the master and destroyed everything in its path, namely those monsters who tried to attack her with swords. She cut off their hands with this force and they were no longer able to attack. The blue fog and those monsters that were in it were very quickly destroyed because they were divided into small parts and they were no longer a single force. Yehua was losing her power and control over the force she had just controlled. It became less and less because she was destroyed. And after some time the fog completely cleared and Yehua stood and held an axe but no longer seemed so strong and so powerful and could not show her strength. The master directed part of her power towards Ewa and threw it away, but Eva did not fall. She took the entire blow and decided to disappear from here as quickly as possible. The master shouted after her to come back because she was not finished with her yet and with her family too. The master tried to stop her and used her power to stop Yehua, but she was very fast. And she managed to escape from the master. She wanted to first save her life and then return for her older brother, because she had to protect him. The master was angry because the girl behaved like that, and she was also angry that she couldn't stop her, so she shouted after her where she ran. The master tried to catch up with her and detain her by force, and when she was already very close and could detain the fleeing Ewa, she saw Tanya lying on the ground in front of her. She came here precisely because of him, so she stopped chasing Yehua and stopped near the young man. He lay on the ground without making a single sound. His eyes were closed, his things were all torn and there were traces of blows on him. The master was even scared for a few moments. She thought that she would never be able to see him alive or talk to him again. She came even closer to him. He was lying on the ground so calm. It seemed that he was just sleeping and would now open his eyes. The master couldn't understand why he was here and how he ended up here, but she now needed to deal with this Ewa who had mastered the power of evil. The master turned to the side towards the girl and continued to catch up with her. She screamed for Yehua to come back. She had to stop her so that she wouldn't do anything bad. The master could no longer catch up with her, so she decided to use her power and once again launch a spirit blade that could stop her. The master concentrated and directed to detain her, but she was already too far away, and due to the fact that the master was distracted by Tanya, she could not stop her. Yehua ran further and further and was already so far away that there was no point in catching up with her, so the master decided that she should deal with those who remained here. Yehua ran away like a beaten puppy. She needed to move to a safe distance, but she couldn't go far because her brother was still there and she needed to go back to pick him up. In her head were the words of her mother that she must protect her older brother and her mother's precious son Pihwan at all costs. Despite the injuries that she herself received, she thought only about him. About the fact that her older brother Pihwan was there and he was wounded and she didn't know what was wrong with him, so she had to get to him as quickly as possible. Yehua didn't even understand whether her brother was alive or not. Then again, without his permission, she took his axe and, as it seemed to her, she did everything right, protected him, and even if she died, she would have fulfilled her mother's request. Yehua was very upset and had a wound on her shoulder. She needed somewhere to hide, so she looked for a place. Her brother Pihwan remained in these ruins. She couldn't take him and didn't know what happened to him. The master hurried to Tanya. She wanted to find out what was wrong with him as quickly as possible and make sure that he was still alive. When the master ran up to him, she started swearing at Tanya and said that he was an idiot and was going to die, and in a place like this she wanted to find out what happened to him. Placing 2 fingers on the artery on his neck, she wanted to feel his pulse. She hoped that he was not dead yet. The pulse was palpable and he was breathing. The master thought that it was very good and she could pump him out. She only needed to move him. The master tried to pick him up in order to move him. Well, she thought that he was very heavy and swore at him that he couldn't eat less so as not to be so heavy. The master felt that someone touched her sword. There was no one else alive here, which means someone else was here. She heard someone's voice saying that it was bad and the master turned back to see who said it and dared to touch her sword. What she saw surprised her greatly. The boy said it was bad and held her from behind by her sword. She was sure that he was dead. How could this happen? Because she then saw for sure that he was not breathing and he had no pulse, as he now stood up and was talking to her. The master didn't understand how this could be because he died and she knew it for sure, but now he was holding on to the sword and said that it was bad and was alive. It started to rain heavily outside. It seemed like the sky was starting to cry after the latest events. This rain took the bear and her cubs by surprise. Therefore, she needed to hide somewhere. She went down the cliff and headed to where she could hide from this rain. She knew that there was a small house located more often than the forest and you could hide there for a while to sit out this rain with her little bear cubs. They knocked but no one answered them from inside, so the bear decided to go into this house with her cubs. There was no one in this house. She thought that nothing would happen if she sat here for a while and the owner of this house would not be offended by her. And most importantly, in this house I was afraid of this daughter who was pouring like buckets and I don't know when it will end. The house was dry and warm, so it was possible to be here. Most likely the owner went out somewhere and would return very soon. She saw that she was one of the bullocks, wearing an ornament that is put on the master's head, which means it was most likely the house of one of the masters and he was very close somewhere. The master didn't understand how this could be. After all, he died. How can he move, and even more so say something else? Bira really stood up and held on to the master's sword. He tried to say that it was bad. But most importantly, his eyes were closed and he didn't look at anyone and didn't see anything. The rain did not stop and it became unbearable to be outside. Therefore, we needed to find some place where we could wait until it passed. Therefore, the master wanted to take Tanya to such a place, but the boy prevented her. It seemed that he did not understand what they were doing. He did not look and repeated only one word: bad. The master understood that she was holding Tanya in her arms. She would not be able to see what happened to this boy, but she knew for sure that he died. He did not breathe and his heart did not beat when she held him in her arms. Bira at some point let go of her sword, but he still did not open his eyes and spoke poorly syllables and did not say anything else. Master, she was surprised by what she just saw. She didn't know how to explain it and how he could move. He's just a child. Bira extended his hand to her. The master didn't understand what to expect from this boy in the next moment. She couldn't help but wonder where she gets her strength from. Therefore, all that she did then was her defensive reaction. Now she only wanted to take Tanya to a safe place. Therefore, the master turned around and delivered a defensive blow so as to throw the boy away from her to a safe distance. From this blow Bira rolled head over heels and in the end he fell. It seemed that he was completely defenseless and could not stand up for himself. The master thought what she had done, hit this boy and didn't even think about what could harm him even more. Master stopped and decided to ask how he was. If he was alive then, if she had damaged him now, she definitely didn't want that. Bira said nothing and silently began to rise. He did it slowly, as if someone was moving his body and guiding him. All this time the boy had his eyes closed, which means he was either asleep or something else, or there was some other force that moved his body. When Bira stood up, he didn't even raise his head. Because his eyes were closed and he didn't see anything, he walked forward no matter what. This blow from the master was followed by a blow from the elder on the boy's feet. The blow was so strong and unexpected that the master could not imagine. The master thought how quickly he was able to get up and then he gave a retaliatory strike. It didn't look like a child was doing all this. The master in her arms with Tanya managed to dodge and get away from this blow, but the blow was quite powerful and she did not expect this at all. She thought, can this little boy have such power? If it's not him, then who else is here? The force of the impact was so great that those who hit the building that was near her completely collapsed and she barely managed to get out of this building. The master thought that it was very close and she wondered who this boy really was. Tanya opened his eyes and quietly said, beautiful. Tanya looked at the master with slightly opened eyes and said what a beautiful girl she was. These words were a big surprise for the master. The master held Tanya in her arms. He looked at her with his blue eyes and in a quiet voice said that he wanted to ask her something. The master threw him to the ground. She was not ready for him to open his eyes right in her arms and start talking to her. Yes, he didn't fall to the ground and hit himself. He groaned. He was in a lot of pain because he had not yet been able to come to his senses and he had many wounds after the last fight. The master was outraged that he called her beautiful. She swore at him and said that he was vulgar. She definitely didn't like it. The master came up to look at Tanya, but he didn't say anything else after he fell to the ground. He was only breathing. She didn't want to leave him in this pouring rain and thought that he needed to be brought somewhere where she could hide him from the rain. Well, I saw that from the side a boy was approaching them again at high speed. It was clear why he was trying to approach them again. Master, I was surprised that again this boy was very close to them and it was unclear what he needed and how he would behave in the next moment. Bira extended his hand towards them. The master realized that this boy was not safe and she realized that she had to stop him. The master lifted Tanya trying to drag him as far as possible and she ordered the boy to stop. She thought that this would be enough. But he didn't hear and didn't want to obey her, so the master decided to use force in his blow, which he tried to inflict, stop the forces that were under her control. She stretched out her hand and stopped the power that this boy had. She was surprised by his appearance. He did everything automatically. And most importantly, she was surprised that this child had his eyes closed and he could not see where he was moving. The master held the force that was moving towards her and Tanya, but she understood that the force she was holding was quite large. She had to make great efforts to retain this power. She wanted to know what kind of power this boy has now. The master decided that she needed to push him as far as possible and so that this boy would be as far away from them as possible so that she could carry Tanya. She pushed the boy with her foot and he flew back somersault. Besides the fact that he had strength, he did not resist in any way and did not move in any way. Beer was enough to a safe distance and it was unclear whether he would be able to get up now after such a blow. It was generally unclear what was wrong with him and where he got his strength from. The master held the young man's head on your lap so that he could breathe normally and she wanted him to regain consciousness as quickly as possible. When the world fell, he seemed again the same defenseless and a small child did not even believe that he could have any power. He never opened his eyes. The master hugged Tanya and they sat together in the pouring rain. She was very worried about him. She only thought about him waking up faster. The master tried to move it with her hand, but realized that her hand, which she stopped the force of this boy, was broken and she could not move it. She tried to turn her hand but was convinced that she could not do this. Now it became clear to her that this boy had such power that she had never encountered before. Tanya again began to rave and say some incomprehensible words. He was most likely imagining something and he said it unconsciously. The master realized that now she could not pick him up and take him to a safe place, so she loaded him onto her shoulder and carried him first. She had to leave here and cure Tanya. The master thought that if she had delayed even for a moment and this boy could have caused a much more serious wound. She took a breath, and yet she didn't understand what was wrong with him, why he wouldn't open his eyes, and by all indications he was dead. The master was leaving further and further from this place. She needed to take Tanya out of here and cure him. Now everything depended only on her. Bira remained sitting in the rain. Nothing will happen to him and there are no longer those for whom he came here and was ready to help. But his body lived its own life and it began to move. First he moved his head without opening his eyes, then he moved his hands, then he began to rise to stand, but his arms and head hung as if they did not belong to him. The boy moved again, but his eyes were just as closed as last time. It seemed like there was nothing alive in him. He stood up and walked forward despite the fact that where all this was going reminded him that he was moving like a zombie or in a dream. Bira again began to say that it was bad and repeated this all the time. He moved forward and did not notice anything in his way. A certain force began to form near him that only he could control. It seemed that he was gathering all the power around himself, and he needed this in order to move at high speed after Tanya. He again began to catch up with him. The master carried Tanya on her. She needed to get to a safe place and she wanted to do it as quickly as possible. As she walked up the path, she heard someone behind her shout and call her. She definitely wasn't expecting to meet anyone here. Turning around, she saw that the pots were very close to her, which means there was a plan in one of them. He asked if everything was okay with the master. Driving closer to Koulan, he saw that the master was carrying Tanya Koulan on his shoulder and asked the master what he was doing here. The clan was very indignant that the master for some reason still protected this young man. He claimed that his life was of no value to them. Koulan asked the master, does she really feel some kind of sympathy for him? For this ugly and ugly creature? These words hurt the master a little. Koulan looked at the master and said that he only now noticed what was wrong with her hand and just let her not say that it was because of this insignificance that she injured her hand. He also continued that the master must understand that the weakness of her feelings could become a threat to the very existence of the North River School. They heard some approaching noise and turned their heads, but did not see again the same boy who was rapidly approaching them. Koulan was surprised that again it was the same boy with whom he had already met. This could not be the master. She was also surprised. At the same time, in the city of Well, you are the tallest tower, another master was sitting and he was watching the moon or in it who was walking outside his window. It seemed to him that he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He thought it was a very ominous picture, but at the same time it was exciting to look at all this that was happening outside the window. He smoked his pipe as always and his thoughts were somewhere far away. Now he watched the storm clouds gather and he really liked it. Chorin came into the room. She didn't let him enjoy everything that he saw outside the window of this room. But if she came, it means she had some important business. The girl began to talk about the fact that tomorrow at around noon there would be a process nearby from the Quisu temple and, just in case, she ordered fresh meat and blood to be prepared. In addition, after 5 days, several aristocrats and clergy from the south expressed a desire to stay with them and rest. The official purpose of their visit was to make a sacrifice at the White Lotus Temple in the west. From here the master thought the White Lotus Temple. The master asked that those old women from the Eastern Fire School had already left or were still visiting him. The girl replied that this was the case. They said that because of the rain their shoulders ache and that's why they left me to rest in the hot springs. The master thought that the mood of these old women had clearly improved. He also needed to clarify with her what was wrong with Hugo. The girl couldn't tell anything in detail. She didn't have any more information. The only thing she knew was that he hadn't returned yet. The master asked if he wasn't there yet and then added maybe she would still give him a chance and have dinner with him because it's just dinner and nothing more. The girls were not very pleased to listen to this conversation, so she told the master not to worry. It was her personal business. The master laughed and told her not to be angry with him. He wanted what was best. The master went to the closet and opened the door of this closet. He very rarely opened it because there were things that were dear to him. The girl looked at him and didn't understand that he was there. He wanted to take it. The master very rarely opened this door with her presence. In this closet there was an ancient sword and some other armor, and there were also many books and other sundries. This time the master opened this cabinet in order to take out the very sword that stood in the middle. It was so old that it was visible to the naked eye. No one had used it for a long time. The girl asked the master why he was taking out this antique. She didn't know that it could connect the master and this sword. This sword was so old that with one look at it was clear that there was a whole story behind them and the master most likely knew all the details associated with this sword. The master said that he was just in some kind of mood, that he wanted to pick it up and the time had come and he needed to clean it. Bira had his eyes closed all the time. No one understood what he needed and why he came here again. Koulan this time took revenge on this boy. He knew what power he had and had already encountered him twice, so he was not going to spare him. He rolled up as close as possible on his potty and got out of it. This time everything should have been as Koulan thought. Koulan blocked his way, leaving his pot right in front of him and jumped out of it. He wanted to deal with this boy. Koulan stood right in front of this boy and said that this time everything would be different and only according to his rules. Beera turned out to be so small and defenseless that it was impossible to believe that this boy had any strength, much less the kind that he had. Koulan thought that this time he would strike without warning. He wanted to take revenge for the 2 times he lost to this boy. Koulan gathered all his strength. He had to act for sure, he didn't want to give him a single chance so that this time he could survive. He called on all his snakes that he had and that were ready to sting and strangle so that they would attack the boy before. He used the snake well style and no one has ever left this style. The Koulan acted for sure. He wanted to hypnotize this boy first. The Koulan was unable to hypnotize the boy and he continued to walk. He could not understand why this was happening. Can he really not be hypnotized? Then, when he moved a little further away, the Koulan saw that the boy had his eyes closed, which means he really does not succumb to magic and is unbearable to hypnotize. Therefore, the Koulan began to shout to Beera to stop and come back here to him. Since the boy was in the direction where the master went, but he was surprised that the boy was ignoring his Koulan, he guessed that his goal was the master and he was moving after him. Koulan thought, is this boy really following in the footsteps of the master because she now has this bastard on her shoulder? He couldn't allow the masters to cause damage again. Koulan, along with his pots, began to move after this boy. He needed to stop him by any means, to make sure that he did not catch up with the master. Therefore, the Koulan took his pipe and began to blow into it, making familiar sounds, and led all his snakes so that they stopped this boy and locked him in the snake well. The boy ran very quickly on the trail of the master. Snakes caught up with him from all sides and tried to attack him from all sides. Beera fled, despite the fact that they had almost grabbed him in their arms. Snakes were everywhere and limited his movement. At some point, they swirled around him and the boy was no longer visible. From any side it seemed that he was already in their captivity and would no longer be able to get out of there. Koulan was happy. He thought that this boy had finally been caught and he would no longer be so strong. He would not be able to resist. He was ready to deal with him. But something went wrong and he saw his snakes scatter in different directions, torn into small pieces. Beera tore apart this entire well that was around him and all these snakes and threw them aside. It seemed that he had missed her and he was going to her and nothing should stop him. Their owner had never seen so many snakes that were torn into small pieces and didn't know what to do with it now. Koulan was very surprised. No one has yet been able to break the snake well and come out of it. This boy was the first. Koulan did not know how this could happen and his snakes were destroyed. The boy tore them and scattered them around so that they did not fly apart in different directions. This was very surprising because he was the first to break through the snake well. This boy possessed some kind of power that the Koulan had never encountered before. And when Beera got out of the snake well, the Koulan saw that a certain force was acting around him. He did not come closer to him anymore because he did not know whether he could withstand it. The boy continued to move on with his eyes closed. He followed the trail of the master, but he needed Tanya, so he walked to find him. Now, after where I stepped, his leg was all turned upside down and broken. The little boy walked like a destroyer through a quiet forest. Koulan stayed below and watched as this boy moved forward. After him there was only devastation and scorched fields. Koulan wanted to understand what kind of power this boy has. He lifted the whole region into the air and left no stone unturned. Everything around was collapsing, falling and rolling, and all this happened after this boy passed forward. He did not leave anything intact. Koulan thought that it was very dangerous and decided to get out of there as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't get hit by something. He jumped into his pot at high speed, closed it with a lid and moved so as not to get under everything that was rolling and falling in his direction. Koulan realized that he did not have time to dodge and fell under this avalanche that was rushing from above directly at him. The boy almost caught up with the master and began to strike her from afar. A little more and he will be able to come much closer to her. The master carried Tanya on her shoulder and was only thinking about getting out of here as quickly as possible. But she realized that this boy was very fast and he began to attack. Her arm was broken so she could no longer stop his power. Now she had to use a different tactic. Without putting Tanya on the ground, she decided that she could use the power of the sea dance blade. This power can now protect her. So she took out her blade and used the power she possessed, the power of sea dance. She made the beginning from flowering swords so that they could protect her from all sides and prevent other forces from approaching her. Now, due to this flowering, she had protection from all sides and she could move on carrying Tanya on her shoulder. The force that attacked the boy was much stronger and the master could barely hold back his force. He attacked from all sides. It was hard for the master also because she had the body of a young man cheerfully on her shoulder. She managed to repel the attacks that was directed by this boy to bring him. Beera demolished everything in her path to achieve her goal. The master could not stop for more than one moment because she knew if she stopped, the boy would be able to catch up with them and destroy them. The master thought that she must get to the elders as quickly as possible. He knows exactly what needs to be done and will be able to tell what kind of boy this is and why he has such power. If she quickly gets to the elder now, then she will be able to quickly cure Tanya. The most important thing is that he does not die now. She remembered the very day when they saw each other for the last time and he told her that he had to leave already. They were very little then. Tanya said that they were leaving tomorrow and he needed to get ready. She didn't want to part with him. Then he promised his Sohyul not to worry and believe him and give him up. He said that he would soon become a great commander and they would drink to it together and then he would appoint her as an officer of his headquarters. She listened to his every word and believed him. He said that together they would win on every battlefield. Sohyul listened to him and believed him and she hoped that she would be allowed to leave school. Tanya said that she knows him and he always keeps his word. Sohyul looked at him and said that yes, she knows him, she just needs to be patient a little until that moment. And he also told her not to miss more than one day of martial arts classes. She agreed with him. That's how they agreed. Tanya was delirious. He talked about how he met this distant image again and the master bent closer to him and tried to find out what was wrong with him. Bira continued to move behind the master and Tanya. Around him, everything moved and collapsed and like a godfather rushed down. He was like a destroyer who turned around. Bira continued his movement and also did not open his eyes. She said that he was doing this under the influence of someone else's power. When he came very close to the master and she noticed him, she asked the boy whether he had decided to go to the very end. He shouldn't have done this, so she told him to come back now and take out his sword again. She had no choice but to take advantage of the power she possessed. She needed to bring Tanya to the elder, to do this as quickly as possible. Master knew for sure that if she wanted, she would do it with pleasure and destroy this boy who was so persistent. The master decided that she would definitely do this and no one could stop her. She only needed to get rid of this boy now. She decided to use her knife and the power of the spirit blade. She needed the third level in order to cope with the power that this boy had and she used infinity. Koulan with his pots was also following the master's trail and he was already very close to her when he realized that the master had used the force of infinity. Koulan saw from afar and began to worry that she had released the power. It couldn't be done. It could hurt her too much. He came closer to her and asked the master why she was protecting this young man. He could not understand. The master carried him on her shoulder and didn't say anything about anything. The Koulan was persistent and constantly asked her why she needed this freak, and what was so special about him. He handed her the same medallion that he took from Tanya's hand. The Koulan needed to know the answer. He thought that most likely she had fallen in love. The master replied that the Koulan should not cross the line, otherwise he would die if he did not shut up now. Koulan said that this was impossible and it was very dangerous. He had to stop it all, but he still didn't know how to do it. He took one of the snakes that was on his head and put it in his mouth in order to bite it. Koulan took out these snakes for some time and put them into his mouth. In this way he hurt himself and punished himself. He was very angry but he couldn't do anything because he couldn't disobey his master. The elder was in a hurry to come to the aid of the master as quickly as possible. He did not know where she was now and what was wrong with her. Therefore, he needed to move as quickly as possible, but his injured ankle prevented him. The elder moved forward and thought only that it was hard for him to do this. He even thought that he could die now and all his problems were only because of this Koulan. The elder saw a bright glow ahead. This could only mean one thing, that somewhere ahead the master had entered into battle or was defending herself from some other force. That is why he needed to hurry up. Secondly, he still didn't know what exactly was happening there, so he began to move as quickly as possible, as his ankle would allow him. He was worried about the master. The master carried Tanya on her shoulder and clearly understood that if she wanted, she would gladly do it and destroy this boy if he continued to pursue her. But Bira didn't hear her at all and didn't pay attention to everything that was happening. He followed them at very high speed. He also had his eyes closed, but he was moving in their tracks. I forgave the master to stop and she did not release the watering. It was very dangerous for her, but the master was ready for anything and even this. Koulan asked the master to wait and not do anything that would harm her. He was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of his master. The master was surprised that she saw the clan was very close and so he decided that the master would not be in danger. He would protect her as best he could. A circle of fire began to appear around the master, which did not allow her to leave this circle. She was protected from others because she was inside. The circle became denser and it was already a wall on all sides inside which the master was located. This was done by a fist so that it was impossible to approach the master. The pots controlled by the Koulan were spinning around them and creating this dense circle. The master could not move further and so she told the Koulan to let her out. The master was very outraged by this behavior of the Koulan. She did not understand why he was doing this and insisted that he let her out. Koulan did not want to listen to the master and tried to explain to her that in the situation she is now in, there is no point in fighting. And the Koulan also said that he knows this boy, he had already encountered him twice. This boy has great strength and he could not cope with it. Koulan asked the master to be patient for a while. Now he himself will be able to resist this boy and fight with him there. He needed to protect the master himself. Bira was very close. The Koulan was ready for his approach. He had to prevent the boy from pursuing the master. Koulan understood that the boy needed something from them or from the master or from the young man, and he assumed that this is what the boy needed was in one of them, which is why he was pursuing. The Koulan built around the place where the master found a certain wall of continuously moving pots that created force, and it seemed to him that it was impossible to get through to the master. The Koulan protected it. Now the Koulan needed to distract the boys to lead him astray. He came up with his plan. His pots were spinning around him and he himself was born in the center of all the movement. Koulan tried to hypnotize the boy, but he didn't do it well. He wanted Bira to follow the pot and not the master. He needed to divert his attention in his direction. At some point he succeeded and the boy began to follow the potty instead of him. He led him astray, and now it was necessary to apply the second part of the plan. On the one hand, it was good that the boy began to move after one of the pots, but the Koulan felt sorry for this pot because the boy had already stolen one and it wasn't enough for him. The pot moved away to the side and the boy moved behind it. This was part of the plan that Koulan came up with to protect the master and so that she would not engage in battle with these boys. Bira moved with his eyes closed in the direction where the Koulan sent him. He had a force that accompanied him and moved him. Koulan thought that everything was going according to his plan. If he maintained the same speed, then everything would work out for him, and told the master that he had opened the gates of the poisonous river. This was the second part of his plan. The Koulan said that the master should leave as quickly as possible. He would be able to protect her and close the gate after she left. Koulan understood that when he did all this, he would spend all the strength he had left and most likely he would be completely exhausted, but he had to do it. He was calmed by only one thought, that everything he was doing was for the sake of the master and everything else didn't matter now and what would happen to him. It didn't matter to him either. Koulan was very much attached to the master and loved her, and he was not ready for her to suffer now from this madman or because of this guy whom she was trying to save. Koulan used all the magic he was capable of. It was one of the most powerful magics that the Koulan of the gate of the poisonous river was capable of. To do this, he needed to concentrate all his energy and use it. After using this magic, he would be completely exhausted. But this did not bother him at all, and he held this gate with all his might. He needed only the master to go there, and he hurried to take her and move her to a safe place through these gates. Koulan hurried to move the master, and so that he had enough strength to do this. Magic took a lot of energy and he had to hurry. A bright radiance was visible from afar, and the elder and the mountain ram who followed him in search of the master could not help but notice it. The elder thought that this was the gate of the poisonous river Koulan, which means that the master was somewhere nearby. But why did he open these gates? The elder did not yet know, and he also didn't understand why he was using this strong magic. Most likely the elder thought that the master was in trouble and she needed help. The elder that he needs to move even faster because the Koulan could only use this magic because the master is in danger. The gates closed and the boy Bira and the young man Tanya were left lying on the ground in the rain. They were both unconscious and did not move. A groan was heard somewhere to the side. It was a Mona Koulan. The rain began to fall even harder, and it seemed that it was washing away everything that had just happened here, so that not a single trace or even a hint of what was happening remained. Bira lay completely exhausted in the pouring rain. He no longer tried to move anywhere. Tanya was next to him. He never came to his senses. The master couldn't bear him to cure him. Somewhere on the side there was still Koulan. He didn't have any strength. The rain fell harder and harder and the sky became even heavier, as if the wind was blowing and blowing these clouds away. Because of this heavy rain, small streams appeared and they connected into one large stream that flowed into the river. This is all movement and continuous renewal. Despite this pouring rain, butterflies appeared from somewhere, glowing and flying above them. There were a lot of them and they were beautiful. There was one continuous fire all around and it resembled some kind of hell. It was so hot that it seemed that now everything would burn. Bira stood in the middle of this fiery mass that was getting hotter and was everywhere. He couldn't get out of there because I didn't know where to go. Bira decided to turn back and see what was behind him. Well, there was the same fiery mass as in front of him. He had no way out. It seemed that he was in fiery cells. When he raised his head and looked at what was above him, then he realized that he was in a cage and he didn't have the slightest way out of here. Everything that was happening to the boy now was reminiscent of pictures of hell, when everything around is burning and does not give him the opportunity to make even the slightest attempt to get rid of it all. Bira began to have some visions. He saw someone but could not say exactly who it was. The face was so blurry that he did not see this person. He only understood that someone was in front of him. He felt a look that he could catch. Clearly someone was looking at him and the boy felt it, but he still didn't know who was in front of him. At some point it even seemed to him that there were a lot of such glances and they were looking at him from all sides. It all resembled a horror picture. The eyes were getting bigger and they were looking more and more intently at Bira, who was standing in the center. He could never escape these glances, but he felt that someone was looking at him and asking him to come back. Among all these terrible eyes there was only one who asked for Bira to return. He felt that someone needed his return and someone was asking him to please return. The request became louder and louder, and at some point it was a cry for Bira to return. They really asked for it. The boy looked at those eyes for some time. He couldn't think about anything. He was spellbound. He didn't even think about the fact that it was hot around him and he was hot. Bira opened his eyes and it seemed to him that he was lying on his ursa, which always woke him up in the morning. There were Vitali birds around him and chirping. He was in a great mood. The sun was shining, which means it should be a good day today. The boy decided that he needed to lie down a little and not be in a hurry to get up. He didn't want to get up because before his eyes there was such a wonderful picture of the blue sky and the birds that fly in it. The only thing that confused Bira was that he had a headache. He thought that yesterday he drank some strange water, he remembers that. But he didn't remember anything about what happened then. He turned on his side and, as it seemed to him, hugged the bear and told her that he didn't remember anything from yesterday and said that he wanted to sleep some more, so there was no need to wake him up. He settled down so well and he felt good and very calm. The boy closed his eyes and he began to have wonderful dreams. He was very calm. When he was falling asleep, he decided to tell the bear that she should take a bath because she started to smell like an old man and he didn't really like it. He was spinning around, as it seemed to him, near the bear to find a place where he could sleep when he found this. It seemed to him then that the bear began to move. Bira became interested in what happened and decided to raise his head up. He did not at all expect to see what he saw and was even a little confused. Lying next to Bira was not a bear at all, and this horned beast asked him to scratch it a little more next to where he was now lying. The beast liked everything and made sounds of pleasure. Bira bit him a little, but he was surprised how he got here and what kind of beast this is. Why is he here? Therefore, the first thing that came to Bira's mind was to ask who he was. He thought that it was a deer. After all, it had antlers, or maybe it was some other animal. Someone's voice was heard from behind. He was saying that he was already tired of him. Bira didn't understand who else was here and how many of them there were and, most importantly, why he was here. It was a Koulan. He was angry and said that everything was because of him and also added that he hoped that the young man would die and it would be impossible to save him. Koulan read, even if he survives, then all this can be corrected and he is ready to kill him again. The only thing he was counting on was that the young man would never open his eyes again. Koulan screamed to such an extent that he was ready to tear the young man into pieces. He did not stop, but wailed and cursed all the time. Bira turned to see what was happening there. He saw Tanya lying on the ground with his eyes closed and the fact that the Koulan was sitting on his chest and trying to cower the young man with his small hands. Bira asked the Koulan who he was and did not happen to know what kind of old deer was lying next to him. Koulan did not notice the boy and continued to lament over the young man. Koulan thought that he was too angry and he needed to behave a little more quietly, but this boy should recognize him. Why is he behaving this way? Bira thought a little and asked him, is he a Koulan by chance? But for him he is too small or he has not grown up yet. Koulan realized that this was a problem in the body he was in now. It would be difficult to fight and he wouldn't even be able to defend himself from this boy if he started using his power. Bira is in a good mood and therefore he just wanted to know if he lives here and if in this place everything has always been so scattered and ransacked. Bira thought, was there really an earthquake here recently? Most likely, it must have been very strong if everything around is upside down. Koulan thought that this petty hooligan was talking some kind of nonsense. Was he asleep while he forgot everything he did here yesterday? Koulan didn't understand. Has this boy forgotten everything that happened that night and he pretends as if he has nothing to do with everything around him? Bira told him how hard it was for him to wish death on a sleeping man. It was somehow completely indecent and also asked him why he was so angry that Koulan was behaving like that. Koulan got off the young man and walked in the other direction. He wasn't scared at all. He was preparing himself that he needed to stay calm. He would still have a chance to take revenge on this boy. Koulan decided that he would first need to restore his previous form and then he could deal with him. But now he just needed to be patient with this boy a little. Then he needed to meet with the master. But for this he also needed his previous form. So he was not ready to appear before her eyes. Koulan thought about the master. For some reason he said that he loved her. Most likely he said it in the heat of the moment and now he felt like a complete idiot or completely beaten off. Koulan, at the very thought of the master and that he said something wrong to her, began to cry. Bira looked at him and thought that there was something wrong with him. He came up to ask what happened. Bira sat with his hand on the elder. He said with pleasure how pleased he was and also commanded, saying that it was necessary a little higher or a little lower and that the boy did not stop. Bira sat and looked at the Koulan and did not understand what happened to him. Why was he crying so much? The next moment, someone hugged the boy very tightly and loudly said his name at Birs. This morning was full of surprises and it was another surprise that he definitely did not expect. He hugged him and took Tanya in his arms. He laughed and told him, thank you for being worried and coming for him. Bira looked at him and thought, is he really awake? Trishina looked at them and said, it looks like you are good friends and you have a lot of fun together. Tanya said that's true, they became friends and they really have fun together. Then the young man stood up and said that he was ready to introduce himself to the elder. He bowed his head and said that his name was Tanya. The elder was pleased with everything and said that everything seemed to be fine with them. He didn't have to worry about them anymore. And then he added that they are unlikely to meet again, so his name is unlikely to be useful, but if he happens to see each other again, then he will say his name. Tanya bowed again and said that no matter what, someday he would still thank the elder for everything he did for him. The elder laughed and added that why did the young man say that? He's not a decrepit old man and there's nothing special about him, didn't. Tanya said that he had urgent matters, so he was saying goodbye to him. Bira was very indignant. Will he really go in the state he is in now? He is too weak. Tanya said that you are his boy, sorry, but he just definitely needs to check something quickly and he is going back and forth, so they have to go. You are rice. She thought that just recently Lilo was pouring out of a bucket and now it's so clear and the sky was completely clear. He looked at the sky and said how beautiful it is around. You're still getting old, you're worried about how the master got to school. Is everything okay with her and is she safe? The elder remained sitting and he watched as the young man sat on whose shoulders the world moved further and further away from him. The elder did his job and now they are together and safe. Tanya was carried on his shoulders by Beer. They seemed from the outside to be absolutely happy, they were having a lot of fun. The elder looked at them from the side and thought how wonderful it was to be young and how long ago it was. The rain stopped and there was silence again. The master asked his assistant if Hugo had returned. She answered yes, but because of the heavy rain there were no results. The master really loved to sit on the windowsill and look at the city from above. He said that this was true and it was really pouring out all night. And he also added that luck was still on the side of these outcasts from the Northern River School. The master was not sure that Hugo had told everything. He knew that this hound butterfly definitely did not return empty-handed, so he told him to have a good rest and then they would talk. The girl asked, is it really necessary to ask him to try again tomorrow? It seemed to her that the master was dissatisfied with something. He replied that enough was enough. It was just a gesture of goodwill and politeness towards their regular customers. The master said that this is why they first need to see what they can find out from these grandmothers about Koulan and then they will need to think again. The girl said that it was good, but she thought that Koulan died 9 years ago and now he doesn't exist, so why find out all the details related to him? The master said that indeed this is so and he died 9 years ago, but he needs to clarify some things with these old women. They should know much more than he does. Koulan is a great evil and terrifying, so the master wants to know everything about him in the smallest detail and everything that was connected with him. Where the foot of this evil did not pass there was only destruction and destruction of everyone who stood in its way. Everything turned black after it passed. Everyone begged him to stop Koulan. If he continued to act like this, he would destroy the whole world, but he was not going to stop. He was destroying everything around him. The only one who could resist Koulan's rampage was he. It was his older brother. His strength was enough to stop the evil. It was he who owned the only blade that managed to hit Koulan, and this blade belonged to his older brother. His elder brother's name was Yumebaku. Then they met for the last time and his brother's endless sadness was when he had to lift the sword on his own flesh and blood. But in the end of this battle, Koulan was defeated and evil was destroyed. Koulan was a complete idiot but was very cunning. His brother made it so that he can no longer use magic. He deprived him of his eyes. Koulan was worried about only one thing, that now he no longer has an eye. Most likely he did not kill him. He left him his life in exchange for the life of a worm that crawls in the ground. But Koulan only laughed at his brother's weakness. And then Koulan the great evil had to hide from his brother all the time. But he did not stop doing evil and moved from place to place so that his brother could not punish him again. Koulan was the one who drowned the world in rivers of blood and he was the one who forced him to fall on his face. This man was forced to constantly run and hide. All this was before their last meeting when they met in order for one of them to live. It was cramped for the two of them. Koulan told his brother that he was very annoyed that because he called someone younger than him a great evil, it was very rude to his soulmate. Yumebaku did not think so and he told his brother to shut his filthy mouth and use the power that was subject to him. It was the sword of the stream. Koulan told his brother that he had deprived him of his eyes and he was now ready to repay him in kind. He concentrated his dark power and directed it towards his brother. Then it was already clear that the forces were unequal and this time Yumebaku was ready to go to the end to remove the evil that walked all over the world and destroyed everyone standing in his way. Koulan died in this battle and it seemed that evil would no longer exist. Well, everything didn't turn out quite like that. There remained magical monsters subordinate to him who carried the same evil as himself. They scattered all over the world. The master saw a falling leaf and decided to see how beautifully it would fall down. It was very strange where it came from so high there were no trees anywhere. The leaf fell down and the master watched his every movement. It was very beautiful and he loved everything beautiful. When the master looked down, he saw that Hugo was talking to Chorin. He told her to follow him. Hugo walked ahead of the girl on tiptoe and asked her if no one was watching them. Chorin was indignant and said that he could walk normally. They approached the door and opened it slightly. They stood so as not to reveal themselves. They tried to look at what was behind these doors. At that very time, Bira and Tanya had already reached the river and were sitting on its bank. They were hungry. So they decided that they needed to catch fish and eat. All this time, Bira was kind of sad. He couldn't remember what happened to him and it seemed to him that he had forgotten something very important. Tanya constantly talked and said that he was very upset that he almost caught this fish. He directly felt that it was already in his hands. Bira from such fishing and said, "Does he really call all this fishing? Because it was impossible to catch a single fish like Tanya did?" Tanya said that of course they often caught this with his friend in childhood and told the kid to trust his friend. He knows what he's doing. Bira looked at the young man and was surprised. He understood that of course he wouldn't catch anything and they would remain hungry. Bira asked the young man if this friend of his with whom he was fishing is the one they are looking for now. Bira also asked the young man if he was the same commander he told him about, but from the outside it seemed that he was an ordinary soldier. Tanya was made laugh by what the boy just said. And is it really true that this is exactly what it looks like from the outside? The young man didn't know if this guy was waiting for him, but he had to meet him. If, as the girl said that freed him, Sohyul really died, and he won't be able to find him alive, then he would be ready to find him where he is buried and put a glass on his grave. Bira couldn't calm down and asked Tanya, "This friend of his is just as stupid as he is and they are developing some kind of kindergarten if you listen to him." Bira said it was very good that they caught a fish, but he understood everything and it was time for them to go. The young man agreed with him. It really was time. Bira said that they needed to pick up more fruits along the way. The young man did not understand why they needed to do this. After all, they were not hungry or it was necessary for someone. Bira said that this was necessary in order to feed the animals. They definitely would not eat them raw. Now everything became clear and they moved on. If there is a huge stone in the body called melancholy, then you need to look inside yourself. But with this world, which sooner or later will make you dream of leaving your home, the master sat and looked somewhere far away. Once he could fly in the skies as much as he wanted. It was his nostalgia. Hugo and Chorin stood behind the slightly open door. He said that this is one of those children who are looking for the Eastern Fire. He brought him here. The girl asked what was on his mind. Bira walked in front and behind him Tanya showed and constantly told him something. It was important to speak out. Bira remembered the words that his grandfather and the bear told him that you should never get close to anyone. The whole forest could hear the stomp of a mountain sheep running very quickly. Now he had only one task, to bring the master to school and so that she would not harm herself on the way. The master held on to the saddle with all her might. Her arm was broken and it was difficult for her to hold on so as not to fall. She needed to get to school as quickly as possible. The master was angry and thought about what this Koulan was thinking when he used such strong magic, because then he exposed her to great danger. The elder put the completely exhausted woman on a mountain ram and told him that the master's wounds were too severe and she needed to be taken to the school building as soon as possible. The master couldn't understand where the elder had gone then and why he didn't take her himself. She didn't know if everything was okay with the two who remained there. Repeat, she went in the other direction and in Gorni she ordered the ram to hurry up and he immediately went towards the school. The master caught herself thinking that she doesn't remember everything well. What happened to her that night? But there are things that she cannot forget. Firstly, this is the girl who had very great power and it was difficult for her to cope with it. She ran away and the master could not catch up with her. This girl and that boy possessed the highest level of the prank style. It was her fault that she should have finished what she started long ago. They were already approaching the school itself and there was very little time left for them to be there. The master was alarmed. Everyone was glad to see her and greeted her. Had the master already returned? But on the other hand, by her appearance there was a reason for her return. The master said that a council should be quickly convened and all commanders should be present. They needed to be called urgently. She needed to say something important. This was an order of the highest level and it could not be ignored. Absolutely all commanders had to come to the council. The master was waiting for them. Koulan sat and cried like a little child. The elder lay next to him. He was guarding the Koulan. Now he was completely defenseless and anyone could offend him. At some point, the elder could not stand it and said, "Well, how much can you cry? They need to get ready and they should already go to school together. Their master is waiting there." Koulan did not stop being capricious and said that he didn't want to know anything and didn't want to go anywhere. He said that the elder himself should understand what he said to the master and continued to cry even louder. He was ashamed to appear before the master in this awkward form in which he was now. He said that until he recovered and became beautiful again, he would not go anywhere. He cried and lamented about where it had gone. His face looked like a work of art. The elder listened to all this and thought that his face was more like a cake and in general, in his opinion, he is much nicer now than he was then. These words of the elder did not calm Koulan in any way. He sobbed and said that he had died. The elder thought about how to console him. The elder told him to look at it from the other side. But he has excellent magic. He doesn't know exactly what happened that night, but he definitely incinerated this entire area. Koulan turned and looked at the elder. He continued to whine and said that he didn't do all this and had nothing to do with it. The elder was very surprised and didn't understand how it wasn't him. Then who did all this? Was there really someone else here who had such great power? But the Koulan could no longer answer anything. He cried so much that he instantly fell asleep like a little child and no longer heard any questions that the elder asked him. He went up to him and covered him because he was completely exhausted. Apparently it was really hard at night and he needs to rest. The elder also lay down not far from the Koulan. He thought that he would tell him later, but for now he would take a little nap with him while there was time. The elder fell asleep with the Koulan. It seemed that no one could disturb them here, but somewhere they heard the sounds of a bird. It was very close and this sound was approaching them. She came so close and made her sounds that you could see her, but neither the elder nor the Koulan woke up. They slept soundly. It was not a bird, but an incomprehensible creature that came very close and was ready to steal a Koulan. It was hunting for babies and it was just right for her. The Koulan lay on the mat and slept very sweetly, as only small children who have played enough and are tired can sleep, and that's exactly how the Koulan slept. Tanya had already climbed the tree and was ready to pick berries because Bira told him so. He just didn't know how many berries he needed. Tanya climbed very high and collected a lot of berries. Bira stood below and said that this was enough. They needed to finish it. It was time to move on. Bira made only one conclusion. No matter what the young man does, he tries to do it to the maximum and never shirks from work. Some bird appeared in the sky. She screamed after Bira, "Thief, thief." She wanted to catch up and peck him on the top of his head for picking berries. When she flew very close, she saw that it was Bira and was delighted with him. This bird asked if they happened to see any suspicious persons here. Bira also recognized his friend. It was Pobo. He asked what she was doing here. Pobo said that he was going to be caught here because someone dared to steal his shiny jewelry that he was taking to the wedding. Bira answered him, maybe he is somewhere else, but he didn't see him here. Pobo insisted that he was somewhere here. He followed this scoundrel all the way to this place. Bira said that it was good, then let him fly after him and they would look for him here together. Pobo decided that he would fly further and look for the thief there, and Bira he said that they would see each other again. Everyone went their own way. Bira walked in front, and the young man was behind them now. They had to return to the elder. They had to find out where the young man's friend was and where they should go next. Bira asked Tanya, is it really that old dear who cured him? The young man answered that he would one day repay him for his kindness. Bira replied that he would have to live a very long time if he wanted to repay all the debts he had accumulated. The elder woke up and walked all over the area. He was looking for the Koulan. It was unclear where he could have gone because he was sleeping so soundly and he definitely wouldn't wake up. He would have heard. Tanya went up to the elders and asked what happened while they were gone. The young man realized that the elder was talking about that crying child. The elder said that he had one grandson missing and they accidentally didn't see him on the way. Tanya said that he would help him find them. They really didn't see him on the way when they were coming here, but it doesn't matter. They decided to split up and go in different directions in order to find this baby. Nothing should have happened to him in such a short time. Bira was a little dissatisfied because he was not going to look for anyone, but Tanya told him to start searching from the very beginning. They didn't agree that way, but this time he decided that he would listen to him. He left and thought only about the fact that he was forced to work now. Anyway, it was all useless and he was unlikely to find someone. Bira could not understand why it was necessary to look for this child, and shouldn't Tanya find his friend as quickly as possible. Bira thought it would be better for him to just return now and he shouldn't go further. He didn't want to look for someone, especially since he didn't promise anything to anyone. The boy thought that my grandfather always advised me to get involved with other people, and now, even more so, why help someone when everything is not in order? Bira heard Pobo's voice. He was talking about how he dared to take his treasure and shouted that he was a vile thief. Bira decided to come closer and see what was happening there. Because he screamed louder and louder, he was full, die, die, and in front of him was an incomprehensible creature weighed down with everything possible. Most likely it stole it somewhere else. Bira didn't come close right away and decided to look at everything that was happening there from the outside. He didn't want to interfere in other people's proceedings. This creature was moving for a period of time, and Pobo was flying above him, who was screaming all the time and trying to take away what was his. This creature had a bandage that held the baby tied on his back. It was the same child that the elder was looking for. He was tied tightly on his back and it was from the baby that he continued to sleep. He didn't even hear that he was stolen. Bira thought, and what kind of creature is this that carries him on its back? Bira didn't know what to call it and just shouted, hey, stop moving, but the creature was not going to listen to Bira. It continued to move on. Then the boy said that this was not his child on his back, and now this child's grandfather was very worried about him. Bira tried to somehow pity this creature, but it did not stop and moved on. The boy said that if he really stole it, then let him calmly put the child on the ground and move on. Then he won't get anything for it. This creature pretended that it didn't hear anything and that no one was talking to it. It continued to move on and was not going to stop. Bira said that in this case, apparently it doesn't want to listen to him. He knew it, or he was scared to death of it and ran wherever his eyes looked. The boy shouted to let the child go and put him on the ground, otherwise he would regret it. He said that this creature was not only a thief but also a scoundrel. Bira was already very angry and jumped so as to push this creature. He didn't want him to run far and he had to catch up with him. He hit him once and he fell. Bira took the baby from this creature who was tied to his back. Now he could calmly return him to his grandfather and not worry about him anymore. Bira told this creature that from now on he would stop stealing. And why is he stealing children at all? If they find out again that he has taken up his old ways again, he will be in trouble. Now it was necessary to please the elder as quickly as possible and take the Koulan to him to show that nothing happened to him and he was safe and sound. Bira went as quickly as possible to where the elder was. Now because of this thief he was in a bad mood, but the job was done and it was time to return. After Bira took away the small Koulan from this creature and Pobo took all his shiny jewels, this creature was very upset and even began to cry. It stood for some time and cried because everything was taken away from it. Everything that it stole during this time and was able to take away. He didn't just cry, but began to sob throughout the whole forest. So everyone heard his cry. This creature could not calm down. Pobo flew next to a boy carrying a small Koulan in his arms. He said that it was impossible to leave this creature unpunished. It was necessary to scare him. They turned around because they heard the sounds that were really pursuing them and they were catching up with that same creature. It was determined and was no longer afraid of anyone. Because it became several times larger than the boy and now it seemed stronger than him. Well, everything was not like that at all. Bira was ready to fight with her if it came to that. The creature screamed very loudly and a pile of pebbles and other jewelry that she had hidden in her mouth began to fall from her mouth. She spat out all these jewels only so that they would hit the boy and hurt him with them. Bira looked at everything that she spat out and thought what kind of shiny ones they were and where she could get enough of them to spit them out at once. He remembered what Pobo told him, that he was going to catch a thief and that someone dared to steal his shiny jewelry that he was taking to the wedding. Now Bira understood everything. It really was bad, and it really stole not only small children, but also everything that was bad. The creature didn't say anything and didn't even try to listen to what Bira was telling her. She followed him in order to take away this child again. It's unclear why she only needed him. The boy said that he had had enough and he really got very angry. He couldn't behave as this creature did, so he had to be punished. Bira came very close and was ready to strike to punish the creature standing in front of him, but it began to make some sounds, first quieter and then louder and more melodious. Bira no longer wanted to attack because he began to feel drowsy and he really wanted to sleep. He forgot about everything he had just promised to do. The boy thought why he suddenly wanted to sleep. He knew that he shouldn't close his eyes, but he couldn't. His eyes closed on their own. The creature was satisfied with its work. It no longer screamed or cried. It was its sounds that put the boy and the Koulan to sleep, and within a minute they were lying on the ground and sleeping sweetly. Bira was lying as he loved to sleep and in his arms the Koulan was sleeping. The job was done. At the same time, in the city, as always, there were a lot of people on the street. Some went shopping, others went to a cafe to eat. The city lived its own life. Unexpectedly for everyone, in the middle of the city, a tree that had not bloomed for a long time and did not have a single leaf on it began to crack and beat its branches in different directions. Something very strange was happening to the tree. It was very old and it seemed that it had been standing on this very thing all its life. But today it seemed to begin to come to life and its roots began to come off the ground. The people who were in the square at that time were very surprised, and others were even scared. Everyone froze in anticipation of what would happen next. None of the passers-by could even think that this could happen in the city. They walked past this tree every day and none of them had ever seen anything like this. When the roots of the tree completely rose, people saw a very tired man who was saying some words. He only spoke hell and then added ma. No one understood what he was talking about. He walked further behind him. He had this whole huge tree, but in his hands I had a sword, which means he was ready to enter into battle. He repeated the same thing all the time. Chol hell ma. He needed her. The master, as always, was in his room. He couldn't hear what happened up there. He could only observe, but now he was busy with completely different things. He was sitting. I was looking at the blue sky. At some point he got bored and he decided to get some sleep tonight. He flew very far and that's why he was tired. He can't fly for a whole day anymore. How to study? A very loud scream woke up the master. He opened his eyes and asked what happened. He needed to find out as soon as possible what was stopping him from sleeping. Chorin came into the room. She said that they had a new group order and it would be better for the master if he saw it for himself. The girl began to tell that there was a tree walking in the middle of the city. The master was surprised. Could this really happen in his city? And indeed in the middle of the city it turned out to be a nuisance. It was strange that this tree first cracked because of the fastening and then began to move and a man came out from under it. He was holding a sword in his hands and was not at all in a peaceful mood. This man was quite aggressive and repeated only one chul helm, then added that he needed to kill. It seemed that it was because of this that he appeared here. This incomprehensible creature that stole everything that was in its path and which now put the boy to sleep, and the Koulan took them and again tied them to its back and began to move on. This creature said that it was not afraid of anything. It made such sounds that lulled everyone who approached it. Because of these sounds Bira and the Koulan slept so soundly. Bira, He fell asleep so soundly, he didn't even feel how this creature tied him to his back and took him away somewhere with all the loot. This creature walked and made sounds of birds that were in the sky. From these sounds they fell asleep and fell down. Not a single living creature could resist this sound, it still fell asleep. When this creature walked through the forest, it continued to make these sounds, and then not only birds, but also hares, fox, squirrels, too, having heard this sound, instantly fell asleep and fell to the ground. Everything around was asleep. The master followed his assistant. She showed him where in the center of the city it happened that a man came out of a tree when they ran 1 block. She said that they need to turn because it is located right here. While they were walking, the girl told the master that at first people from all areas had gathered to look at this tree, but then she started moving. They all got scared and ran away. When they had already arrived at the place, they saw that there were really no people near this tree, but it continued to move. The master assumed that it could be. The master thought that he could not allow the silence to be disturbed. In this city, peace and security should reign here, so he had to figure out exactly what happened here. The master saw that a man was sitting in front of the tree holding a sword in his hands. He was very unkempt, one could say that he was scary. This man sat with his eyes closed and muttered something under his breath, as if he was waiting for someone to come to him. The master said that he is the ruler of this city and his name is Banjo, and then added that he is glad to welcome him to their hot springs. If you need anything, he is at his service. The master continued to say that he, of course, heard that somewhere in the east there live warriors who associate themselves with trees, and it is a great honor to see one of these warriors live. This man listened to everything that the master said and did not want to introduce himself. He simply asked what it was that the master had encountered with Koulan. The master thought how impudent he was, but did not focus on this. He answered his question that it seems there was some kind of misunderstanding and his paths actually crossed, but he never saw him and did not enter into battle with him. This man replied that in any case, now the master should bring him here if, of course, he wants to continue to conduct his business here. He said this as a threat. The master replied that they were asking for forgiveness, but this request could not be fulfilled, and he asked, please, that this is yours. He returns to where he came from. The man who came out of the tree didn't like these words. He was expecting something completely different and came here for something completely different, so he took out his sword to show his strength and his determination in this matter. The master was not ready for such a turn of events, so he considered that first of all he must protect Chorin because she is also here with him. This is yours who survived from the tree tried to strike with his sword, showing that he will not give up on his intended goal and is ready to fight if his demands are not met. The master and assistant dodged the blow of the man from the tree, but he really wasn't joking, so they decided that they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. This man began to destroy everything that was near him. If this continues, he will be able to destroy their entire city. The master and Chorin ran away. They had to make a decision. This tree man said that he gives 2 days and they need to do anything but bring Koulan here, otherwise this whole city will be destroyed. When the master and the girl were in a safe place, she said that the master had planned this conversation. In addition, she said that he was looking for Koulan. The master replied that everything was exactly as she said, but he wanted to hear for himself. At the same time, the elder and Tanya continued to look for the Koulan. They did not yet know that they would also have to look for Bira because he was also stolen. The elder told the young man that if he thinks carefully, he should not move so much for now, and he apologizes for forcing him to do this. Tanya replied that the elder should not worry. The most important thing now is to find the child. Besides, compared to saving his life, this is a mere trifle. Tanya added that he shouldn't worry. Most likely the child is playing somewhere and maybe even fell asleep, and that's why they can't find him. And he also added that he'll go and look for him a little further away. The young man looked at the elder and asked him that he probably hadn't eaten anything all this time, and, handing him a handful of berries that he had picked from a tree, he told him to have a snack with this. The elder thanked him and told him not to forget to eat too. The elder ate everything that was in the hands of the young man, and therefore he had nothing left to eat. Tanya remained hungry. The young man looked reproachfully at the elder because he left him without food. But on the other hand, he himself offered this food to him. After the elder ate, he looked at the young man gratefully and did not understand at all why he was angry. Somewhere very close they heard sounds, and some of these sounds they did not know who was making them. Well, they could also hear the snoring of a small Koulan, and they could hear Bira muttering, saying something incomprehensible. The young man and the elder turned and saw this creature that was carrying on its back. The boy was holding a Koulan in his hands. The young man saw a sleeping Biru who was muttering something. He was tied to his back. It existed. It was unclear how this creature could put him to sleep and tie him. And the Koulan slept very soundly in the arms of this creature, even snored a little. How was it able to put them to sleep and take them away? That was the question. The young man immediately thought what kind of monster this was and what was going on here. Where did he come from and why were the children in his hands? This creature did not stop and was not afraid of the young man, and the elder had hurried to hide as quickly as possible so as not to be caught. The elder said that he did not know what kind of creature it was, but it also kidnapped children. The young man said that they needed to catch up with it as soon as possible and they rushed in pursuit. The elder and the young man fled. After the ladies of this creature, they needed to pick up the kidnapped Koulan and Bira, but he ran away too quickly. The young man caught himself thinking that he couldn't run so fast on an empty stomach, and all this was due to the fact that he gave the berries to the elder and he himself remained hungry. Tanya shouted to this creature to stop in the direction where he was running. There was a cliff and if he didn't stop he would definitely fall. But this creature did not hear and continued to move very quickly, so it fell down the cliff. With all the speed he was running, he pushed and flew straight down from this cliff. The young man looked when he approached the cliff and realized that it had flown. Now it was important that they did not crash and landed successfully. Tanya watched them fly down and it was clear that just a little more and they would find themselves on Earth. He thought that something bad had happened. If this creature fell now, then Bira and the child she stole would fall with him. Tanya looked down very carefully and thought that the children seemed to be unharmed, and that made him happy. He began to go down and told the elder to wait there, it might be dangerous. He thought that he could catch him, but the elder said that he would not do that and he followed him. Tanya said that he would run forward after him, but let him not overwork himself. A caravan was walking along the mountain roads. The man who led this caravan said that until the arrival in the central region of Chunjen there would be no rest stops, and he also added that if they want to quickly relax in Mulguan, then let them walk quickly, it all depends only on them. Who from this caravan did not even have time to react to the fact that an incomprehensible creature was falling on them from above from the very top. This creature fell right onto one of the carts that were in this caravan and everything that was on it scattered in different directions and the cart itself broke. Everyone who accompanied this caravan began to scream because they saw a monster. Some of them shouted that there was alarm and everyone to arms. This creature was not going to stop and quickly began to run away after it and the armed people from this caravan. The young man was already very close and also saw where this creature was following. The guards shouted that this creature should be killed because it broke their cart on which they were carrying their jewelry, but it did not listen to them and ran away from them as quickly as possible. When the young man approached the caravan, he saw that everything was fine with the children, which meant it had passed. Now all he had to do was catch up with this monster. The caravan guard said that he may not be alone. This monster may not be alone and there is no need to lose vigilance. They tried to remove these jewelry from the road as quickly as possible. The young man wanted to be let through so that he could continue to pursue this creature, but he did not succeed. People from the caravan did not let the horse pass and this creature was very far away from them. Now it was unclear whether he could catch up with them. Someone's very large hand grabbed the young man's shoulder and stopped him. It was someone from this caravan. He said that he had caught a friend of this monster, and this man also said that Tanya had been arrested for such a turn of events. He definitely didn't expect it because he needed to free Bira and the child. He carried a plate of food in his hand. He prepared it himself and decided that he should feed this food to the girl who was in the barn. Therefore, he very quietly approached this door again and opened this door. He looked around so that no one was there. When he went inside, he decided that he needed to close the front door too, so that no one would know that there was a girl there. He handed her a plate of food and asked her how she was feeling and if she could move. He said that he brought her something to eat. He asked this girl to eat at least a little. It's very tasty, but she just looked at him. He tried to explain to her that if she doesn't have the strength, then the best medicine is to eat well and then sooner she will begin to drag on faster. And he also added that no one comes here except him, so don't worry and stay here as long as you want. The girl was very scared after all those events and she was very worried about her brother. She didn't know what happened to him. She looked at the food that was brought to her and decided that she really needed to eat a little to restore her strength. She couldn't stay here long. Therefore, at one moment she swallowed her saliva and did not eat everything that was brought to her. She needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. So she opened the door and looked around to see if there was anyone there who could see her. She had to go to find her brother. She didn't know what was wrong with him. The girl left this city very quickly. She needed to return to the place where all these events took place. Her eyes were full of tears. She did not do what her mother told her and did not protect her brother at the cost of her life. A few minutes later she was already at the end of the city. She wanted to leave it as quickly as possible. Here everyone was her enemy. She never tried the food that they brought her. She was afraid and did not believe in the kindness of people at all. She believed that there were only enemies here. Bira opened his eyes slightly. He didn't understand how it happened that he had just fallen asleep. It seemed to him that it lasted only a moment. Koulan also woke up. He felt so good that he wanted to sleep a little more. He felt warm and cozy. When the boy looked around, he realized that he was not in the place where he seemed to be and now everything was unfamiliar to him. The only thing is why he woke up in this place and what happened to him in the first place. And the most important thing is that this creature finally gave up the child. Koulan heard the conversation and said that he is fine and you can just leave him. In any case, there is no one who could compare with him. Lady Moon shines very beautifully. Bira shouted that he was grinding. Does he even understand how scared everyone was when he disappeared for his sake? He is here now. Is he really not aware of any accountability? This creature held the Koulan very tightly in its hands and was not going to give it to anyone. The Koulan really liked it. The creature began to make some sounds again. The boy had already heard this sound. It was because of him that he was inclined to sleep and he fell asleep. Bira thought obviously if he listens to this sound, he will immediately fall back to sleep. Then we need to find a weakness in this creature and wait. The boy no longer quarreled with this creature and threatened him. He decided that he needed to wait and then he would know how to deal with it. The only thing that really annoyed the boy was that he had not eaten since yesterday. He was very hungry and his thoughts were now only about food. Koulan said that the boy is hungry and his tummy is growling. Besides, he is so skinny, and the Koulan is loved even by skinny people. Bioa could not calm down. He was hungry very much, so he needed to find food somewhere or have food brought to him. This creature opened its crop and spat out something along with its saliva. Bira could not look at it, and why was it doing this? It took into its paws something that Bira spat out of her mouth. He thought how disgusting it was. He closed his mouth because he almost vomited. He couldn't look at it. This creature stretched out its paw where the fruits lay and showed Bira that he could take them. He didn't know why he was giving them to him. This creature made some sounds. It wanted to say something with these sounds, but it was still incomprehensible. Mira asked this creature if he really wanted him to eat it, but he couldn't do it physically because he was sick. But if he doesn't do as he wants, who knows what will happen then? So he closed his eyes so as not to see and decided to take the fruit. The boy did not open his eyes and tried to eat this fruit with his eyes closed, wishing everyone a bon appetit. He thought only about one thing: is he really going to die like this? Koulan calmly took one of the fruits and began to eat. Everything suited him. He felt good and calm. And they also fed him. Bira thought this creature was constantly mooing. He got the impression that he was laughing at him. Koulan had a completely different opinion. He said that compared to the bitter taste of life, even I now brings him joy, and asked for another fruit. The boy could not improve the behavior of this child at all. He spoke all the time some nonsense and constantly put him to sleep. This creature turned to the birch bark and began to mark time. The boy guessed that it wanted him to lick his back again. Bira again began to be indignant. He did not understand what this creature was up to this time. And in general, he is not a baby to ride on his back, and he was not at all obedient and therefore was not going to climb on his back. This creature began to make its sounds again, after which he fell asleep all the time. So Bira decided that he would not argue with him and climbed onto his back. When the boy was already on this creature's back, he thought that because of hunger he was falling asleep, and again he really wanted to sleep. He didn't like this situation very much, and besides, he was transported like a small child. He hadn't considered himself like that for a long time. This creature, having rested, decided that they needed to move on, and when everyone was in place, it ran very quickly, so fast that Bira shouted where it was. It rushed, and the little Koulan really liked it because they flew. The caravan continued to walk along the mountain path. Now they were also leading two arrested people whom they caught. One of them was the elder and the second Tanya. The guards of the caravan shouted for the elder to move faster. Tanya asked to give at least a little water for the elder. The caravan guards led them and told them to shut up. They considered them thieves and also added that they should say, "Thank you for still being alive." Tanya tried to explain to them that they were not robbers. The man from this caravan said that they do not dare to argue, and so that they understand that now they will not receive a drop of water. Although he planned from the very beginning to give them water to drink, but now if they do not admit their guilt, he will not do anything for them and no one will listen to them anymore. The elder asked the young man for forgiveness. He believed that everything that happened was because of him. Tanya didn't think so and asked him to be patient a little. The elder insisted that, after all, it was he who put the young man in a difficult position and it was because of him that they were arrested. The man said that there was no need to say that about what happened. There was absolutely no fault of the elder, and he also added that the monster that carried away the children seemed to him not at all evil. The elder agreed with him, even though his eyes were already a little blind, but he clearly saw the soul in this monster was not evil at all. And he also added that there was no need to worry about them. And the elder also said that the Koulan is not the child to worry about. The guards were tired of listening to the conversations of the arrested and told them to be silent. Finally make one more sound and then let them change it for themselves. All you could hear around was the buzzing of bees. They were everywhere from the side from above. They were chasing and were very close. Therefore, they had to run. Bira sat on the back of this monster and was indignant about why it was necessary to stir up the whole hive. Now these bees are right behind them and the first one they will bite will be him. The boy knew for sure that if you were going to steal honey, you had to plan everything well, and then he was stung by a bee. When the bees had all flown by, this monster began to make sounds again. It was so calming and lulling, it wanted them to calm down as quickly as possible and not hurt them. They came to a very beautiful clearing. In the middle of this clearing there was one single flower. It was a beautiful pink color and it had a very pleasant aroma. This creature approached the flower itself, and well, I looked at this flower and admired it. It was clear from the sounds it made. Bira looked from behind. He thought that this could not be, that they were in this place and that this creature could admire something. When it went to this flower and extended its hands, Bira shouted that no, you can't touch this plant. He shouted for the creature to stop, but no one heard him, and it extended its paw straight to this flower and touched it. It did not know that this very beautiful plant was a predator. As soon as this creature touched this beautiful flower, it immediately opened and released its thorns in order to capture it in its arms. It was a predator flower. I didn't immediately find myself inside this plant. This creature began to make its drawn-out sounds again and Bira immediately wanted to go back to sleep. It was unbearable not to fall asleep listening to this melody. My eyes closed by themselves and I immediately had a dream, but Bira continued to resist and not sleep. He remembered how they freed themselves from this new flower and moved on, but his eyelids were heavier and he was already asleep to the sounds of this creature. His eyes were closed and he was sleeping very soundly. This time he had not a terrible dream at all. He really liked this dream. As it seemed to him, he opened his eyes, he was again in a new place and everything that was around was again unfamiliar to him, but in front of him was a beautiful tree with fruits. The boy thought that it was very good that he would finally be able to eat. On this tree sat the very creature who was trembling this tree so that the fruit would fall. Bira couldn't open his eyes right away because the sun was shining straight into his eyes. He saw this creature on a tree and thought what he was doing there. Bira didn't even immediately understand that this was the same creature. At first it seemed to him that there was some boy in the tree and he was trying to say something. This time Bira didn't understand anything at all. Where did the other boy come from? What's been happening to him lately? But all his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that fruits began to fall from the tree and right on his face and the Koulan who was lying next to him fell straight into his mouth and he did not need to do anything but just worry. When he looked closely, he saw that it was not a boy sitting on the tree at all, but the very creature that stole them and it was he who was trembling the tree so that they could eat the fruit. Koulan was having a lot of fun and he asked for them to be even more cowardly and for her to fall on him and he would catch Beer. On the contrary, was dissatisfied and thought it would be better if this creature put them to sleep again. And again, all over again, it demanded that the boy climb on his back again. He agreed and silently climbed on his back and they again ran very quickly. The next time they stopped to fall asleep and this creature also fell asleep. Beer only pretended that he was falling asleep, but this time he decided to act in his own way. As always, Lyaka leaned his elbows on this creature and tightly closed his eyes, pretending that these sounds were making him sleep. But this was his plan. The boy got up and checked if this creature that stole them had finally fallen asleep. It was necessary to act. Therefore, he decided that this is very good and he needs it now or never otherwise. He will never leave him and will not be able to leave. He looked at them guys and thought that he would not be able to take the child from his arms because he slept so sweetly. And in addition, for some reason this creature began to laugh loudly. He laughed in his sleep. It looked like he was having some kind of dream and he looked like the happiest creature in the world. He had a lot of fun today. Bira thought that he didn't want to disturb them and now he also didn't want to go anywhere. He was no longer hungry and would also sleep with them. Bira thought with a full belly. He didn't want to go at all, so he decided to join and sleep with them. He'll still have time and he'll be able to get rid of them. At this very time, everything in the city was completely restless. A warrior who came out of a tree was sitting in the middle of the city. He waited for these 2 days that he gave for them to find Chol Helma. He stopped with his tree right in front of the master's windows so that the master could see him and not forget what he had to do. Chorin reported to the foreman that it was quiet and she had already resolved the issue with the shop owners. She ordered the evacuation. The girl looked at this tree man and thought that he looked very ominous. She told the master that they needed to drive him away as quickly as possible. The master replied that she was completely right, but for now they have 2 days. The girl didn't understand how they could fulfill his demands. Even if he needed Kalhelma and was alive, how would they find him? The master was interested in a completely different question. He thought, why does he need him at all? I understood. Was the master really interested? He explained to her, if he knew the answer to this question, then a solution would have been found. It was all empty talk, and this man continued to sit right in front of their windows. At some point, he closed his eyes and even tried to fall asleep, but the same picture was in front of him all the time and he could not get rid of the memory of what happened to him. He recalled how then he ran along a narrow street to his house. He knew that something had happened to his brother, but then he did not yet know how scary it was. He then shouted to him for his brother to drink and everything will be fine. But he deceived himself because it was not true and tears flowed down his eyes. His brother lay there and whimpered quietly. He didn't even have the strength to cry from pain or scream. His brother had no legs. He remembered as soon as he saw that his brother had no legs, he screamed so that he seemed to be in pain, but he could no longer help. His brother said that he was fine and that he should not cry. He knows very well that he hates tears and added that he will be fine. Then it was he who decided that he needed to deal with the offender of his brother. And he was Chul Helma. He did it. He still could not calm down for a long time and sat crying near his brother. He only had one thing left to gain strength and avenge him. This was his goal in life. After which he cried out from the grief that he had. He could never see his brother again, and this grief was irreparable. He still cries bloody tears at the memory of his brother. That's why he yells, so that it can be heard in the area. He needs the offender of his brother, Chol Helma. The tree man is preparing to meet him at any moment, so he calls for Chol Helma to come to him. He gained so much strength to kill him. This scream tore his entire soul and was heard throughout the entire area. So there was not a single person who did not hear this scream. The master and Churn heard this scream and they were alarmed because they did not know what to do correctly. This had never happened in their city. The man who came out of the tree was ready to destroy everything around him. He needed to find Choi Helm, or otherwise he would leave no stone unturned. Bira was already sitting again on the back of this creature and they were again moving in an incomprehensible direction. This uncertainty greatly irritated the boy. He sat on his back and was indignant until he was hungry. He asked them to eat again later. It even seemed to him at some point that this creature who was now taking care of them understood and agreed with the boy. He began to understand. It would be getting dark outside and so they needed to find where they would spend the night now. So this creature was in a hurry to find a place. Night came and the caravan also stopped. The guards brought food to the elder and Tanya. They told them to eat and add more. Just if they are healthy, they will be able to sell them for much more. Tanya took this flatbread and tried to bite it. He asked if it was edible at all because it was very hard. The elder answered him that yes, he ate it and now he can live. This is some kind of bread. If you bite into it, it's quite tasty. Tanya couldn't think about anything. He only thought about the children. He was wondering if everything was okay with them and how they were doing and who would feed them. The elder told him not to worry. Now the most important thing is to regain strength. So you need to eat well. Tanya was not going to argue with the elder. He was properly worried about this cake, but his thoughts were still somewhere far away. A young man sat and looked somewhere into the distance. He saw something glowing and asked the elder what was there. He also wanted to know it. They saw in the distance the very creature that stole Bira and the small Koulan, that it was moving at high speed somewhere very close. Tanya began to take a closer look. Is it really so, or did it seem to him that it was actually the same creature and it was flying not far from them? He shouted Bira with all the strength he had. Well, the boy didn't hear him. He was fast asleep. Then the elder called the Koulan and he didn't hear anything either. Bira lay on the back of this creature and was covered with its fur. He slept so soundly that he could not hear his name. The young man told the elders that this was the same monster who stole the children. The elder replied that he saw. One of the guards noticed that the elder had thrown off the ropes and he shouted that how could it be that the deer had come loose. The guard was ready to pounce on him. When the guard was very close, he approached the elder without thinking twice about one of his back legs, so this guard flew to the side. The elder told the young man that it was time for them to leave here and they were delayed. The guards could not understand how he was able to free himself and they needed to grab him quickly. The young man was also interested in how he really did it. The elder replied that he only looks so weak, but in fact he is full of surprises. He told the young man to sit on him. They need to hurry for the children. The owner of this caravan, you are very indignant, so he shouted at his guards what they idiots were doing. He ordered them to quickly move after them. When they approached the very place where the elder and the young man had just been, they did not find anyone there. They realized that their prisoners had escaped. The guards raised their heads up and saw how the elder and the young man who was sitting on his back were running away somewhere into the distance. I definitely won't be able to catch up with them. Tanya was sitting on the back of the Ono elders. He had not experienced such extreme for a long time. He could barely resist so as not to fall. They moved very quickly and he did not even have time to look around. The elder was also in a good mood. He understood that he had not had so much fun for a long time and the continuation promised to be even more interesting. The elder thanked us everyone who was in this caravan who fed him for dinner and went after the very creature that carried away the children. The young man was a little shocked because they were moving at very high speed and he did not know how to react. He screamed at first because they did not rise very high. Then they sharply descended and moved to the very foot of the mountain. They followed the trail of that very creature. Tanya sat on the elder's back and held onto his fur as tightly as possible. He was afraid that he would fall out when they went up or down. Elder asked the young man how he is doing and warned him to now hold on as tightly as possible and also note that few are given the honor of riding on his back. Well, the young man almost didn't hear everything that the elder said, but he said that they will definitely catch you before you go to hell, but he himself doesn't know what will happen when they come down. One could only understand that they would have to catch up with this creature in such a rhythm until the sunrise. There was no way they would have time before. The owner of the caravan was very upset because these two were able to escape. He was already planning to sell them and make money from them. He swore at his guards because there was a whole crowd of them and they couldn't do anything. The guards justified that everything happened too unexpectedly and they reacted as quickly as they could. The master only thought that the style was leprosy and one of the surviving children mastered this style at the highest level. It was natural if you remember what kind of people. The master understood that it was necessary to exterminate them all at once and not spare the children. Now she told all the gentlemen that she admits her mistake. It's just that this is not simple magic, but leprosy. And this magic is not limited by the abilities of a living creature if someone finds out about it. Even if it is known to a lover of rumors and the tale of Umebik Banjo will not cause trouble. All of this could ultimately pose a serious threat to the very existence of North River School. And that's why they need to stop all this immediately. Of course they will send a fighter squad to find this child. However, because of her wounds, she herself will not be able to join them. That is why she asks them to do it. Now their primary task is to catch this child. All her commanders who arrived to her heard her request and were ready to fulfill it. In addition, she wanted them to secretly find out information that was also very important to her. This also did not give her peace of mind. The master wanted to find out who tried to kill a young man named Tanya. This was also important. All its commanders were instructed and they now knew what their task was. They said that it would be done, master, and set off. The girl, trying to get out of this city, got lost in it and now she had to go down the long stairs down in order to get to the next street. She could not ask anyone anything. She knew for sure that she was already wanted because of her strength and she was a stranger here, so she should not come into contact with others. When she went down those stairs she saw something very strange and it took her strangely. From the place where she was now, you could see the whole city and the very tree that was in the center of the city from which the man came out. She looked at it all from above and thought about what she should do next. She just couldn't understand where to move now. A stranger approached her and asked her what it was all about and added about the tree. Is it really big? A woman passing by said that children should not look out. It could be very dangerous and called her son. The boy said that he understood and had already gone after his mother, but he was also very interested, just like this girl. Yehua began to go further down. She went down exactly there to this tree and she absolutely did not care what they said. Someone shouted after her that she shouldn't go there. It's very dangerous. Everyone will be evacuated from there, but Yehua didn't hear anyone and went down further. By the evening it seemed that the tree had become even larger than it was this afternoon. It creaked even louder and leaned in all directions. Choran looked and said that this had become a larger problem than initially expected. The master agreed with her and even laughed. He liked everything so much that he thought it was a truly grandiose spectacle and he was able to see it. The girl had a completely different opinion. She thought that if they continued to have such picky clients, they would have a hard time. The girl said that it was the master who happened to encounter Koulan. Someone apparently chatted so to the man who came out of the tree, and this only meant one thing. Soon they would have even more unusual guests who would come here to meet Koulan. The girl said even if they correct this, who is sitting now with her tree, it will become more and more difficult and they don't know who will come here. She couldn't be very indignant because she was just his subordinate and he had the last word. Therefore, she said that she would not ask any more and whatever the master decided, she should not know about the master's connections with Koulan since trouble had already come. She added that anyway, ignoramuses like her would not be able to understand the full magnitude of the mind and the depth of meaning of the master's actions. He listened to her carefully and replied that it would be better if she simply scolded him. The master's last words seemed very cool to her and she didn't show it, but she was glad that he perceived her that way. The master looked up and saw that his cook was sitting on the roof. He said that this tree was very good and he wanted to climb it at least once. The master called him over. The cook pushed off, jumped several times in the air, turned over and landed near the master. The cook with a large ladle said that he was the first and would not give his place to anyone. He was in a hurry so as not to be late. The master thanked him for coming. It was Cook Toil. As always he wanted to be the first and now he succeeded. A pleasant aroma began to descend from the sky near the master, which emanated from the ribbon. Cook Toil noted a little ironically that it had appeared after all. The aroma of wildflowers came from this ribbon and this aroma instantly spread around and filled the entire space. The master thought that this could only mean one thing. The charming flower is also on his side because he has come here now. It was necessary to wait a few minutes and only the smell and a small part of the tape would be near the master and she herself would go down to them. And so the charming flower came out and after a while it was near the master. The girl said that the master's compliments are a charming flower. This is a very good compliment and she is grateful to him for it. And she also added that the master still speaks the language well and is ready to give compliments in different directions. Master today was very modest and said that, unfortunately, he is the only one who knows it perfectly. He was very grateful that she came. She was a Chilean weaver and she was one of the most fashionable among them. She turned around and saw another girl standing there, the weaver Chilean. She was surprised that she, too, had come here. This girl said that she was also here. The girl said that they had not seen each other for a long time. They needed her help, so she came. It was the stylist Swan. The master said, "Thank you very much to everyone for coming," and quietly asked about what she had heard, that the master had become a victim of gossip. He replied that he would explain the details later. The master fell silent. He saw something that made him silent. He asked everyone present what he saw. He also came with them. Everyone who now appeared in front of the master looked at each other, and they also didn't know what had come and stood behind them. They didn't even understand where he came from. Everyone had a question. What is this? No one, even those present here, had seen him before this time, and it was as if no one had called him. Why is he here now? This was the same creature who stole little children and who lulled them to sleep and who did not want to give it up. It was unclear why he was here then. It seemed that the man who came out of the tree had gone completely crazy, and he began to kill those who got in his way. It seemed to him that he was absolutely right. If someone came close to him and tried to talk to him or worse, argue with him, then he immediately, without hesitation, dealt with these people. Most importantly, he cut off their legs. He waited for the master to come to him and tell him where he could find Koulan. Only he knew and could help him. He heard some strange sounds. They were familiar to him, but they were very strange, so he turned to see who was making these sounds. The sounds became louder and louder and were already somewhere very close to him. The man with the tree turned to see who was making this sound. What he saw scared him a little, and he didn't know how to react to what he saw. Run away immediately or engage in battle. He didn't think of anything smarter than how to shout at this creature that stood in front of him so that he would go away. He thought that it was a monster that was trying to attack him. This unknown creature was heading straight towards him. It was shining with its eyes. The tree man did not know what to do and shouted for this monster to go away. No one knew what kind of creature this was, and everyone had the same question. Where did it come from here, and why did it appear at the master's request? This creature didn't attack anyone. It needed a person to come out of the tree. That's why he screamed. Why does it follow him? No matter where the tree turns, this creature followed him. Everyone reacted completely differently to this creature. Some stood watching what would happen next, while others hurried. Move to a safe place. When this creature opened her goiter, a stream of drool poured out. It was so ugly that all the ladies present here turned away. This creature spat something into her hand. She always spat it out when she needed something, but no one knew about it. And the knife came closer and closer to the man. The tree, this creature only needed him and no one else was interested in him. The tree man screamed for this creature to leave. He told him to leave him alone, but it seemed to not hear and tried to give him something. The tree man screamed with all his might so that this monster would not come near him, but this incomprehensible creature began to have tears flowing from such words. He was very upset. The tree man began to hide in the tree crowns. He was afraid of this monster that was approaching him. The tree man took out his sword and was ready to attack this monster if it did not retreat, and also continued to approach them. The monster didn't understand why they were so afraid of him and tried to say something. In her hands she was holding what she wanted to give to this man to the tree. The tree man screamed for this creature not to come closer and he drove it away, but for some reason it didn't leave. She wanted to communicate with him. Therefore, the tree man hid deeper and deeper in. Besides this tree, he did not want this creature to find him. He was very scared. Cook Toil said that for some reason it seems to him that this creature looks very dangerous and it can bring misfortune. Everyone else didn't know how to react. They just looked and were surprised at everything that was happening. Such a brave man. The tree suddenly got scared of this incomprehensible creature. All the residents of this city climbed on the roof to see what was happening there near this tree in the center of the city. They shouted, "Wow, look there, look there." On the street everyone was looking only in one direction. They were watching what was happening there. Someone shouted for everyone to look at how the tree was moving. It really started to move. From the outside it seemed that this tree was in a hurry somewhere and it was trying to run away from someone who scared it very much. The thug, who was also called a moth, thought that in the direction where this tree was moving there was a gathering place and Chorin most likely there too. He had to rush there to protect her. He couldn't let anyone hurt her. The elder with Tanya sitting on his back were also approaching this place. They were chasing that same incomprehensible creature. The elder looked forward and did not understand what kind of giant tree was in front of them. The most amazing thing was that they noticed that this tree was moving and moving quite quickly. The elder noticed that it was in the direction in which this tree was moving that the children were carried by an unknown creature. Tanya was worried that the children were okay in such a situation. You can't be sure of anything. The tree was really approaching the gathering place where there was a master and his assistants who were ready to help him, so they came to him. One of them shouted that it was approaching and they needed to dodge. The weaver told the designer to be careful because the tree was very close to her. The tree ran away and behind it moved the same creature that was trying to say something. It made some sounds but it didn't speak and no one could understand it. The man who was in the tree hid completely inside it. He stuck his head out a little to look close to this creature that was chasing him. The master picked up Chorin and tried to move it to the side so that this huge tree would not catch it in any way. They themselves no longer knew what was happening. The only thing that was clear to the master was that they needed to stay as far away as possible from this tree and from this strange creature that was haunting this tree. When this creature flew past the master, he saw that on his back there was someone attached to this creature. Now it was even more difficult to understand what was happening. The master clearly saw that there was a child on his back, which meant that this child was in even more danger than they were. Yehua stopped with everyone to see how the tree was moving and why it was running away from this creature. She came so close to this tree that she didn't calculate that it might start moving towards her, and now she only had to run away. The branches of this tree were already very close and they had almost caught up with the girl. A little more and they could have crushed her. Yehua was very scared. She needed to run away. If she stopped now, this tree would crush her. The tree passed close to where the cook Toil was. He said that it seemed they were completely stuck. He barely managed to dodge. Cook Toil said that he was always cheerful. Now he was a little scared. He didn't understand everything that this tree needed. Someone rushed very quickly near the cook. It was a young man who was sitting on the back of the elder. They were chasing that same incomprehensible creature. Cook Toil did not expect such a movement near him at all. He was not ready. Because it was happening here now. And most importantly, he was not ready for the fact that he looked at his hand and saw that his ladle was not in it. For him, this was the biggest loss, so he started shouting where his ladle was. Yes, he could get away. He was no longer afraid of this tree. But the tree did not understand where it was moving and began to destroy everything that was in its path, demolishing the roof and generally destroying houses. It came from a tree and became a huge lump that destroyed everything in its path. It spun and moved along the ground, running away from a creature that was incomprehensible to it. This door moved further and further, and more destruction it brought to this city. It needed it to leave this city as soon as possible. Well, this tree never left the city, so it moved from one street to another and continued its destruction. The weaver said that things are getting worse and worse. If the master had not evacuated people in advance, there would have been a huge number of victims. The stylist replied that you are holding up well, although in front of them is such a healthy and incomprehensible thing and no one knows what to do with it. The weaver noticed that it seemed that the designer was not used to this kind of spectacle, and also added that before they had to deal with much more serious things. The weaver also asked, does anyone know what kind of hairy thing it was that was always reaching out to that wooden warrior? It seems this creature was crying. No one knew. But it's obvious that it all started it was when the warrior saw him. But the hairy guy didn't do anything to him. The cook said that it was all strange, and where could he have gone? Maybe someone saw his ladle. The weaver answered that he lost his ladle, and why is this shoe that he is holding in his hands? The cook replied that apparently someone dropped it when the tree passed by. Well, that means they had to throw it away. This shoe will be found later. The tree has calmed down again. If it continues like this, then after resting a little, it may start to rage even more. No one has ever encountered anything like this, so this was the first time for everyone. Everyone looked at the master and in one voice they asked him, of course he has a brilliant plan, doesn't he? The master was silent. After silence, the master said that he had one thought, and for this he would need their help. The weaver said maybe they could have a light snack. As soon as the tree calmed down they had some free time and asked the cook to prepare dinner. And she also turned to the master that he was so happy with them that the cook was only glad that everyone was hungry, and unexpectedly called everyone that they didn't even have time to eat properly. The master replied that he understood everyone perfectly and the situation just turned out in such a way that he called them. He also added that if everyone was properly reinforced, 100 would cut this tree down. Even with a simple axe, you need to move until we chop the wood, you won't prepare any food. The master said that you still need to have a light snack. The tree did not move. It calmed down and stood in one place. It seemed as if it had never moved. Where were sounds heard from inside this tree? Someone couldn't move. Most likely the tree captured him. It was Tanya. The tree covered him all over and he completely lost his strength. He lay chained on all sides by the tree and could not move. He thought that if he had some kind of rope, then most likely he would be able to get out. But now there is a completely different problem. The young man heard someone's dull voice. He said the same words. This voice repeated that Koulan was bad and where he was. He was ready to deal with him. This voice asked where he hid. No matter how he hid, you still can't run away from him. But Tanya couldn't see whose voice it was. He couldn't get out of there. This voice also said that if he catches Koulan, they will give him a lot of money, and he and his brother Fi will get it. Someone stood behind the crowns of this tree and talked about how you had to put a piece of meat on white rice and put it in your mouth. Well, the young man couldn't see anyone because he couldn't move. He saw someone's features very close between the treetops. He wanted to look at this man, but he still couldn't see well. His man was not far away, but he couldn't be seen because of the branches. They prevented him from seeing his face. Tanya tries with all her might to crawl to that place where there were no branches at all to see who is there on the other side. A young man saw someone's path trying to push aside the branches that were blocking all his visibility. He didn't know yet whether this was a good person or his enemy. This man moved away all the branches that were lying in our head and on Tanya's face. Now he could breathe calmly and could calmly see who was near him. In front of him was a man in a mask, and because he found it he thought that Tanya was Koulan. Tanya didn't even have time to get scared. What else could happen in his life so bad? He decided that he had to see what this masked man would do next and what he wanted from him. He extended his hand towards the young man. It was not clear why he was going to pull him out from under this tree or, on the contrary, push him much deeper. This man was happy like a little child. He kept shouting that he had caught Koulan, but he really tried to pull him out from under this tree by grabbing him by the hair and pulling him out of there. Tanya was in a lot of pain and he even started screaming. This man replied that now they were together and he would go to the authorities with him. Tanya tried to explain that he is no one there, as he calls him Koulan, and has nothing to do with him and he is not going to go to any authorities. Well, this man couldn't calm down. He said that they would give him a monetary renaissance for Tanya because he was a young man who wasn't going to go anywhere and resisted. Everyone noticed that the tree suddenly calmed down and no one was running away, and it didn't run away. It didn't move at all. For the second time he stood near this tree and called Tanya. He told the young man to look at him or respond. Did he really not hear him at all? Then the elder said that if anyone can hear him at all, like who is under this tree, then let him respond. It became clear to the elder that, after all, he was no longer able to deceive his age, and he, as before, was running ahead of the young people. It seemed that he was already somewhere in the area of the foot. He definitely remembered that Tanya, when he was sitting on his back, he said that the creature with the children was somewhere near the foot of that tree. It was very dangerous because the movement of the tree was unpredictable. The elder said that at this rate it will destroy everything here. They need to get inside, and they began to make their way inside. At some point, Tanya said that it would be dangerous to go further and he ordered the elder to stop. Then he would go on his own. The elder told him not to make him laugh and that he couldn't do anything on his own with his bare hands, so he went with him. The young man saw Cook toil near the tree, who was running away from the one moving the tree. He had the same ladle in his hands. Then Tanya decided that in this case he would borrow it from this cook. Cook Toil stood and was indignant at what this tree needed. It was at this moment that the young man took the ladle from him, and now he had some weapons. But he caught his foot on one of the branches of this tree, and at that very moment his shoe fell off and he was left with only one shoe. He had one bare foot and the other in a shoe because he lost it. It was the same shoe that the cook found. The young man thought that in this case he needed to get at least some kind of weapon since his hands were tied, so he decided to use his foot. When they were already very close, near this cook, who was transferring his ladle from one hand to the other, he put out his leg and hooked it with him. Of course it was very inconvenient, but he had no other way and it was some kind of weapon. He pulled the ladle out of the hands of the cook Toil with 2 toes and they moved on. They couldn't stop. He held this scoop tightly with 2 toes. Now he needed to somehow hold it at such a speed and not drop it. It was large and quite heavy. Tanya tried to tell the cook, well, he most likely didn't hear him, so that he would forgive him. He would definitely return his ladle to him. Tanya took this ladle in his hand and jumped off the elder. He said that now he would act on his own, and the elder had to go to a safe place and wait there. Of course, he did not agree with this and replied that the young man had a lot of ideas about himself. The elders gave one piece of advice to Tanya so that he should not act recklessly, and of course he did not understand how he alone would cope with everyone. Tanyush walked along the branches of this tree. He said that his brother would find him. He was looking for his brother Bira. He just needed to be patient a little. Someone's voice said that it was unclear what kind of person rushed into the thick of it. They were talking about Tanya. He needed to at least tie a rope so that he could get out of there. Now the elders had no choice but to shout and call the young man. He was also a good old fool and went straight after him without any plan. That now was the time to think about a plan. The elder tried to push the branches of this tree apart, but he couldn't get anything. What kind of tree is this strong? Even his horns can't take it. The elder grumbled that it was stupid youth who imagined themselves to be heroes and rushed headlong into trouble. The elder scolded himself for the fact that God forbid he died. He doesn't know how the master's eyes will look at him later. He thought, it's good if at least the Koulan remains alive. It's not so easy to finish him off. Although now he's in this state, he looked around and realized that there was no further passage inside. It's not clear what he should do. Now he could only wait, hope and believe, and he smelled some kind of smell that attracted his sense of smell. This smell came from somewhere very close and he decided to look. The elder hid behind the branches of trees and looked in the direction where this smell was coming from. There he saw the master and his 3 assistants. They were sitting and waiting for something. The elder determined where the smell was coming from. The cook Toil came out of the kitchen. He told him not to judge him harshly in such a situation. He whipped up what he could in a hurry, and so that they ate faster until the tree lived again. And the cook also added that they should gain strength. They will need it to cut down the tree. And he turned to the master so that he would not remain on the sidelines and asked him to come to the table. Everyone pounced on the food. They didn't believe that he had whipped it all up. Of course, this was a real meal. The weaver said that everyone should eat because they were so thin. They needed to eat as much as possible. The master wished bon appetit. The elder thought that instead of thinking about how to find children, he was dreaming about food, and that he also turned out to be some kind of pitiful old man. Someone there at the table said it would be nice if this wooden warrior also tasted the food from their table. Katyuka said that what they say is true. Then we need to see how this tree is doing. After all, they decided everything on the sly. The elder had no choice but to sit and wait. He decided that if he couldn't help and couldn't find anyone, he would sit and wait. At this time, This masked man was pulling Tanya somewhere and shouting that he had found Koulan. He was so happy and the department shared his joy with his brother. He said that now they had become rich and from now on they would never eat the same thing every day. Tanya told him to stop right now and he was in a lot of pain. Well, this one in the mask didn't seem to hear and continued to pull him by the hair. Why it was just unclear and where he didn't understand either, and most importantly, he didn't see his brother. He pulled him into the very tree. There was emptiness, but there was definitely no way to get out from there, especially since the young man's hands were tied. Tanya watched how happy this man in the mask was. He danced and jumped near him. Tanya remembered that he had that same ladle in his hands and he decided to use it. Tanya swung with all his might and hit this masked man on the head. He definitely didn't expect this and he was a little lost. Tanya asked him how he was doing and why not at him one more time? This man oohed. He was in a lot of pain. Then he took off his mask and then Tanya saw that it was some local boy who accidentally climbed into this tree. This boy took off his mask because he was in pain and he was crying. The boy told Tanya to stand still. He would tell everything to his brother. Tanya agreed with him. Well, he couldn't understand. He got inside a tree. Well, what's going on here? Is it really already noon? He remembered yesterday before jumping inside this tree. He definitely remembered that yesterday all these events took place in the evening and it was dark outside. It was definitely night outside when he made his way inside this tree. Has so much time really passed and he doesn't remember anything and it's already noon outside. Tanya thought that this was more like a dream or some kind of curse, but this could not be reality for sure. Tanya had a bad feeling and needed to find the children quickly. He asked this boy to help him untie the rope and also said that it could be very dangerous here, that this boy and his brother had better leave. At that moment, the boy became very angry when he heard the word curse. He told the young man to shut up. And it was all because of him. He even found a stick in the form of a sword to start fighting with him. Tanya told the boy to calm down. He said that he was confusing him with someone. He wasn't Koulan, his name was Tanya, but the boy didn't seem to hear and continued to say the same thing. Tried to hit him with a stick in the shape of a ball and said die Koulan. It seemed to him that he could cope with him. Tanya turned his head to the side to look around and saw that Bira was lying there sleeping on the tree. This made him very happy. Bira was sleeping as always and did not pay attention to anyone. A small fist was sleeping not far from him and he also did not see anyone. Not far from there lay the very monster that stole Bira and the Koulan. Tanya didn't understand that the children were unconscious and they needed help. Now it was necessary to get as close as possible to them and help them. The boy beat Tanya with a stick and shouted that he should die. An idea came to the young man's head and he told the boy to wait, because he told me that he was not Koulan. The boy shouted for the young man to shut up and he already said that he shut his mouth. This boy became more and more aggressive. He was already screaming so loudly that he wanted exactly this, so that the young man would shut up. That from his eyes he had a real childish hysteria. The next time he tried to strike with a stick, the young man put out his ladle and the stick hit precisely this ladle. After this blow, the young man was thrown aside. So he didn't even understand why this happened. He flew far enough away but continued to hold the ladle in your hands. It was unclear where such power came from and does this child really have it? The force of the blow was so great that it carried the young man to some other place. He had not been there yet and it seemed to him that it was in a completely different place. Tanya landed and fell among the courage of the masks that surrounded him. He lay with his eyes closed for some time because he was dealt a very strong blow and he was not ready for it. When he opened his eyes, he had only one question: where did such force come from here and why was this force against him? He decided to look around and saw a huge tree on which there were a lot of fruits. They were all from a saw. It was very old. Tanya thought what kind of tree this was and where it came from inside the tree and something else. Very unexpectedly night came again. When he looked in the other direction, he saw another tree and Bira was lying on this tree. He had to hurry to pick up his brother. The young man asked Bira to help him. He held on. He is already coming to him and now a little more. Let him be patient and save him. A small Koulan was sleeping nearby near Bira. Tanya was sure that everything would be fine and they would get out of here. If they stayed here a little longer, who knows what could happen. Tanya heard footsteps and turned in this direction. He saw that the same boy in a mask was standing in front of him again, but there was also someone with him. He held this someone on his shoulders. He had the same mask as that incomprehensible creature that stole these children. Now it was generally unclear what was happening here. This boy said that Brother Pei should believe him, that at the top of this mountain there is a tree whose fruits will heal his legs. He should hold on tight to his back. He doesn't have to walk next to him. The young man thought that this was the same child who had just attacked him. Well, now he was not alone, but he had someone else sitting on his back. He carried this one sitting on his back to the edge and said to put him on the ground so that he would wait for him here and under no circumstances follow him. He had to do everything that his brother told him. The young man thought that for some reason this beak seemed familiar to him. The young man thought that this kid would really leave his brother and just leave. That's exactly what he did. He left and left. At first this boy ran very quickly and then for some reason he stopped and walked very quietly about. He thought about the words that the young man spoke to him and therefore he could not rush. He had to think everything over. The young man's words hurt him very much and he asked him if he really wanted to leave here with those children. Tanya was determined. He really wanted to take that little Koulan and get out of here. He didn't want to fight with anyone. But it didn't work out that way. Then this boy said that the young man would have to kill him and he turned back to face him and then took off his mask and it was no longer that harmless boy, but it was a warrior who came out of the tree. Bira continued to lie on the branch. He was still fast asleep and did not see that they had come for him. If only he had known. But through a dream, Bira heard a familiar voice and it was Tanya's voice. He was very happy that now they were together again. Tanya thought that if there is at least one chance to get the children out of here, then it's worth a try. He looked again at the sleeping Bira and he realized that he couldn't leave him here. And also this little Koulan, who was just a child and required protection. He slept so sweetly that he could not be left here. Tanya thought that there was one problem. The children were too close to him. Therefore, if things came to a fight, they might get hurt. Tanya asked him to let them leave and also added that what was the point of them fighting each other, they had nothing to share. This man told his brother to speak and he didn't have to grieve that he still had to hide behind the mask that was in his hands. He twirled this terrible mask in his hands for some time and threw it aside. The mask rolled, and it rolled straight to the place where that same second boy who was on his back was sitting. Everything around began to become covered with fog. Tanya looked and didn't understand what was happening now. It seemed to him that he was definitely in a dream. It couldn't be like that. Tanya caught himself thinking that the tree and the boy who was sitting next to the stink were disappearing. Wasn't it all real? Most likely it was a memory and that's why it is now disappearing. Tanya thought that you could go crazy with such events. After all, where did this place come from? In front of Tanya stood the same man who came out of the tree and he turned to his brother and said that it was too hard for him. This man only wanted to know one thing, that he really understood everything correctly, so he asked his brother again that it was Koulan's fault that he couldn't walk. This man said, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have had to leave his brother and he blamed only one person for everything that happened to him. It was Koulan. Tanya looked at this man and didn't understand what he had to do with all this. He came here to pick up the children and he doesn't know his brother or him at all. This man kept repeating only one thing. I must kill him, he will go to hell and will never get out of there, he is to blame for everything. He blamed Koulan for everything. This man said that he had to kill him and only then could he be freed from this pain that was tearing his body into pieces. He took his sword in his hands and headed towards Tanya. Tanya didn't understand anything, but I guess that this man considered him his enemy, so now he would attack him. Tanya's hands were tied and he could not fully engage in battle and he only had a ladle as a weapon. Tanya understood that their forces were unequal and now he would not be able to enter into battle. He did not even know what he needed to do now, but he was not going to give up. They stood in the middle of the area inside a tree. They were surrounded by many branches on all sides. It was so easy. It was impossible to get out of here, so Tanya decided to accept the pain in any case. He had no choice. The children continued to sleep on one of the branches of this tree. They had to be woken up so that nothing would happen to them because this man was very close to them. Tanya loudly shouted Bira Koulan for them to get up because this crazy guy was trying to start a fight and enter into battle, but the forces were unequal in advance. Tanya thought that everything he sees now is all created by an illusion and he really has problems with his head. In any case, he needs to grab the children and get out of here as quickly as possible. But this madman was not going to stop. He began to swing his sword and shout where Tanya ran. He called the young man Koulan and thought that it was Tanya who was his enemy. The young man was not going to engage in battle because he could not do it physically and therefore he needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. He tried to run up to the tree where the children were lying. This madman swung and tried to strike at the young man. Tanya had no choice but to fight back with a ladle, the only way he could stop this blow. Obviously this man had quite a lot of strength and when he hit Tanya felt that there was a warrior with great strength against him. Therefore, he even jumped to the side and could barely stay on the young man's feet. This force was very dangerous and he didn't even know what to do. He didn't have any weapons at all and he didn't possess any of these powers, which means he would lose. And then it's certain that neither he nor the children will leave here. This man made of wood was ready to use this force to kill Koulan and now he thought that the young man was precisely this enemy of his and that's why he used force. Tanya thought that this madman had a lot of strength. He didn't even have time to lower the sword and the whole tree was in splinters. It was very dangerous. He needed to get to the children as quickly as possible. This man shouted that he was begging for Koulan to die. He simply asked him to die and look at Tanya all the time. The light from this force began to break through the branches of the tree and came out. Now it was clear that something was happening inside this tree. The elder came closer to the table where the cook brought out food. They gave him a few leaves of greenery so that he could have a snack and he would be happy with it. Cook Toil asked the elder not to slurp. It seemed to him that something was happening inside the tree and he said that he heard something inside there. Therefore, The cook decided that he needed to listen a little and then take a closer look through the branches, maybe he could see what was happening there. The master approached the elder and asked if he liked the food. The elder replied that this cook Toil really knows how to cook very well. The master asked Trishan what exactly brought him to him after all. It's quite strange that hiding even his own reflection among the magician in the northern river, the elder so unexpectedly appeared in his city. The elder replied that hiding one's own reflection is a very strange expression, which the master said now and explained that some circumstances had arisen. And he also added that the companion accompanying him fell inside this tree. Everyone sitting at the table was very surprised how this could happen. They were all there when this tree was walking along the street. Well, how it was possible to get inside it was unclear. The elder will explain that a monster with white wool wearing a mask in the form of a beak took 2 children and headed to this city. They accidentally did not see him. The weaver replied that the white wool and mask in the form of a beak resembled the same creature that recently angered the wooden warrior during the day, but she did not see the children. In any case, the elder's companion is now looking for these children. So he jumped after this monster into the inside of the tree. And the elder also added, "Didn't any of them see this young man? He didn't have time to follow him." The passage closed. The master thought a little and remembered that he really saw a child on the back of this incomprehensible creature. He now could not believe what could this be. The master analyzed all the events that had happened recently. As he already said, during the day they discovered a war that had merged with a tree. In the evening, a totem appeared. A monster with white fur wearing a mask in the form of a beak. As soon as he saw this mask, something immediately came out to the warrior and the tree quickly turned into this huge thing. Everything happened very quickly, but into the thick fur of that monster. Master caught a glimpse of the child's face. Judging by the elder's story, it didn't seem to him that the child was sleeping. The master said that everything becomes much more complicated if now, along with that warrior, there are other people stuck in the tree. That is, the situation becomes even more dangerous, the master added. He thought it wouldn't be so difficult to break the tree by force. But if it starts to move erratically again, the cook couldn't see anything, he only heard some echoes, so he said it's not that important, let's do it because who knows what is threatening these children now, and added as soon as Hugo arrives they should come up with something. And the cook also asked the master, he doesn't know anything about that warrior. The master replied that only rumors that had reached him in the past about people like him. The master added that he now remembered one story, it was a long time ago. Well, something special came to his mind. He began to talk about how a young warrior appeared in one village. Although he never killed in it, all the inhabitants of this village after his arrival were cruelly deprived of their legs. In addition, they said that in some amazing way tree branches were sticking out of his body, and another eyewitness claimed that all this time that the warrior was in the village he did not stop shouting the same name. That's all he knew. The weaver said that it was true or not, but the feeling after this story was not the best. Besides, Charan said that recently it was yours, he even almost killed the master with his sword. The weaver was interested that at that moment when this warrior was very close, the master did not notice anything strange, special blade techniques or strength. The master actually remembered that there was something very strange and he just felt it. Well, he thought that it seemed to him. The master said that it was his swing of the sword. Everyone who was here at the table froze. They became interested in what the master noticed. It seemed to the master that it was yours. He was imitating a real technique. It felt like he didn't know how to use it at all, but only spied it somewhere. And the master also noticed that what followed after the swing was a strange force that escaped. It was truly great. If he had not dodged then, he would not have escaped with a slight fright. Now it was obvious to everyone that this was not martial art or simple magic. It was something else, and most likely it was a real curse. Now the master needed to understand what kind of curse this was and how to stop it, because the power of this warrior was truly great and he did not know how to control it. Although Koulan was small, he always tried to control the situation. Even now in a dream, he heard everything and understood everything. He just pretended for a while, so he decided to leave here. And he wanted to do it as quickly as possible and inconspicuously looked around and decided that everything was fine, perfect, no one saw him. Koulan thought that this was the same guy there trying to join the fight. He forgot what his name was. The Koulan still didn't like him. He thought that he was very lucky that he woke up. Having watched the battle that was unfolding before his eyes, he saw the second warrior who was in this tree. The clan did not know who he was, but he actually had a tree growing out of his body. It was incomprehensible to the clan. He had lived for so many years and already thought that he had seen all the strange creatures in this world, but he had never seen anything like this, and most importantly, this ugly guy holds up well in this battle. He thought about Tanya, but it was worth expecting this from him. You should give him his due for distracting that vile man. Only after some time did he notice that Tanya was tied up, and all this time he was fighting back, tied hand and foot. And the strangest thing about this battle was that instead of a weapon he had an ordinary ladle. He fought against a sword with an ordinary cook. Koulan was even a little happy because this curfew would definitely end in Tanya's death. He liked this interesting spectacle. His wishes were fulfilled before his eyes. He decided to sit until the end of the fight to see what would happen to Tanya. He had to see with his own eyes that he lost. But the Koulan could not understand that with the young man. How did he have such confidence that he was really going to win with a ladle? The battle continued. The wooden warrior tried to constantly attack. He wanted his enemy to die as quickly as possible and then he would complete his mission. He swung and tried to strike the young man again. Tanya stopped this blow with a ladle, but his ladle scattered in different directions. Koulan thought it was close. This guy with his hands tied, he could barely parry his attack at the cost of a broken ladle. Well, now, most likely, this wooden one will stop fooling around and take it for real. Tanya did not despair and immediately struck this warrior on the head. So he began to bleed. Koulan was a little surprised that this was exactly how the young man was going to use this stump. The warrior became even more angry with the young man and he tried to strike again, but Tanya stopped this blow with the very stumps that he had in his hand. Koulan was very happy that the young man would not succeed and he was pleased that Tanya could barely stand on his feet. He hoped that this one over there would show him now. Tanya understood perfectly well that he could no longer defend himself with this stump that was in his hands. Therefore, he needed to get the ladle again that he dropped. He again used the foot from which his shoe had been removed. He took out that part of the scoop that had flown to the side. Now he really needed it. He already held it in his leg and now he just needed to transfer it to his hand. Part of the scoop broke. So it was well sharpened on one side. The fight continued. Tanya was definitely not going to give up. He knew that from here he had to leave only with the children and most importantly, he could not leave beer. Therefore, he began to resist me for a long time and avoid the blow. He decided to immediately strike one blow to his opponent with the part of the scoop that was sharpened. He hit him in the head again. Blood splashed in all directions and it was clear that this blow was strong enough, so the warrior staggered and could not stay on his feet. Koulan was a little upset. He didn't stay here to watch. He wanted Tanya to lose in battle now, then the master would pay attention to him. The young man saw that his opponent was staggering but was no longer confident on his feet, so he delivered another kick to finish off his opponent. Koulan thought that this was a useless tree and he also thought that it wasn't much, but he managed to accumulate grains of strength, otherwise he couldn't. He needed to try to completely immobilize Tanya with the help of Maggie. The little Koulan decided that he still had some strength and that this strength was an illusion. He was ready to enter into battle with that part of the strength that he had. But he heard Tanya telling his enemy that he should stop fighting if he continues like this. He will have to kill him, but he must save the children. Koulan was very surprised. What does it mean to save the children? So it means he is fighting this wooden guy because of him too. Koulan didn't know what to do now. On the one hand, he wanted this young man to die, but on the other hand, he was here to save him. Tanya did not have time to dodge so as not to fall under the influence of the Koulan's hypnosis. He was again under the magic of illusion and could no longer make decisions on his own. The young man stood enchanted and looked at the Koulan. He was under the power of magic. The Koulan still decided that he needed to finish him off completely. The tree man stood and staggered from the blows dealt to him. He was watched by the very creature that brought these children here. She stood and cried. He was also in pain, just like this warrior with the tree. Well, this creature could not do anything and could not help in any way. It tried to utter some incomprehensible sounds, but these sounds were completely incomprehensible and only one sound was heard. Bira turned on the other side and continued to sleep when he heard these sounds. He fell asleep even more and then he began to have dreams. The sounds of this creature became stronger and stronger and they completely put Bira to sleep so that he could no longer hear anyone else. The warrior with a tree sticking out of him tried to pull out of his head the very same scoop that was sticking out of him. He did it with some strength. Now he could start the fight back with his opponent, but Tanya stood spellbound and looked at the Koulan. This is yours. He said that his opponent is cunning and very nimble, even having inflicted such an injury on him. He is still not ready to forgive him. Koulan thought that he still didn't believe that this young man was fighting this wooden warrior because of him. Tanya stood and did not move. He was under the power of illusion. He said that the elder brother must save everyone, but it was too late. The Koulan had already read his spell. The young man stood and named only two names. He said Bila and Koulan and continued to talk about how he asks if only everything would be fine with them. Kula thought that this would not work. Now it was necessary to first bewitch the wooden block. The snakes on its back for some reason disappeared and this means the power was also running out. Koulan realized that he wouldn't be able to cast the spell again. He didn't have the strength. He even thought that maybe he could just run away, but it was already too late. This wooden warrior walked and shouted that he would now cut off all the limbs of Koulan since he did not see. He waved his sword in all directions and was already very close to Tanya. Koulan realized that he had done something stupid and went up to the young man and started pushing him. He couldn't break the spell anymore. He started telling him to get ready and start acting. Tanya didn't react at all, so the Koulan decided to grab him by the hair and drag him to the side so that this wooden warrior wouldn't catch him. A warrior with a tree that grew from his body walked and waved his sword. He did not know where his enemy was because he did not see, so he waved in all directions. Koulan gathered all his strength and pulled the young man by the hair. So he staggered and fell backwards. He was able to avoid the enemy's blow. The young man fell back and hit his head very hard. During this blow, realization came to him and he had already come out of the magic of the power of illusion. A warrior with a tree walked nearby and waved his sword. He did not know where his enemy was now. At this time a small Koulan tried to pull the young man aside as far as possible. Koulan tried his best as a young man. At some point he began to shout that he was in pain and he became interested in who was pulling his hair. Tanya said who is there and immediately stopped pulling his hair because it is very painful and unpleasant for him and he cannot get up because of this. The young man looked to the side and saw that it was a small Koulan. He was delighted and told him that he had finally woken up. Thank God that he was okay. Koulan was not so cheerful and told him to look ahead, the fool. Indeed, when he looked forward, he saw that this warrior with a tree was moving towards him and he was waving his sword in all directions. The warrior with the tree was very close and was swinging his hand to strike straight at the young man. He subtracted it by ear. The young man lay and watched as the sword was moving right at him. He even covered one eye because he couldn't do anything. It was too late. Koulan couldn't give up so easily, so he pulled the young man's ponytail with all the strength he still had left and said that it was time for them to leave. The young man was also not at a loss, and when the sword was already very close, he grabbed the blade of this sword with his 2 legs and stopped this blow. This was the only way the young man could avoid such a strong blow. Koulan did not stop and pulled the young man forward by the hair away from this place. The warrior with the tree said that Koulan did not dare to underestimate him. He was not at all like his brother Pei, and also said that he would not be able to break him in half. Due to the fact that the young man has been called this warrior with the Koulan tree all day today, he began to wonder who he was and what he did that he was hated so much. The only thing that was clear to Tanya was that this warrior with the tree did not have a fall with his sword at all and he swung it haphazardly. The problem was that what followed this blade was the power that he possessed. Therefore, after the young man bladed with his feet, some kind of force appeared that he could not resist. Therefore, the clan had to come up with something because the only one who could do something else. Tanya was held with all his might by this sword. A little more and he would not be able to resist this force, so something had to be done. The young man twitched, threw the sword and somersaulted back over his back so that the blow went past him. Now it was only necessary to pick up the Koulan and take him to a safe place, along with the fact that he would also go to this place. Tanya grabbed the Koulan's pants with one foot and carried him. The little Koulan was not ready for such a movement, but he had nothing left to do. He could only be saved this way. The young man made a sideways jump several times together with the Koulan so as to escape the force that the warrior with the tree tried to use in this battle. Indeed, when the warrior lowered his sword, the tree crumbled into splinters, so great was the power that he could wield. It turned out that the body that was directed towards the young man, it was yours with the tree that caught him quite a bit, but mostly they were able to get away from this force. The warrior with the tree was very upset because he again could not kill his enemy and now he still needs to continue the fight to kill him. Now Tanya was at such a distance that his opponent could not reach him even with his own strength. He only had to think about beer and take him as quickly as possible and get out of here. Tanya asked the Koulan if he was okay because they jumped very sharply to the side, but he didn't hear an answer. Then the young man decided to raise his leg and see what was wrong with the Koulan, but in his leg there were only Koulan pants and he himself was not there. The young man began to look in all directions and shout where the Koulan was. He was worried that something could happen to him and it was yours that caught him in the tree. Koulan stood nearby. He told the young man not to scream so loudly and across his lungs he had a severe headache. And he also added that they are now even. He saved him before that. And now the young man saved him, so he was ready to get out of here with him. But he turned to look and saw that he was not wearing his panties. He was standing completely naked and the young man saw this. Koulan screamed very loudly. He did not expect that this could happen to him and then turned red and looked like boiled crayfish. Koulan, almost in tears, began to say that he already believed him, but after all, it was not worth saving him. Koulan ran in the other direction. He shouted what a humiliation and that he could not wash away this shame. The young man did not understand why he was doing this and shouted to him to stop. Koulan ran to the place where there were a lot of branches and told the young man not to look in that direction. He was very offended by him. The warrior from the tree could not calm down and so he said to his enemy, is he really going to escape from here? He won't be able to do it. It was yours from the tree that continued his attacks and he was already close to the young man. He swung his hand to strike the young man. At the last moment he avoided this blow. But the power that was after this blade was very great and everything collapsed and turned into ashes where the sword touched or even in that direction. The only thing is that this is yours. From the tree he didn't know how to fight at all. Besides strength, he didn't have any other skills, so Tanya decided to take advantage of this and delivered a kick. So he threw this wooden warrior aside. Koulan ran away. He was only interested in one question. Where did his pants go? He needed to find them. This man from the tree received one blow and was not even going to deviate. Tanya took advantage of this situation and struck him again. Tanya gathered all his strength and struck so that this one over there from the tree finally fell, white, right on the place on his head where he had wounds. Tanya couldn't understand why he opened up and took the blows, or whether he wasn't even going to dodge. He was ready to die. The behavior of this warrior with the tree was too ridiculous, so Tanya took advantage of the situation and struck blow after blow. He had to somehow fight back his opponent. The young man only had his legs untied and therefore he could only strike with his legs. But even so his opponent did not resist. The entire behavior of this warrior with the tree was completely incomprehensible. On the one hand, he had very great strength, and on the other hand, he could not resist ordinary blows. The young man realized that not everything is so simple and the tree that grows from the body of this warrior helps him stop these blows. The situation became even more complicated. This warrior had great strength and he was also helped by a tree branch that grew from his body. The warrior with the tree did not want to stop this fight and began to attack again. He swung to strike with his sword, but the young man managed to dodge and this blow passed very close. Having slightly touched the young man's leg, blood came out through his pants. Now he could not fully move and one of his legs was damaged. The situation was completely hopeless, but the young man was not going to give up. He needed to take the children from here and get out. The next blow that the warrior with the tree tried to deliver was strong enough and therefore the young man could not escape into it. The force that this warrior had threw him back, so far that he landed right next to the departing Koulan. The young man already understood that the warrior had such power, but he still didn't know what to do with it. Koulan wanted to run away from here as quickly as possible. He was also worried that he couldn't find his pants, so he couldn't be here. Koulan felt that something very large and heavy fell right next to him. He was very scared and wanted to run away. But he didn't succeed because this is the strength of a young man so far away that he just fell to me and covered the Koulan. And the next moment he couldn't move because there was a young man lying on him. Now he just needed to get out so he wouldn't be crushed. The young man's head was lying on the head of the Koulan. He said in pain. The Koulan asked him what happened to him. That one from the tree said that he has already said more than once and now repeat it again until he kills him. No one will leave here. It was yours who adhered to the same idea that either he had to kill or he had to die himself. They had no other way out of here. And he also added that if he heard, he specially prepared this phrase for him Kolhelma, he will hear these words forever in hell. In front of them was a large mountain of tree roots. They turned back and saw something very strange inside the roots as if there was some kind of movement there. Absolutely everyone noticed that something had just moved inside these roots, but no one knew what exactly it was. They discussed among themselves that Hugo was somewhere and now they don't know what he's doing, but most likely he's busy with something important and won't miss such a day. She answered them that he was somehow very late and the most harmful thing was you for the girls that he recently spent. They laughed and shouted very loudly that he was the same person who was always late and they had to wait for him. She was spinning and green butterflies were flying around her. At that moment the big guy was also flying in the air and rings of green energy were created around him. The girls noticed that this guy arrived and a large number of green butterflies appeared with him. Despite the fact that he weighed a lot and was heavy, when he was in the air and it felt like he was fluff. The auxiliary worker and firewood cutter Hyuga flew around the area and used his tracking skill and at that moment he gave out green energy from his mouth along with butterflies. He flew around the surroundings of the trunk and created an energy field. Chorin looked at him and said that she was already tired of waiting for him. She raised her head up and asked if everything unnecessary was okay. He replied that he was fine and landed. He stopped behind her and constantly asked if she had hurt her lately, but she replied that if he was so worried about her, you could have come earlier. He asked everyone's forgiveness for being late. They were offended by him, but nevertheless they said that everything was fine with them now, but the problem was that there were people stuck in the tree. The master approached the big man and said that there was nothing wrong with his being late because he came anyway and it was better to be late than not to come at all. The master said that the big man came on time. Because they don't understand the nature of this tree, there's no point in going ahead until they find out everything, and now they need to hurry up and try to look for the people inside. Hugo turned his head back and answered the master that they would do everything in the best possible way and deal with this problem as quickly as possible. He began to whistle very loudly and after that green butterflies began to appear around his body. He walked up to the tree and looked through the gap. Hugo began to blow air from behind his mouth and thus directed the butterflies inside the tree. The butterflies immediately began to fly into the tree and see what was happening inside. Smoke was visible in the depths of the tree. They lay on the ground and were connected by roots. Koulan said that it was very difficult for him to move and asked his friend to move so that it would become a little easier for him. They suddenly heard a very strange loud sound and looked forward in surprise. A man in the form of a tree appeared in front of them and said that hell is here. He smiled and said that there are two options, kill or be killed, and this place works according to these laws and this is the only way to free yourself from this pain. He said that he is in a lot of pain now and he has to constantly fight this pain. They were able to free themselves with the help of the sword, and Koulan was finally able to exhale and feel calm. He said that it is necessary to immediately wake up Bira, and at that moment he will try to free the people. Koulan saw blood on his shoulder and realized that he was very seriously wounded, and with such a wound he was unlikely to be able to fight for a long time. He began to worry about his friend and shouted very loudly that he would try to do everything as quickly as possible. He suddenly remembers this very moment when they were tied up. He was flying in the air. He dodged the enemy's blows and had to jump a lot to avoid getting injured. Koulan at that moment realized that his friend had offered his shoulder to protect him. He closed his eyes and wrinkled his eyebrows and then felt very angry. The clan said that he was not going to just leave him like that, and now he is unlikely to be able to fight off this enemy. Koulan realized that he now had to gnaw the rope and loosen it a little so that his friend and Mok could get out. He tried to explain to his little blue friend that he would not be able to overheat this rope with his back teeth. The enemy at this moment was already very angry and made a lock in order to deliver a powerful blow. Koulan continued to gnaw at the ropes, thinking that this enemy had ruined his whole mood, and now it turns out that he is indebted to him. He tried to gnaw through these ropes with all his might and did everything possible to do this. Suddenly a bright white light appeared and everything around them began to glow. The clan understood that it needed to speed up. The tree stood and did not move, because everything that was in front of it disappeared and exploded. He didn't understand where his opponents had disappeared and what happened to them. He managed to free himself from the ropes and was able to pick up his blue friend and jump out of there. He wanted to save them, but he saw that Koulan was now unconscious and asked him to come to his senses. He understood that in order to save the children, he needed to kill him. If this was the only way out, then he would do it at least several hundred times. The beast stood near the tree and hid. He was afraid to go out and watch the events from behind the tree. There were tears in his eyes and he made sad sounds. The enemy once again struck with his sword and a large energy wave appeared. He shouted that he hated these vile rats. Tanya continued to run away and was going to do everything possible to escape as far as possible from this enemy. He suddenly made a U-turn and began to run towards the enemy in order to attack him with his blade. He approached the enemy and wanted to plunge his knife straight into his heart. He cried and continued to watch this fight but could not do anything. Tanya got as close as possible to his enemy and tried to cut his body with his blade. He made a very strong and wide blow that should have caused a large amount of damage. He felt severe pain in his neck and blood rushed out of his body. He grabbed his face with his hand and started screaming very loudly from the pain he was experiencing. The roots that were not far from them suddenly began to move and move. Tanya realized that he was covering himself with the trunk of this tree and was trying to protect himself in this way. Tanya said that he will not allow this to happen and will kill him at any cost. But suddenly I noticed a creature with large white hair inside the tree. He got distracted by this creature and completely forgot about the fact that the duel was going on now. He fell to the ground and began to writhe in pain. At that moment the tree stood next to him. The tree screamed very loudly in pain and could not stop. The creature stood behind the tree trunk and watched it. Ono cried and couldn't stop her tears. It was painful for him to look at all this. This guy began to be sucked in by the roots and he asked that no one look at him now. He didn't want to be seen like that. He started shouting prayers for coming and gloating over his ugly appearance. The monster continued to watch everyone and could not believe that this was now happening to his friends. He tried to tell his friend who was lying on a tree branch that he had collected a lot of beautiful pebbles. He ran to him and tried to explain that he had collected a lot of beautiful stones. He knew that the guy who was lying on the earth really loved these pebbles and wanted to help him. He showed these stones and asked to look at them more closely. He knew that his friend really liked these stones and he heard him say that he wanted to get a lot of such stones. Pei continued to lie on the ground with his eyes closed and did not respond because he was unconscious. She constantly said that she loves boiled rice and loves meat too and is ready to do everything so that everything is in order as before. The guy continued to be in the tree trunk and was enveloped by roots that did not let him go. Mo continued to vomit stones and constantly said that he could eat so many of them until his stomach burst. Suddenly he was able to open his eyes. He saw Mo in front of him who told him that now he is giving all these stones and wants everything to be as before. He shouted very loudly and ordered everyone to get out of his sight. Mo stood with his mouth open and tears flowing from his artastic or drooling eyes. He knew that if he was happy then Pei could leave. It was unlikely he would ever return. He said that it would hurt him a lot and that's why he was afraid to let him go. Mua stood up and jumped back. He looked at this big shaggy monster and said that he was glad to see Brother Pei. He said that there is a lot for me now and he is happy that his friend brought it only to me and thanked him for it. From that very moment, yes, this creature was sitting in the trees. Bira for the first time began to understand what he was saying. He understood that the creature was saying that the kids should open their mouths wider because goodies were coming. And then when he laughed loudly and looked like a boy, Bira understood that he was telling them to watch Pei shake the tree. But then he did not want to listen to him. Let me get into other people's affairs, it wasn't worth it. This creature asked if they wanted treats and said that Pei loves when someone is full. Bira then thought that his stomach was about to explode and if he stayed with him, it would never happen, no hunger. Bira thought, of course, it's good when there is someone nearby who will always feed you. But he wanted to ask Pei something. namely why he collects so many shiny stones. Does he at least know how they are used? In fact, Pei doesn't know why he uses it. However, for some reason he is sure that they definitely need to be collected further. He said that he would collect many, many beautiful stones and give them to his little brother Mo so that he would never cry. And also Pei added he himself said that if you collect many, many beautiful pebbles then Pei and Mo will be happy. Pei spoke these words with such confidence that it seemed that he really had no doubts that he and his brother could be happy. Pei told absolutely everything about his younger brother, that he loves boiled white rice with meat. He always said that he could eat a lot of it. Bira held out 2 hands filled with shiny stones and said that brother Pei, he should look at this scattering of shiny stones. Mira department the same mask that his brother put on and said that drink he is great, and as soon as he managed to collect so much it was all thanks to him, and now you can eat white boiled rice with meat as much as you want. But to himself, he thought, after all, Mo has a very good older brother and he is lucky to have this older brother. When Pei heard these words, he became very comfortable. He even started crying. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that he wasn't together with his brother. You could see his younger brother Mo in his eyes and how he cried at that last moment when they said goodbye to him. This creature that Pei turned into was sobbing so loudly that it seemed it would fill everything around with tears. She became bigger and bigger and it seemed that she was dissolving in space. Bira stood and watched what was happening. He didn't know how to explain it and he was very sorry for Pei. Then this incomprehensible creature that Pei turned into instantly deflated and fell right next to those same pebbles. Bira came closer to him, but there was nothing left of him, only long hair and a beak mask. Pei was no longer there. Bioa went through all these jewels, now no one needed them anymore. Bira didn't want to take off his mask, so he said went into the hall the skin that remained lying on the earth so that brother Pei wouldn't worry. Bira decided that this was wool with different decorations, just like the mask should belong to him. He decided to try it on. Bira put it on himself and began to spin around in it. Now he had 2 things on him from 2 different brothers, from the younger and from the older, and they were united in him. Someone through the branches of this tree tried to see what was happening inside there and what those sounds were. It was that same younger brother Mo. He asked not to be looked at and disappeared. Whoever it was, he was very afraid. When the boy put on all that belonged to one and the second brother, the tree that was in front of him began to collapse and burn. It seemed that some force was destroying it. Bira stood and watched as everything around him was collapsing and burning. He himself was also scared, but he understood that this was the only way he could defeat this force. The fire was everywhere and even under his feet. Bira felt that in this mask and in these clothes he became even stronger and he was ready to destroy it all. The power that appeared at that moment in the boy was so great that it was able to put an end to this whole curse. Cook Toil couldn't figure out what Hugo was seeing inside. He was interested to know if this warrior was there and what he was doing there, and whether there were any other children. He demanded that they tell him everything right away. Hugo told me to keep quiet a lot because he is trying to concentrate and he is disturbing him. The butterfly pathfinders cannot yet get to the center of the tree. It looks like some powerful force is preventing them from getting there. Hugo closed his eyes and was thinking intently about something. He needed to get information. He had to see everything through the eyes of these butterflies. And the butterflies showed him that somewhere there was a little girl lying there, the same one he was trying to feed, and there was no one around her. Why she was there was also unclear. Hugo thought that this was the same little girl, and what was she doing there? She most likely tried to escape from the city and got stuck in a tree, and this child had serious wounds. No, that's not the way, I decided. The butterflies that flew in to investigate the situation immediately flew back. Something went inside. Well, it was still unclear. There was clearly some kind of force. This force increased its power, and after a few seconds everything began to come out of the tree with a very strong force and said that something had happened inside. Everyone who was near this tree, including Hugo, stood and watched because they didn't know what happened there. Some incredible energy burst out from the center of the tree. They were all scared of what could happen because there were children there. They were worried about them. This is the look that Bira had now, and most importantly, this is the mask that Mo always wore. He believed that he could hide behind it. Everything that happened to them, it was Mo's curse and he was directly to blame for it, so he always tried to hide behind this mask. You could see how angry he was right now, so the tree wrapped around him. Just because of this, Mo won't die. Mo, and now this is a warrior from whose body a tree grows. He was so scared and hid and shouted that he was afraid of the one covered with long hair and that he was a demon. Bira said that his brother Pei is not a demon, and how can he even say such terrible words about his brother who loves him very much. Mo tried to shout from the center of this tree that the boy didn't know anything at all, what he was talking about. His brother Pei had died a long time ago, and why did he put on his mask? Bira said that if demons exist, then most likely he himself is one of them, because it was he who left his brother under this persimmon tree. Mo didn't want to listen to anything and shouted for the boy to shut up at all. He doesn't understand what he's talking about, and that Kolhelma the idiot deprived him of Peia's legs. Yes, he was too young and too weak and didn't eat enough every day. He couldn't do anything alone. Bira was no longer going to listen to all these excuses that the man who was hiding in the crown of the tree was trying to say now. He extended his hand in his direction. Bira's hand was already on the very tree where Mo was opened inside, but he wanted to remind him of the whole truth before destroying it so that he would understand what this curse is for. Therefore, Bira got as close as possible to Mo. He needed to look into his eyes. Did he really forget everything? It was so convenient for him. Bira said that it's not your fault, Mo. It's all Kolhelma's fault. These were the last words of his brother Pei. That's exactly how it is with the tree that grew with his body all the time, and he said that he was looking for Kolhelm to take revenge for his brother. But it wasn't true. It wasn't like that at all. Mo should have perfectly remembered everything that happened to him during the day, when he was sitting in a secluded place and covered his mouth with two palms so that you couldn't hear him even breathing. He was hiding because they were looking for him. They walked along the street and looked in all the corners where they could only hide. Mo was then hiding because he stole the stone, and the man who was looking for him shouted that he was a thief and he knew that he was hiding somewhere here. He ordered his subordinates to find the boy until he got angry and so that they took the stone from him. Then these people came to their house and started beating his older brother. He defended himself and said that his brother was not a thief. The people who came to the house got angry and said if he said that his younger brother was not a thief, then most likely he did it. He tried to the last to prove that his brother could not be a thief and he would never do that. One of these people said that if about 3 Mo does not seem like a commodity, his brother will be the punishment for theft, deprivation of his legs, and began to count times. Then his brother Pei began to say that he was scared and that he was also not a thief and did not steal anything either. This man said 2 Mo was very scared. He didn't want to hear what he thought this man said, but he was afraid and didn't come out when this man said 3. He thought that he was very sorry for his brother Pei. It was then that he ran along the narrow street to find out what happened to his brother. He already knew that his brother suffered because of him. Then he cried and screamed a lot, but he still didn't know what the consequences would be of what he did today, what they did to his brother. When he saw his brother lying on the floor and the fact that he had no legs, he was even more upset, but his brother Pei believed to the last that he was not a thief. Mo was afraid that his brother had no legs. These people treated his brother very cruelly, and immediately after that his brother died. The last words Pei said were that he was fine, that he didn't like being paid a lot, he needed to stop crying now, and that it wasn't his fault. It was then that Mo decided that his brother was in pain because of Kolhelm and that he was to blame for all the troubles that happened to him and his brother. Of course it's Kolhelm's fault, as he thought all this time. No, that's not true. The boy didn't stop crying. Of course, he understood perfectly well that everything that happened and all the blame was all his fault. Therefore, it became even more difficult for him. But now he had to admit that it was because of him that all this happened. When he said these words, yes, everything around him began to collapse. And that tree that blocked Mo from Bira, it disappeared. Now Mo was completely unprotected and now it was possible to deal with him. Bira was very close. He approached him and extended his hand to his heart. The force that was around was supposed to destroy Mo there. The curse would end. Bira had very great strength and now he had it several times more, so Mo had no chance to survive. The next moment there was a very strong explosion and all this force and energy destroyed everything that was now standing in its way. And she destroyed the same tree that some time ago was crushing and breaking everything in the city and then trying to kill everyone who was in it. At the same time, the energy emitting purple light and the smell of rusty iron all indicated that Kolhelma was somewhere nearby. It was his energy. Well, in addition to the Bira, there was also a girl inside who tried to hide in this tree. She didn't know how to get out of there later. Yehua felt the energy that was around and saw that the tree was no longer there and no one was holding her anymore. She stood up to see everything was glowing with a purple light. It was very beautiful. It seemed like some kind of purple rain was falling. When she raised her head, she saw that she was not alone here, that somewhere very far away and there was someone else, but she didn't recognize him right away. Bira stood there in the distance. He understood that he had already finished everything, and therefore he can take off this mask. He no longer needs it. Yehua looked at him with fascinated eyes. He seemed somehow unearthly to her among all the purple. When he took off his mask, she did not immediately recognize the same boy in whom she had recently fought and whom she thought she had killed. She looked at him and didn't take her eyes off. Yehua couldn't even understand why she liked looking at him. Yehua saw that tears were flowing down Bira's cheeks and he was not going to hide them even after he won.